Avondale, 9 a.m. The air was already stuffy with heat. A colleague at the funeral home pushed in a young girl's body. She was badly damaged, multiple parts torn up, with gaping holes revealing raw flesh. It was gruesome enough until everyone realized something worse. The corpse was mutilated beyond recognition. Victim, female, aged 23. Manner of death classified as homicide. Autopsy findings indicate paramortem torture. Estimated post-mortem interval exceeded 72 hours at scene discovery. Next of kin requested craniofacial and soft tissue reconstruction. Victoria, as our lead reconstruction specialist, you're assigned to this case. PD demands craniofacial restoration within 48 hours. They specifically requested your expertise. Handle with extreme caution. High-profile victim, compromised remains. Hearing this, a woman in the corner stood up. Her soft waves of dark hair brushed her shoulders. She wore a crisp white shirt and jeans, slim frame, maybe too slim, though it couldn't hide her sharp, elegant features. A few senior staff nearby exchanged troubled looks. That's impossible. Minimum 3 days to fix something like this. Victoria Ellis looked at the disfigured corpse for a beat. Give me a day. Everyone turned to her stunned. This girl thinks she can finish that mess in a day? The supervisor seemed pleased, handing her a new assistant. This is Chloe, just joined. Help her out, okay? The reference photo will be sent over shortly. Victoria gave a quick nod and said nothing else. People here were used to her silence by now. She'd been with them nearly 6 months. Amazing skills, but distant. Always kept to herself. Chloe followed her, helping push the body into a small clean room lined with equipment. Victoria changed into a lab coat, tied her hair into a low ponytail, and rolled up her sleeves, pale wrists and slender fingers showing. She slipped on white gloves and pressed her hand onto the corpse. It was cold, frozen solid kind of cold. Made your skin crawl. She stared at the body, lashes lowered, side profile calm but distant. First, clean out the body fluids and dirt. She glanced at Chloe, who looked like she might puke, pale, trembling. Use forceps. Stuff cotton into the nose to stop leakage. Even though she was new, Victoria didn't coddle her. Straight instructions, no sugarcoating. Chloe hesitated, surprised by the directness, but obeyed. Her hands shook a little, but she managed. Despite being scared, she worked carefully. It went okay. Victoria, being the best in the field, could recreate an entire face from just a single photo, even with parts missing. But the moment that photo arrived, something cracked in her expressionless face. It was a picture of a smiling girl, that smile, those eyes, stabbed straight into her heart. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. That was her sister. Gina Ellis, the richest man's long-lost heiress in Abindale, reunited with her birth family only 2 years ago. Now she was gone. Victoria, are you okay? Chloe noticed her strange look and stepped closer. Snapping out of it, Victoria's face turned cold again. Focus on your task. She shut down the emotion and buried herself in work. A day later, Gina's body had been fully restored. In the break room, the TV was playing local news, the latest update on Gina's murder case. Then a middle-aged man showed up on screen, his face full of grief. He offered a reward of $10 million for the capture of the suspect. The silver strands at his temples pricked at Victoria's heart a little. Just a few years had passed, and he already looked worn out. The supervisor walked in, praising her a bit before saying, "The family wants to meet you." She paused, something unreadable flashing in her eyes. "I'll pass. Just want to go home and rest." She declined plainly, not bothering to read his changing expression. Pulling off the white lab coat, her demeanor stayed as detached as ever. She showered and headed home. The moment she left, whispers started buzzing around the office. What's she got to be so high and mighty about? What's her background anyway? She's been here a year and the bosses treat her like royalty. She's pretty though. Maybe she's someone's kept woman? They all chuckled with a knowing look, already convinced Victoria had taken some shady path to get her position. Drained to the bone, Victoria stepped through the door and had just changed out of her shoes when she heard movement. Turning around, she saw Theodore Chambers walk in. Clad in a sleek black suit with canary diamond cufflinks, the light carved sharp edges on his handsome face. He caught sight of her, his gaze cool and distant as he loosened his tie. Even with some space between them, she could smell the faint cologne on him and the heavy scent of alcohol. She frowned slightly and walked toward him. "You've been drinking?" Theodore's eyes softened for a moment before he pulled her into his arms, his grip tightening around her waist. Maybe it was the alcohol, but tonight he felt a bit different. She looked up, caught his dark eyes, and before she could say a word, his lips were on hers. Still overwhelmed from dealing with Gina's body reconstruction, she clung to that sudden warmth, responding with a rare intensity. His jacket and her white shirt hit the ground. The air between them grew thick with desire. They didn't even make it to the bedroom, tangled up right there on the living room couch. Things spun out fast. "You're safe, Days?" Victoria nodded, already ignited by desire. Her hair tumbled like silk over her shoulders, catching the faint light with every movement. Her skin, luminous and delicate, seemed to glow in the shadows. Theodore's hands found her waist with quiet authority, steady and assured, just like every part of him. In his touch, there was no hesitation, only the unwavering control he carried like a second skin. But then, something hit her nose, another scent. Light but sharp, it shot straight through to her core. Another woman's perfume. She'd had her eyes closed, but now they opened slowly. Her fingers trembled slightly against his shoulder. Biting her lip, she forced herself to ask with red-rimmed eyes, "Theo, do you know who I am? Look clearly. I'm not her." In everyone else's eyes, she was always composed, but only with him did she come undone, lost in emotion, overwhelmed by longing, stripped bare by everything she tried to hide. And that name, she never even dared to say near him. Whatever heat they had instantly shattered. He stopped, just stared at her, before his lips curled into something cruel. Then Theo asked, "And you? Are you sure you weren't picturing Elijah Brooks too? That's why you were so into it, right?" Every word stabbed like a knife straight through her chest, especially now, with them still caught in such an intimate position. She didn't respond, just gathered the broken pieces inside her, pushed herself off him, and with shaky hands grabbed the white shirt from the floor. As she stepped upstairs, his cold voice chased after her. "Isabella is back. Let's get a divorce." Victoria froze mid-step, fingers curling slightly as she struggled to stay upright. Even her breathing was all over the place, but she forced herself to pull it together. Then she heard Theodore speak again. "Have you hated me all this time for dragging you away from Elijah?" Under the dim light, his indifferent gaze was fixed on her back. She really didn't hide it well. The second he said Elijah's name, her body gave a visible jolt. "Heh." Theodore let out a quiet, cold chuckle. "Just a name, and she still reacts like this?" Victoria didn't dare turn around, afraid he'd see the tears that were already streaming down her face. "Yeah, I've always hated you." Back in her room, Victoria curled up tightly in the comforter, hugging her trembling body like it was the only thing keeping her from falling apart. She reached up and touched the necklace at her neck. The shaking only got worse. Elijah's voice echoed in her mind again. "Vicky, when I'm gone, have my ashes made into a necklace. One day, give it to Grace." Her nose burned, and her delicate fingers kept brushing away tears as she whispered, barely audible, "Elijah, once I find Grace, I promise I'll give it to her. You can rest now." Grace was Theodore's sister and had already gone missing. Victoria didn't waste any time. The next day she asked for leave from the station. While Theodore was at work, she packed up all her belongings, left the signed papers behind, and left. She didn't dare drag this out. She was afraid she'd just get in deeper. Pulling a small suitcase behind her, Victoria returned to the place Elijah had left her. After moving in with Theodore, the place had been empty. She never thought she'd end up back here, tying on an apron, filling a bucket with water, and starting to clean up like it was her first day all over again. In the afternoon, just as she sat down to catch her breath, her phone rang. It was old Mrs. Chambers. Victoria hesitated for just a second before picking it up, her voice softening slightly. "Grandma, what's wrong?" "Vicky, I'm not feeling well at all. I honestly don't think I have much time left. I need to make an announcement. You and Theo, come to the hospital now." Victoria's brows knitted together. They were already divorced. Did it still make sense for them to show up together? "Vicky?" More coughing came through the line, rough and sharp. Her heart tightened. Worried for Grandma's health, she didn't think too much and just said yes. Right after hanging up, she got a text from Theodore. "Come." One simple words. cold and sharp, just like him. Victoria blinked in surprise, walked to the balcony window and looked out. A black Bugatti was parked on the street. How did he know she was here? Did he investigate everything about her after the divorce? Frowning, she grabbed a denim jacket and let her hair fall down to cover the faint, lingering signs of last night on her skin. Downstairs, she approached the car and tapped on the window. It slid down, revealing Theodore, his eyes fixed on her. Victoria was wearing a light floral dress that went just past her knees. The fabric was soft and flowy, and with her figure, even simple clothes made her look effortlessly stunning. But her face was pale, so pale it made people want to shield her from the world. "Get in." He kindly opened the passenger door for her. "Thanks." Despite how intimately tangled they were just last night, now every move between them felt awkward and distant. Victoria leaned in to get in the car, and as she turned her head, the curve of her neck and the faint marks on her shoulder caught the light. Theodore's fingers tensed slightly. Images from the night before started flashing through his mind. Her boldness, his crazed desire. The thought of it all made his chest inexplicably warm. He forced himself to look away, trying to tamp it down. Silence filled the car as it moved steadily down the road. "Grandma's health isn't great. Once we're at the hospital, don't mention the divorce. If we need to, just play along. I've already signed the divorce papers. You can pick them up when you have time." "Okay." And just like that, they both lapsed into silence again. His phone rang. Theodore glanced at the screen, tapped to answer with his long fingers. A sweet, girlish voice came through the receiver. "Theo, can I see you tonight? I miss you so much. I'm stopping by the hospital for Grandma tonight. Might not work." His voice, usually distant, carried a rare hint of tenderness now. For some reason, Victoria let out a faint smile. So Theodore knew how to be soft. He just saved all that gentleness for Isabella Waters. Nothing left for anyone else. She turned to face the window, caught a glimpse of her reddened eyes and his sharp profile in the reflection. She blinked quickly, brushing off the tears, swallowed everything. "I'll come pick you up after I visit Grandma." He ended the call. Victoria leaned against her hand, pretending to nap. Inside, it felt like a tsunami, but she stayed frozen, as if none of it mattered. Then, all of a sudden, a coat was draped over her. She opened her eyes. Theodore's oversized coat was resting on her. She shot him a confused look. "Sleep. I'll wake you when we're there." His voice was detached but polite, flawlessly courteous, yet far away. Her heart skipped a beat. Her fingers tightened around the coat. This kind of kindness only made things worse. At St. Augustine Hospital's exclusive VIP ward, every single member of the Chambers family had shown up. Old Mrs. Chambers was still asleep, and no one dared disturb her. Theodore's parents stood up front. The others waited quietly to the side. Among them was a woman with a striking figure, sunglasses hiding her eyes, pale oval face framed by brown curls, a serious head-turner. It was none other than superstar actress Isabella Waters. As soon as she ended the call, she rushed to the hospital hoping to surprise Theodore. She hadn't expected he'd show up with Victoria. When their eyes met, it felt like Victoria's heart got slashed open. She quickly looked away, avoiding Isabella's gaze. It's hard to rise when your heart has never been held. Davina Chambers spotted Victoria and instantly stiffened. She stormed over, and before anyone could react, smack, a hard slap to the face. "Because of you, Grace is gone. You ruined everything and you still dare come here?" Her voice was low but full of venom. Rage burned in her eyes. Isabella's heart dropped. From the corner of her eye, she saw Theodore's expression darken, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. That slap, had it really gotten to him? Victoria stood there motionless, head dipped, silent. She let Davina hit her without a word. "You stole Grace's fiancé and still had the nerve to marry my son. Victoria, what kind of madness is this?" A cold intensity settled over Theodore's face. He reached for Victoria and pulled her behind him, every movement sharp with control. "That's enough, Mom." His tone was sharp, barely hiding his anger. Victoria was stunned. She hadn't thought he'd defend her in front of everyone. "Enough? If something happens to Grace, she's a murderer." Davina screamed, her voice breaking, eyes full of pure hatred. Isabella stepped forward just in time to support Davina, her tone soft and gentle. "Davina, I'm sure Victoria has her reasons. Please don't be too hard on her." The rest of the Chambers family didn't bother hiding their annoyance. Aside from old Mrs. Chambers, none of them ever truly accepted Victoria. To them, Isabella was the only one worthy of Theodore. Even Amelia Brooks couldn't help but sneer. Ever since she married Elijah while she was abroad and Grace vanished, and now the moment he died, she turns around and gets with you? What kind of heartless woman? She stopped mid-sentence, the rest of the words dying in her throat when she caught sight of Theodore's cold, dark stare. His gaze was sharp, his expression unreadable, and the mood in the room instantly dropped several degrees. Just then, the weakened voice of old Mrs. Chambers cut through the silence. "I'm still alive, aren't I? What's all this fuss about?" Everyone turned toward the bed at once. "How are you feeling? Should we get the doctor?" Carlos Chambers quickly asked, eyes full of concern, but she ignored him. Her gaze went right past everyone else and landed on Victoria. Finally, a faint smile touched her wrinkled face. She slowly lifted her hand. "Victoria, come here." Even Isabella, who was usually the center of attention, found herself overlooked. Behind her sunglasses, her expression shifted slightly, obviously displeased. Victoria walked over. The moment she was close, old Mrs. Chambers grasped her hand tightly, then motioned for Theodore to come closer too. She clasped their hands together, her eyes full of warmth and hope. "I've had one foot in the grave more times than I can count lately, but I'm still here, waiting on you two to give me a great grandbaby. You two better put in the effort, got it?" Victoria stared at the floor, not knowing how to tell her about the divorce. That wish wasn't going to come true. She just stayed quiet, letting the words hang in the air. Davina clenched her fists. "She's not fit to carry a Chambers child." She stepped forward, clearly ready to pull Victoria away, but Carlos subtly stopped her with a press of the hand and a shake of the head. Now wasn't the time. Then came the shocker, something no one in the room saw coming. Old Mrs. Chambers reached under her pillow and pulled out an exquisitely crafted velvet box. Her fingers trembled as she opened it. Inside lay a gemstone brooch, its surface glimmering with rich, vibrant hues. The setting was delicate yet intricate, and the jewel itself flawless, radiant, translucent, and breathtakingly refined. This wasn't just any bracelet, it was the Chambers family heirloom, worth a fortune now. "This is my gift to you," old Mrs. Chambers said firmly. "To me, you're the only granddaughter-in-law who counts." It was a pointed message and clearly meant for Isabella to hear. The room fell into silence. Reactions varied. Davina looked like she'd just witnessed betrayal. After all those years of catering to the old woman, not once was she offered the heirloom. And Victoria, in just 3 years, she'd managed to earn the ultimate token of favor. Davina shot her a look filled with venom. What a calculating woman. Isabella bit her crimson lip. Seeing Theodore remain silent, a wave of anxiety flooded her chest. "I'm really sorry, but I should get going. There's something I need to take care of." Without waiting for a reply, she turned and left. Theodore didn't hesitate for a second. He pulled his hand away and strode out after her. The sudden emptiness at her side hit Victoria hard. Theodore noticed the smallest changes in Isabella, the fleeting tension in her gaze, the silence that lingered just a moment too long. But her, she had to keep pretending, had to swallow every rising lump in her throat. Old Mrs. Chambers saw her grandson bolt like that and was furious. "Theodore," she coughed violently, her anger barely contained. Everyone took the chance to chime in. "Mom, have you forgotten who she really is? How could you hand over our family heirloom to her? She's not even worthy of laying a finger on it." "Exactly. Don't let her go out there embarrassing the Chambers' name. You're just too soft-hearted and got fooled by someone like her." The noise bubbled around her. Old Mrs. Chambers frowned, and with just one cold glance, silenced everyone. "This is my decision. If any of you got a problem with it, keep it to yourself." The room quieted down. Victoria spoke up on her own accord. "Grandma, this is way too valuable. I really can't accept it. Please keep it." "Nonsense. No matter how valuable it is, what matters is that I want you to have it." Without sparing a glance at the others, old Mrs. Chambers took the brooch and fastened it to Victoria's dress with quiet finality. Victoria barely had time to protest. The cool metal was already resting above her heart, its vivid shine impossible to ignore. Around the corner in the hallway, two figures stood closely together. Victoria stopped without thinking, frozen in her tracks. Isabella trembled slightly, her voice shaky and soft as she cried, all her frustration pouring out. Your grandma gave the heirloom to her. But what about me? Am I just the one who came between you and her? If you've made up your mind to choose her, then you can just go back to her. Smart people know how to pull back just enough to push harder. Theodore gently ruffled her hair, his eyes shadowed with something deep, though the emotion quickly faded. He said calmly, Victoria and I are divorced. After things settle down with Grandma, I'll go public with our relationship. Hearing that, the tension in Isabella's shoulders eased a little. So he did care. Only about her. With joy lighting up her face, she threw her arms around Theodore and leaned her chin on his shoulder. She glanced at Victoria from afar, the faintest smirk playing on her lips. Victoria held her head high as she walked away, teeth clenched. Every step echoed with the weight of words she refused to say, her fury pulsing just beneath her skin. This time, she was done with Theodore. The moment she reached the ground floor, her phone rang. A familiar number flashed on the screen. She gripped her phone tightly, hesitating before finally picking up. She didn't speak first, just waited for the voice on the other end. Gina's funeral is coming up. Bring Theodore with you. The voice was low, hoarse, carrying the weight of sorrow. It hurt just to hear it. Victoria didn't want to go, but now she hesitated. There was silence. Then William Ellis sighed. I know you've already heard what happened to Gina, your mother. She's barely holding on. You're all she has left now. Come see her, okay? Victoria wanted to say something comforting, but the words stuck, and all she could manage was a stiff, take care. The funeral will be the day after tomorrow, 9 in the morning. I'll text you the location. Okay. In the end, she just couldn't say no. But now another problem. How was she supposed to bring Theodore to the funeral? After a minute of quiet frustration, she sighed and headed to Theodore's place. She figured he was having some romantic dinner with Isabella. He wouldn't let her feel neglected, right? Probably brought her here just to spite Victoria. So she grabbed the divorce papers and came to drop them off, then she'd be gone. With that thought, she pushed open the door. The sight stunned her. The living room lights were dim, the warm glow casting a soft, ambiguous mood. She froze in place, immediately sensing something was off. Just as she turned to leave, Victoria! A voice stopped her, and she had no choice but to look back. Under the soft light, Isabella stood there, stunning as always. She'd just come out from a shower, wearing nothing but a black silk cami dress that hugged her figure, every curve visible under the sheen, seductive without trying. You and Theodore are done. You seriously think you still have a place here? With no one else around, Isabella didn't bother keeping up appearances. Her tone was sharp and cutting. Victoria reached out and grabbed something off the table. Lifting up the document, she replied coolly, Relax. Once I take this, you won't see me around again. I meant, stay away from Theodore, period. Isabella's eyes narrowed. She must have been confused. Giving you that brooch. It was never meant for you. It's mine, and deep down, you know that. You're just the ex-wife clinging to what's no longer hers. Try not to embarrass yourself. She looked at Victoria from above, the disdain in her gaze impossible to miss. Her lips parted slightly, disbelief flashing across her face before turning to steel. She'd never sought conflict, but something inside her cracked. A mocking smile slowly tugged at her lips. For someone who acts so confident, you're awfully quiet about the truth. So tell me, Miss Waters, how long do you think your secrets will stay hidden? Sooner or later, they always crawl into the light. Victoria continued, Maybe one of these days, if I'm in a bad mood, I'll be the one to dig it all up. Let's see if you still get to keep that Best Actress crown then. Isabella's face paled, panic flashing across her eyes. Without warning, she slapped Victoria across the face. How dare you? Victoria didn't hesitate. She slapped her right back. Isabella froze, clearly not expecting the hit. The tension in the room was electric when Theodore came downstairs. Isabella instantly shifted gears, stuffing down all her anger like it never existed. Sweet, gentle, doting mode activated. She walked over, cuddling up to him like she owned the place. Theo, Victoria just came to pick up her stuff. She was just leaving. Victoria wasn't planning to interfere, but hearing that made her roll her eyes. Why let Isabella have the upper hand? She looked Theodore straight in the eye. I need to talk to you. He didn't even blink. Isabella, I'll have the driver take you home. Her smile stiffened. Was he seriously kicking her out for Victoria? She quietly let go of his arm. Fine. She didn't even bother changing, just threw on a coat and walked out, clearly trying to hold back her temper, but not quite pulling it off. And for once, Theodore didn't go chasing after her. That surprised Victoria. She wasn't expecting him to pick sides. Once Isabella was gone, she didn't waste time. Gina passed away. The funeral's the day after tomorrow. My dad wants you to come with me. Theodore didn't react much. He leaned back lazily on the couch, uninterested. Instead of answering, he tossed out a condition. Grandma's health isn't stable. Any bad news could hurt her. I need you to keep pretending for 3 months. After that, I'll tell her we're divorced. So that's why he sent Isabella away. Victoria paused for a second, then nodded. All right. The brooch at her collar glinted as she turned, and something shifted in Theodore's expression. Darker, unreadable. Victoria noticed. Wordlessly, she reached for it, ready to take it off and give it back. I did refuse it, but Grandma insisted. Still, I think it should go back to its rightful owner. Hearing that, Theodore grew a bit annoyed. Did she really hate having anything to do with the Chambers family that much? His eyes, cold and sharp, landed on the necklace around her neck. 3 years, and he's never seen her take it off. She clearly cherished it, probably a gift from Elijah. His face turned darker. Voice low and a little stiff, he said, "Keep it. Since we're still putting on the act, let's do it properly. Otherwise, Grandma might get suspicious." His mood kept shifting in weird ways, but Victoria didn't bother figuring him out. When love's gone, there's nothing left to care about. As she was about to go, he spoke again. Sooner or later, someone will catch on if you move out. If the media gets hold of it and Grandma sees, it'll hit her even harder. For now, just stay here. Divorced, yet she still had to face all the ghosts of their past in this house. The couch, the balcony, the bedroom. Every inch of this place whispered of their once crazy intimacy. Funny, really. He never loved her, yet in those 3 years he played the role of a decent husband. Everything but love, she'd had all of it. Problem? Victoria shook her head. Just make sure Isabella is taken care of. Don't need more drama. That night, she quietly carried her comforter to the guest room, leaving the master bedroom to Theodore. Sleep didn't come easy. The night felt long and messy. She lay wide awake. By the time she opened her eyes, it was already 9. Normally, Theodore would be at the office by now, so she didn't bother changing, just padded downstairs in her pajamas to grab a glass of milk from the kitchen. Then, she heard the faint creak of the front door. Someone was coming in. "Theodore," came Isabella's voice. Startled, Victoria's brain short-circuited, and she instinctively ducked into the kitchen. The man strolled lazily downstairs. From where he was, he easily spotted her trying to hide. The corner of his mouth tugged up in amusement, but he didn't say anything. Beaming, Isabella walked up with a lovingly packed breakfast in hand. Her voice sugary sweet, she said, "Someone didn't bother sweet-talking me, so I had to do it myself. Even made some smoked salmon bagel this morning to win your heart." It was the kind of teasing intimacy between lovers, something Victoria had never even dared to hope for. "Aren't you worried about the paparazzi? Could mess up your career, Miss Waters." She giggled. "What, you can't afford to take care of me, Chambers?" As she spoke, she leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his waist, even playfully nibbling on his chin. Theodore's gaze flicked toward the kitchen, his brow creasing a little. Victoria leaned against the fridge, hearing every mushy word from the living room. Her chest felt suffocating. She took another sip of milk, lips twitching. Straight-up self-inflicted misery. A while later, Theodore made up some excuse and had someone escort Isabella out. "She's gone. You can come out now." Victoria stepped out from the kitchen, looking up to find him staring at her with a slightly smug expression. "Why were you hiding?" "Didn't feel like dealing with your darling sweetheart. Figured I'd give you 2 lovebirds your moment." He said nothing, but his gaze dropped to the milk on her lips. His throat tightened suddenly, remembering the heat of that one wild night. That mental image came way too fast, and this time, logic didn't stop it. They weren't standing that far apart. The moment he spaced out, he pulled her straight into his arms and pressed his lips to hers. "Theo!" Her shocked gasp got swallowed up in the kiss. Theodore placed one hand under her, laying her gently on the sofa, his other hand gripping her waist firmly to keep her still. Victoria, already teetering on the edge, suddenly remembered how close Theodore and Isabella had become. That thought felt like a thorn under her skin. Her lashes lowered slightly, dulling the light in her eyes. A soft word slipped out from her lips. Just one word, but it stopped him cold. "Disgusting." Reality snapped back like a slap. Theodore quickly let go. He looked down at her pale face and let out a cold, bitter laugh. "Did you feel disgusting with Elijah too?" he scoffed. "Or is it just with me?" Victoria's breath caught in her throat at the jab. Her expression dimmed even more. She looked up and stared at him without saying a word. Theodore raised an eyebrow and stepped back, face turning distant and cold. "Gina's funeral is tomorrow morning at 9. Don't forget." That was all she said before turning and walking away. Just like that, the whole incident passed without much of a ripple. Rain drizzled nonstop. Gina's funeral had only a handful of close friends and family. Everyone stood quietly under umbrellas. Hannah was sobbing uncontrollably in William's arms. Victoria and Theodore stood off in a quiet corner. As she looked at the people who once felt like home, at these so-called parents and relatives, all she saw now were strangers. Staring at the photo on the gravestone, memories surged, her painstaking effort to piece together that crushed skull. Her brows tightened. 5 years ago, she was the princess of the Ellis family, adored by all. Then they found their real daughter, Gina, and just like that, everything changed. Too many things happened since. Gina wasn't the sweet, innocent girl she pretended to be. She killed Victoria's cat, twisted the truth, made herself the victim. That was all it took for William and Hannah to believe that Victoria had faked it all just to get rid of Gina, that she was jealous and cruel. And things like that happened over and over. Within a year, Victoria was thrown out, ties completely severed. "Aren't you going to go comfort your parents?" The low voice behind her pulled her thoughts back. Victoria's lips pressed into a thin line. She looked at Hannah, barely staying upright from grief. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. She took one step forward, then stopped. In the end, she didn't move closer. Just as Hannah was about to faint from all the crying, her phone buzzed again and again. She unlocked it, an unfamiliar email. Inside was a video. She and William exchanged a glance, then tapped play. The clip showed Gina arguing with a skinny woman. From Gina's face, she was clearly upset. Hannah's voice was hoarse, her hands trembling. This was before Gina went missing. "Who's that woman?" William's brows drew together, a terrible feeling creeping in. That figure looked too much like Victoria. But he didn't say it. Not until the woman turned and her face became clear on the screen. The shock hit hard. Hannah's phone slipped from her hand and hit the ground with a loud thud. It was Victoria. "She killed Gina." Hannah mumbled, face pale as a ghost, struggling to believe what she just saw. She turned her head and saw Victoria standing a short distance away with an umbrella. Something inside her snapped, like a tight string suddenly breaking. She lost it, rushed over and slammed into her, both hands wrapped around Victoria's neck. "You took my daughter. You killed my Gina." The chaos drew every pair of eyes their way. Victoria gasped for air. Hannah's nails dug deep into her skin, leaving harsh indents, as if she really meant to strangle her. Her arm dropped limply, the umbrella clattered onto the ground. Theodore's eyes turned cold in an instant. He yanked Hannah's hands off Victoria with force and shielded her with his body. The moment he caught sight of the fresh red marks down her pale neck, his expression darkened. "Why didn't you dodge?" His tone was harsh. He turned to her. She just stood there, stunned out of her mind, not reacting at all. Hannah was still spiraling, her bloodshot eyes locked onto Victoria. "We took care of you for over 20 years. This is how you pay us back." She lunged at her again, never once giving Victoria a chance to explain. In the scuffle, Hannah yanked the necklace off Victoria's neck and threw it to the ground. "Elijah!" The name slipped from her lips before she could stop it. Ignoring the rain and the crowd's stares, she darted over and scooped the necklace into her hands, cradling it close like it was the most precious thing in the world. Her fragile expression made something in Theodore's chest twist unpleasantly. He clenched his jaw and walked over quietly, holding the umbrella over her head. "Hannah, calm down." William tried to soothe her, casting Victoria a conflicted look. He didn't say a word, but those eyes were full of disappointment. Victoria had no idea what was going on. All she felt was a sharp, aching hollowness in her chest, like someone had carved it open and just left it bleeding. Her knees hit the ground, weak and unsteady. She did nothing wrong. She hadn't hurt anyone. After all these years, her supposed parents didn't believe in her either. "Hannah!" Gasps rippled through the crowd as Hannah suddenly collapsed. The funeral turned into a mess after that, ending earlier than planned. Just beneath the trees at the edge of the cemetery, a slim figure disappeared into the rain. Isabella closed the car door with a smirk after watching the show, but the memory of Theodore shielding Victoria made her grip her phone so tight her knuckles went white. Then she shoved it at the man next to her. "Get someone dependable. Wipe out any trace of this." Aaron Mills didn't know why she was so involved in the Ellis family's mess, but he backed her without question. "Don't worry, I've got it." Isabella turned her head, watching through the window as Theodore held the umbrella over Victoria. She thought what Victoria had suffered, far from enough. Not a single look from Theodore should land on anyone else. Back at the villa, Isabella filled the bathtub with cold water, shed her clothes, and slowly sank into it. In the heavy downpour, Victoria tucked the necklace away, her eyes suddenly sharp with resolve. She wasn't going to take the blame for something she didn't do. She needed to go back and get real answers from the Ellis family. As she stood, her legs gave out for a second, and she stumbled. A hand caught her wrist just in time, Theodore's. Her skin was ice cold. He'd seen that look in her earlier, blank, hollow. He figured she must have been thinking of Elijah. A sour feeling bubbled up in him, annoyance, but also, strangely, something like heartbreak. Victoria pulled her arm back from Theodore's grasp, snapping out of her daze. "Thanks," she murmured, her voice low, eyes dropping to conceal the storm swirling inside. With everything in chaos, she had no choice but to head home. Theodore got in the car too. Before Victoria could say a word, he calmly stated, "I'll take you." That was a first. He was always buried in work, and not once had he offered to drive her anywhere. Victoria turned to look at his profile, dazed for a moment. Rain still poured outside. The pounding against the car windows was non-stop, and a chilly draft crept in through a crack, making Victoria shiver. Moments later, she saw Theodore reach out, turning up the heater. Her gaze flickered. Was he actually worried about her? But the thought was gone as soon as it came. She couldn't forget how recently he'd been at the hospital, holding Isabella gently, comforting her, saying the divorce had gone through, and promising to make things right. Victoria's lips curled into a bitter smile as she turned to stare out the window. Everything outside was a blur behind the sheets of rain, directionless, just like her, without a home to return to. The car came to a stop in front of the Ellis family house. As soon as she got out, Theodore's phone rang. On the other end, Isabella's voice was feeble, barely hanging on. It sounded like she'd fall apart any second. "You suddenly have a fever?" Theodore asked. Her voice trembled as she spoke, face pale as paper from the chill. "Maybe I caught a cold. I'm not sure. Don't worry about me. Go take care of Victoria." Then deliberately she knocked over a glass on the table, letting it crash to the floor. She screamed into the phone. "Ah! Isabella?" Theodore frowned sharply, but the call had already ended. His lips pressed into a tight line. Without another thought, he rushed back toward the car. As if just remembering something, he paused and looked back at Victoria, his expression unreadable. "Something came up. I gotta go." Victoria gave a small nod and stepped back. She didn't respond, because deep down she knew the truth. To Theodore, it was only ever Isabella who truly mattered. She turned and walked into the villa. Behind her, the sound of the engine roared to life and faded into the distance, taking her heart down with it. His eyes caught the lone figure in the rear-view mirror, umbrella in hand, unmoving. A storm of conflicted thoughts swirled behind his still expression, but he remained frozen, as if torn between staying and leaving. He had waited for Victoria to stop him, to say something, but she didn't. Not a word. She wanted him gone, Was that it? Inside the house, it was dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Victoria let her eyes skim the living room, then froze at the faint noise upstairs. She inhaled deeply and slowly climbed the steps. At the master bedroom door, slightly ajar, a hoarse female voice came through. "You brought her into our home, and look what happened. We never should have adopted her. She murdered my daughter. Gina was just a kid. Call the cops. She has to pay. I won't stop until there's justice. She doesn't deserve to walk free." Hannah's cries turned to rage, her voice rising with every word. The hatred was so raw you could feel it. She had once loved Victoria like her own daughter. Never would she have imagined things would come to this. And William just stood there with a face full of sorrow, his hand gently rubbing Hannah's back. He let out a long breath, voice heavy with disappointment and pain. How could Victoria turn out like this? Victoria's knees almost gave out as she leaned weakly against the railing, all the color drained from her face. Even her dad believed it now. What really crushed her wasn't the made-up accusation. It was the heartbreak of watching the people she once called family refuse to believe her at all. How was she supposed to stay strong with that? That's when William stepped outside. The second he saw her, he froze with surprise. What are you doing here?" This had been her home too. But now, coming back here felt like trespassing. Victoria opened her mouth, but no words came out. Inside, Hannah spotted her and stumbled out of the house, charging straight at her. "You murderer! I'm going to kill you!" Her hair was a mess, eyes wild with rage and heavy with tears that hadn't dried. She looked terrifying. Victoria was caught off guard and instinctively backed up several steps, almost falling down the stairs. The look in Hannah's bloodshot eyes was like poison. "Dad, Mom, you really don't believe me?" It felt like someone stabbed Victoria in the chest, deep and merciless. William held Hannah back, shooting Victoria a complicated look. "Just go. Don't come back." That said everything. They didn't believe her. To them, she was already a killer. In that moment, the wall she'd painstakingly built around herself came crashing down. "You were the one who took me in, who said I was family. You know who I am. And now you won't even give me the chance to defend myself?" She'd been carrying so much these past few days, the pressure in her chest was suffocating, like something heavy and wet clogging her lungs. "Victoria, William's face twisted with guilt. He'd always treated her like his own. But with everything that had happened, with what looked like solid evidence, how could he ignore his real daughter's death just for her sake? His thoughts were a mess of conflict, and before anyone could react, Hannah broke free from his arms and ran barefoot up the stairs toward the rooftop. "Hannah!" Both of them took off after her. As they reached the rooftop, Victoria saw Hannah already climbing over the protective railing. Her dress flapped wildly in the wind, and she swayed dangerously with every gust, like death could whisk her away at any second. They were on the 4th floor. If she jumped, there'd be no coming back. "Mom! Hannah!" Their voices trembled with fear, but neither dared rush forward in case it spooked her more. Rain soaked them to the bones. The wind bit through their wet clothes, making them shiver. Victoria blinked through the rain. "Mom, please, just calm down. Can we talk? Please?" But Hannah didn't respond to her. Her eyes locked on William. "We only had Gina, just one daughter. If you can't get justice for her, William, then what's the point? I'll go be with her instead." "My poor baby. She must be so cold and lonely down there. I've got no reason to stay here anymore. I might as well keep her company." William trembled, trying to reach her. "Stop saying that. Hannah, I'm here. We'll go through this together. Just come back down, please." Watching this unfold, Victoria's heart hurt so badly, it physically ached. But who caused all this anyway? She clenched her fists tight, nails digging into her palms. "Mom!" The word burst out of her, and suddenly she dropped to her knees on the soaked rooftop with a hard thud. Victoria had stopped caring about anything else. She was a daughter of the Ellis family. Of course she cared about them, cared about her parents. There was no way she could just watch Hannah die right in front of her. "Mom, I'm begging you. Please come down. I swear I'll get to the bottom of this and give you the truth you deserve, okay?" At her words, Hannah let out a bitter laugh and finally climbed back over the railing. "The truth? The truth is that a heartless thing like you killed my daughter. The evidence is all right there. What more is there to say? Before Victoria could react, Hannah slapped her hard across the face. The crack of the slap was drowned by the pounding rain. Hannah didn't hold back. Victoria's head snapped to the side, nearly knocking her over. Rain streamed down her face, salty against her lips. She wiped her cheek, but stayed kneeling firmly on the ground. She didn't argue back. She was too scared a single word would push Hannah over the edge. A flash of lightning split the sky, and thunder rolled through the distance. Meanwhile, Theodore pulled up outside Isabella's apartment. The second he walked through the door, he saw her passed out on the living room floor. His heart skipped a beat. He rushed forward and scooped her into his arms. "Isabella? Isabella?" Her whole body was cold, completely unconscious. Her ankle was bleeding from a cut, probably glass. Theodore didn't waste a second. He carried her straight to the hospital. It wasn't until late into the night that she finally woke up. He stood by the window, watching sheets of rain pour down and lightning flicker across the sky. His hand tightened around the phone in his pocket. He couldn't help but hesitate. Was Victoria okay right now? A weak voice pulled him back. "Theodore." She still had an IV in her hand. He snapped out of it and quickly walked over to help her sit up. "You're not well. Lie down. Don't move around. Thanks for coming. Didn't think you would. Did I mess up any of your plans?" He gently tucked the blanket around her. "No, your health matters most." As he turned to grab a glass of water, a faint smile played on Isabella's lips. She knew it. Theodore would never just leave her. As for Victoria, without Theodore to shield her, once she got back to the Ellis family, Hannah would tear her apart. That was the price she had to pay for trying to steal Theodore. Later that night, the rain started to ease. A car stopped at the entrance of the cemetery. Hannah yanked a soaked-to-the-bone Victoria out of the car. She stormed ahead, muttering curses under her breath. The old man who looked after the cemetery stumbled out, startled by the sudden appearance of 3 people in the dead of night. "You folks, who are you? What are you doing here this late?" He'd never seen anyone visit at this hour. Totally freaked him out. William walked up behind them, slipping the old man a wad of cash. "Family matter, hope you understand." Then he quickly caught up to the others. Hannah forced Victoria down in front of Gina's tombstone. "You like kneeling so much? Then stay right here and think really hard about what you've done." Let's not go overboard, Hannah," William tried to calm her. "It's late and she's drenched. Victoria's body might not be able to take it." William hesitated, stepping forward to grab Hannah's arm, trying to reason with her. "The dead can't come back, Hannah. No matter what we do to Victoria, Gina is gone. Nothing changes that." Cold air lingered throughout the graveyard, the chill slipping down their necks with every gust of wind, raising goosebumps. William even felt like something or someone was watching them from the dark. But Hannah wasn't done. She yanked her arm out of his grip, her glare sharp as glass. "What, you're feeling sorry for her now? You feel sorry for this murderer? Don't forget, that girl's a stray, while the one under this tombstone is your real daughter." Victoria stayed silent. Her eyes, blank but focused, stared straight at Gina's photo on the gravestone. All she could think about was that day at the forensics lab, the body on the table. Why did Gina end up like that? And how did it somehow lead back to her? Hannah looked down and saw Victoria's calm, almost detached expression, her gaze locked on that smiling photo of Gina. The sight made something in her snap. She lunged forward, hitting and kicking Victoria like she'd completely lost control. "Don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt? You cold-hearted thing. Why didn't I see through you sooner?" Her voice cracked into a wail. The next moment, she stiffened, eyes rolling back. Before she could hit the ground, William caught her just in time. "Hannah! Hannah!" Panic-stricken, he supported her as they hurried down the steps out of the cemetery. At the bottom, he turned around and glanced back at Victoria, who was still on her knees. There was something resigned in his eyes. Under the red glow of the taillights, the car disappeared into the night, leaving Victoria alone in the dark. Kneeling on the freezing cement, her mind remained strangely sharp. The numbness in her legs only made the moment more painfully real. She slowly stood, brushing off the fallen leaves from Gina's gravestone. So this is what it feels like. being cast aside by the whole world. She tried to imagine Gina's thoughts in those final moments. What was going through her head? Maybe Gina did deserve to die, but not like that. Not so quietly, not without a single answer. Victoria stayed at the cemetery 3 whole days, not out of guilt, but to try to make sense of everything. Gina's death hit the Ellis family hard. For Victoria, it flipped her entire world upside down. Gina's photo beamed with a bright, sunshine-filled smile. But to Victoria, it looked twisted. Fake. She lifted her head slowly, holding her hand up to the sun filtering between her fingers. The light was so harsh, it made her eyes sting. She'd lost track of how long she'd been out there. No calls, no word from the Ellis family. Not even Theodore. As she tried to stand, her vision blurred. Her body gave out, and she collapsed to the cold ground. Just before losing consciousness, she thought she saw a blurry figure rushing toward her, a shadow in black. Elijah. Her hand weakly clutched at the man's jacket before going limp. Henry furrowed his brow and checked her breathing quickly before exhaling in relief. Miss? Hey, can you hear me? He gently lifted her into his arms and placed her in the ambulance. Just as he turned to head back to the cemetery, he realized she was clutching his jacket with a surprisingly strong grip. Henry sighed, looking down at her pale, worn-out face. No choice now. With one big step, he got into the ambulance. Henry Carter stood there, totally stumped as the doctor asked him questions. He had no clue. Lowering his gaze, he looked at the unconscious woman lying in bed. Her pale face was drained of color, and her brows were tightly furrowed, like she was caught in some awful nightmare. He dug through her pocket and pulled out a phone, battery long dead. After charging it up and powering it on, he finally found an emergency contact. A guy, from the name. Henry walked to the window and made the call, but it just kept ringing. No one picked up. Meanwhile, over in another hospital wing, Theodore was sitting by Isabella's bedside. The IV drip was almost finished when the attending doctor came in, looking pretty grim. Your family? The doctor asked. Can I speak with you outside for a moment? There's something about her condition we need to go over. As Theodore started to rise, Isabella reached out and grabbed his hand. Just say it here, doctor. She figured at worst, the doctor would say she's a bit weak and needs rest. This was the perfect moment to push Theodore into giving her a proper title. But the doctor didn't beat around the bush. Based on the scans, it looks like early-stage breast cancer. Of course, we need further tests to get a clearer picture. I suggest we admit her first, then plan treatment accordingly. What? Isabella was completely blindsided. She just soaked in cold water for a bit. How did it turn into cancer? Even Theodore was caught off guard, staring at her with a dark, unreadable expression. He hadn't noticed anything was wrong with her all this time. And now this. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID, Victoria. Without thinking, he ended the call and stepped around the bed. We'll do the admission now. Please go ahead and arrange the next steps. After the doctor left, Theodore turned around to see Isabella sitting on the bed with her hands covering her face. She looked so fragile, it hurt to look at her. He walked over slowly, still shaken by the news himself. You'll get through this. I'll be right here with you, he said, his voice unusually soft as he rested his hand on her shoulder and gave her a light pat. Isabella leaned into him, putting her face against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. I'm okay, Theo. You don't have to worry about me. Her forced calm only made Theodore frown. He wrapped his arms around her in return. I won't let anything happen to you. As long as you're here with me, that's enough, she whispered, sounding like she might pass out any second. Theodore didn't reply. He just stared out the window at the budding leaves, thoughts already drifting far away. Her quiet dependence only made him ache more. At that moment, Victoria's unanswered call didn't even cross his mind. Compared to a life, nothing else mattered. But as soon as Theodore left to process the admission paperwork, Isabella's gentle mask crumbled. She grabbed a pillow and hurled it onto the floor, then buried her hands in her hair in frustration. How could it be cancer? Why her of all people? Just when she thought she'd finally surpassed Victoria and was about to step into the dream life as Theodore's woman, the universe just had to mess with her. At the nurses' station, a few young nurses were whispering among themselves. Room 703, right? That girl must be Isabella. I've seen her movies before. She's seriously so pretty in real life. Even without makeup, her skin is flawless. And the guy taking care of her? Total heartthrob. Must be her boyfriend, right? I bet it's her brother. I haven't heard of her dating anyone. But that face and those proportions, way too good to be true. They were clearly all fangirling when, out of nowhere, a tall, ridiculously good-looking man walked up to them. Henry cut straight to the point, not at all interested in their gossip. "Hey, is there anywhere nearby I can grab some food?" The doctor had said Victoria was seriously malnourished and dehydrated, that she needed to eat something decent once she woke up. He'd already spent much more time here than he'd planned, but somehow sticking around a little longer didn't seem like a big deal anymore. Henry couldn't quite put his finger on it. Normally, he'd never get involved in something like this. He hated trouble. But now, one of the nurses' cheeks turning pink under Henry's gaze, those sharp brows and intense eyes were no joke, quickly pointed him in the direction of a nearby spot. "Thanks." Henry gave a polite nod and turned to leave, just as a quiet squeal came from behind him. He glanced over his shoulder and spotted a man in all black stepping out of one of the doctor's offices. The lighting hit just right. The guy's side profile looked like it had been chiseled by an artist. Henry paused mid-step. That guy looked familiar. He was about to go over, but then Theodore turned the corner and disappeared from view. Henry ended up buying some light, bland food and headed back to the room. He figured he'd try messaging Victoria's emergency contact again with an update. Just as he pulled out his phone, a soft, choked sound came from the bed. Victoria stirred, her head shifting from side to side, forehead slick with sweat. Henry set his phone down and walked over. He leaned in, hand reaching to wipe her brow. In the dark haze of her mind, Victoria thought she heard a faint voice, someone calling her name again and again. She couldn't tell who it was or where it was coming from. Then a sudden flash of white light, she blinked open her eyes slowly. Her vision was blurry, but the person standing in front of her. Elijah. Her voice was hoarse, barely more than a whisper. She tried moving her fingers, but her whole body felt like lead, no strength left at all. "Elijah, is that really you?" She had no clue if this was a dream or reality. Her eyes locked onto the man in front of her as tears welled up and spilled over without warning. Henry froze. "Who's Elijah?" He opened his mouth to explain, but the way she was looking at him, those red-rimmed eyes, the fragile hope on her face, it hit him hard, like someone had punched him square in the chest. And just like that, his resolve crumbled. The words stuck in his throat. He couldn't move. For a second, all he wanted was to know everything about this woman. Victoria slowly reached out, her pinky hooking around his. "Am I dreaming, Elijah?" She didn't dare blink. What if she closed her eyes and he disappeared? But the haze in her vision started to clear, and when her eyes finally focused, she realized he wasn't Elijah. Even though something about their facial features felt oddly familiar, he wasn't him. You're... Victoria blinked, scanning the room before her gaze landed on the unfamiliar man. She couldn't help but look at him again. Even just a hint of Elijah in him felt like a lifeline tossed into the abyss she was drowning in. Henry adjusted her bed with practiced ease, then offered her a warm glass of water with quiet care. "Drink a little first. I was just visiting a grave when I saw you passed out. Called an ambulance and brought you here." "I see. Thank you," she replied softly, wrapping both hands around the cup. The warmth seeped into her palms, easing a bit of the chill inside. Almost absent-mindedly, she bit the rim of the glass, eyes flicking around in search of her phone. Henry caught on instantly. "Your phone's dead. I've already plugged it in. Tried calling your emergency contact too, but no one picked up." That emergency contact was Theodore. They were divorced now. He couldn't even pick up a call anymore. The thought twisted something in her chest. She lowered her head, staring into the cup like she could find some answer in it. The irony stung, hospitalized, and the only person by her side was a complete stranger. Noticing the shift in her mood, Henry cleared his throat lightly, probably trying to distract her. "I just realized I've been talking a while and didn't even introduce myself. I'm Henry Carter." She hesitated a second before lifting her hand. Her slim fingers grazed his rough, dry palm. When their gazes met, her dark eyes were deep and focused, and for a moment, Henry felt his heartbeat stumble. Victoria Ellis. You kept whispering a name while you were out. Was that your boyfriend? The name Elijah flashed in her mind, and her gaze fell again. She shook her head slowly. That kind of love, gentle, wholehearted, there might never be a second person like that in her life. So she didn't have a boyfriend. Henry was oddly relieved, which caught him off guard. He barely knew her. Why did he care? The doctor said you're really weak. I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I just bought some simple food. Hope it's okay. Victoria stared at his profile, slightly dazed. He really did look like him. She wasn't the type to believe in fate, not with her job. But right now, she couldn't help it. Maybe Elijah, watching from up there, saw how hard she was struggling and sent someone like Henry into her life. Henry brought over a bowl of milky oatmeal, simple and soft. She didn't even notice, gazing at something only she could see. His hand shook unexpectedly, and some of it sloshed over the edge. Sorry, I'll clean this up, he said quickly, patting the stain on his shirt with an embarrassed smile before heading out. Alone again, Victoria's eyes settled on her phone. Days had gone by, not a single missed call. She wondered, if she disappeared today, would anyone even notice? Pulling the IV from her hand, she grabbed a coat and slipped it over her shoulders, walking out of the room without hesitation. She couldn't waste any more time. She had to find out what really happened to Gina. Who set her up? Who buried her in that mess? But she hadn't made it far when her vision started spinning. No food, plus the rain from before. It was a miracle the IV even helped as much as it did. She pressed a palm to the wall to steady herself, her strength fading fast. Victoria. When Henry came back to the room, it was already empty. Only the IV line was still swaying by the bed, like it had just been yanked free. Noticing that her shoes were still by the bed, Henry's chest tightened. Fearing something might have happened, he rushed out right away. Luckily, not too far down the hallway, he spotted that familiar slim figure. You shouldn't be out of bed yet. The doctor said you need rest. And look at you, no shoes? You're already so fragile. What if you get sick again? As he spoke, Henry crouched slightly, about to lift her up. Victoria quickly waved her hands, stopping his, her raspy voice hoarse. No need. Really, whether someone cares or not, it's all in the little things. The first thing Henry noticed was whether she had shoes on. That one line of concern, it yanked her straight back to a memory years ago, back when she was overseas with Elijah. He used to say the same kind of things. In the end, Victoria didn't insist. Letting him help her up, they slowly made their way toward her room. Henry frowned, clearly anxious she'd get sick again. He crouched in front of her. Here, get on. I'll carry you. It's not far. I'll manage, she mumbled. She wasn't that delicate, plus they'd only just met, not exactly on carrying terms. But Henry didn't budge. He even reached for her hands. Just listen, yeah? Victoria? A female voice rang from not far behind. She turned her head instinctively. What she didn't expect was to see Isabella and Theodore together in this hospital of all places. So this whole time, the reason Theodore hadn't picked up her calls, hadn't even checked in on her, was because he'd been with Isabella? A crushing weight slammed into her chest, taking her breath away. The smell of disinfectant filled the air. Nurses and doctors walked past, but the four of them just froze there, like time had stopped. It was awkward. More than that, it was suffocating. Henry slowly straightened up, eyes zeroing in on the man and woman standing arm in arm in the distance. He recognized the guy. This was the one the nurses had been gossiping about earlier. So they knew each other? Theodore's brow furrowed. Victoria's in the hospital? But then his eyes landed on Henry's face, and he stiffened slightly. Elijah? He blinked hard. No, similar features, sure, but not the same guy. Then his gaze slid down to Victoria's hand, clutching Henry's arm, and his lips twisted into a cold, mocking smile. Elijah was gone, huh? So she just found a look-alike? Guess she really hasn't moved on. Are you kidding me, Victoria? What kind of game is this? All this chaos just because of some guy? You actually dragged yourself into a hospital bed to prove a point? What did you just say? Her voice trembled, eyes wide with disbelief. Not even one question. Just straight-up judgment. So that's how deep his prejudice ran. Theodore slipped one hand into his pocket, smirking. Am I wrong? She doesn't actually love you, he snapped at Henry. You're just a stand-in. Don't fall for her act. Even if Henry didn't fully get their history, he knew enough to step in. He glanced at Victoria, who looked like she might collapse any second. She's a patient. Watch your mouth, he said sharply, planting himself between them. Victoria looked at the side of his face. It was so familiar it ached. But in that moment, the ice around her heart began to thaw, just a little. She gritted her teeth, stepped forward, and tugged Henry's sleeve. Go ahead, twist it however you like. People see only what they want to see, she said coolly. Hearing that, Theodore's face turned completely dark. His eyes locked on Victoria with a stormy glare. So now she's got someone backing her up. Even the way she talks has changed. Victoria, say that again. Just as it looked like he was about to storm over, Isabella quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. Victoria, are you okay? Why are you here too? Are you sick? Victoria didn't even glance at her fake concern. Without a word, she turned and headed straight for her room. Yeah, she really didn't need to stick around and watch her ex live out his fairy tale with his one and only. Henry watched Victoria's lonely back as she walked away, then turned to give Theodore a glance filled with unspoken meaning. Something told him there was way more going on between those two than either was letting on. But he was smart enough not to poke around. Better stay out of it. Once Victoria and Henry disappeared down the hallway, Isabella finally looked back at Theodore. She suddenly wasn't so sure of herself anymore. Theodore never wore his emotions on his sleeve, but the way he just snapped at Victoria, that wasn't nothing. Theo, Victoria didn't look so great just now. Should we maybe check in on her? She asked carefully, but Theodore's voice was cold. What's there to check? Let me help you back to your room. Hearing that, the tension in Isabella's chest finally eased. Maybe she really was overthinking it. If Theodore had been that quick to divorce Victoria, then she shouldn't have to worry. So what if Victoria was sick? Even if she didn't have much time left, Isabella was still determined to make every minute count, and she wasn't going to waste the chance to hit Victoria where it hurt. In the hospital room, Victoria glanced at Henry, who looked like he had something to say but hesitated. She took a sip of water. Thanks for taking care of me these past couple of days. I shouldn't take up any more of your time. The message couldn't be clearer. Time to leave. They barely knew each other anyway. Even if he looked like Elijah, Victoria knew deep down he wasn't him. She had to let the past go, no matter how hard it was. Henry slipped his hands in his pockets and stepped forward. That guy just now, your ex? Victoria met his gaze, the flicker in her eyes betraying emotions she couldn't quite hide. Not just an ex. He was her ex-husband too. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. It just seemed like something was off between you two. Victoria shook her head. She really didn't feel like explaining anything right now. But Henry didn't leave. Instead, he pulled up a chair and sat down beside her. I've got nothing urgent to do. It's kind of fate we met, right? Mind if I stay with you for a bit? She didn't say anything more, just pulled the blanket up and laid down, her back facing him. The room went quiet. At some point, she fell asleep. Maybe it was because of Henry's presence, but for the first time in a while, she dreamed of Elijah again. In the dream, he hadn't started chemotherapy yet. He still looked the same, kind and warm. He stood in the sunlight smiling at her, just like old times. Victoria, make sure you take care of yourself. Elijah. When she opened her eyes, the IV had already been removed from her arm. Night had fallen outside the window. She hadn't realized she'd been asleep that long. Slowly propping herself up on the bed, her head still a little foggy, she sat for a moment in silence. Just then, the door opened and Henry walked in. Their eyes met, both caught off guard for a split second. Victoria hadn't expected him to still be there. For a brief second, in the quiet loneliness of her heart, a strange warmth crept in. She quickly snapped out of it and reached for her cup, but in her haste, almost knocked it over. Careful. Henry instinctively reached out to steady the cup, but ended up grabbing her hand instead. The cup clattered to the floor, water splashing onto his pant leg. The two of them froze, an awkward silence settling in the air. At the same time, Theodore, after much hesitation, stood right outside Victoria's hospital room. Through the window, he saw their hands, together. his brows furrowed instantly. Something in his chest was starting to boil, something he didn't quite want to name, but it was loud enough to drown out rational thought. His fingers tightened around the doorknob, but he didn't push it open. Instead, he stood there, eyes locked on their hands like they were glued together. "Sir, are you a relative of the patient?" The sudden voice of a nurse startled Victoria. She immediately pulled her hand back from Henry's, her cheeks turning a faint red as she shifted her gaze to the side with a couple soft coughs, trying to compose herself. And just like that, as she looked away, her eyes met his, dark, intense, and impossible to ignore. She was momentarily thrown off, her breath catching in her throat. The nurse stepped in, holding a thermometer, glanced at it casually, and said, "You're looking much better than earlier. Don't forget to eat on time, okay? You're young. Take care of yourself." Victoria didn't answer. Honestly, the nurse's words went in one ear and right out the other. Her full attention was on the man at the door. Meanwhile, Henry, acting every bit the considerate partner, spoke up on her behalf, his tone gentle and a little too familiar. As the nurse walked out with the tray, she couldn't help but glance back at the three of them. Good-looking people, sure, but the vibe, off. "Is there something you want?" Henry's voice broke the silence, cold and even, as if the incident earlier that day with Theodore meant nothing. "No offense, but she needs rest." Henry was usually warm and accommodating around Victoria, so his sudden change of tone caught her slightly off guard. Theodore stood under the soft hallway light, one hand in his pocket, the other still clenched from earlier. The warm glow edged his figure in gold, but his expression was unreadable. Still, Victoria felt a strange chill crawl up her back. "You seriously don't have anything to say to me?" Theodore stepped closer, slow and measured, like he already knew the answer. Victoria's hand clenched the sheet under the covers. After half a minute of tense silence, she let out a low laugh and shot back. "It's late. Why aren't you off with Isabella? What exactly are you doing here?" "Just wanted to see what brilliant moves landed you back in the hospital." Even he didn't know why he'd said that. He'd literally read her medical file earlier, knew she was admitted for severe malnutrition. He came here planning to check on her, show a little concern maybe, but the words that came out? Pure sarcasm. Too late to take it back now, and no way he was going to show weakness with another man in the room. Appreciate the concern, but maybe save that for Miss Waters. Victoria barely got the words out when a woman in a white dress showed up in the doorway. With hair that long and dark, all she needed was red lipstick to give anyone a proper scare. Theodore. Isabella's eyes were watery, like she'd burst into tears any second. Theodore didn't spare a glance at Victoria on the hospital bed, striding straight to Isabella. "What's going on? You didn't even put shoes on." "I had a nightmare. Woke up and you weren't there. I got scared." "I'll take you back to your room." Theodore draped his jacket over her shoulders and bent down, ready to pick her up. But Isabella clearly wasn't ready to leave, her gaze locked firmly on Victoria, full of suspicion. What, showing up in the same hospital room? Was she trying to get Theodore back? Whatever her plan was, Isabella wasn't about to let it work. She spotted the man from earlier and decided to confront directly. "This gentleman looks familiar. Are you Victoria's friend?" Henry, who had just been observing, was now directly called out. He gave Victoria a brief glance, but said nothing. He could tell Isabella had her own agenda, so staying silent felt like the smarter move. The air turned stiff, the atmosphere tense and awkward. Theodore shifted slightly, his eyes catching the two figures behind him. His chest tightened. Without another word, he scooped Isabella into his arms and carried her back to the room. He tucked the blanket around her gently, about to stand up, when Isabella grabbed his hand. "Theodore, I don't think Victoria looked too well just now. Is she okay?" That question irritated him. The last thing he wanted was to think about what he saw earlier. Victoria? Worried about her? She was probably having the time of her life in someone else's arms. He reached up, switched the overhead light to the bedside lamp. "Focus on yourself first. Don't worry about things that don't matter. The important thing is getting you better." Isabella's expression dropped again. "But Theodore, I can't help worrying." She hadn't felt at ease ever since learning the truth. She was scared, scared that she'd lose before she even had a chance to fight. And with Victoria in the same hospital, it just felt like trouble waiting to happen. Theodore gently patted her head. "I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. I just didn't expect you'd be the only one left beside me now." Isabella leaned into him, her cheek on his chest, silently mapping out her next move. The next day, Victoria was ready to be discharged. She knew if she stayed even a little longer, Henry would keep visiting with some excuse or another. But he wasn't Elijah. Their bond wasn't like that. She didn't feel comfortable troubling him further. "Weren't we clear on being friends? Now even a friend offering you a ride home gets rejected?" Hard to push someone away with a smile like his. Seeing that faint grin, Victoria gave up on turning him down again. "Then thanks. Sorry to trouble you." 2 days wasn't long, but not exactly short either. She still didn't know much about Henry, but from the way he spoke, she could tell he wasn't just some nobody. The sun was warm and gentle as they stepped outside. Victoria tilted her face up, closing her eyes against the light. For a second, she looked completely out of it. At the same moment, Theodore and Isabella exited the hospital. Isabella was worried something might go wrong again, so she used the excuse of her awkward identity to have Theodore help with her discharge paperwork. But what were the odds? Just as they stepped outside, they spotted two painfully familiar figures. By the car, Henry had his hand up to shield Victoria's forehead. "Watch your head." To anyone else, the scene looked like a super lovey-dovey couple moment. Theodore suddenly stopped. His whole vibe turned ice cold, and that wave of heaviness he couldn't quite explain crashed down on him again. He took a step forward, but before he could go any farther, Isabella winced, clutching her chest with a tight-lipped expression. He glanced sideways. "What's wrong?" "Probably because I ate too fast this morning. I feel kind of short of breath." She was about to ask him to take her back to the hospital when he calmly removed her hand from his arm. "Just rest here for a bit." Then he walked straight toward the nearby car. "Theo." Isabella's voice came out soft and unsure, her raised hand slowly falling back down. Why? Why was Theodore still prioritizing Victoria like she didn't even exist? Theodore's eyes darkened. Just as Henry reached to shut the car door, he stuck out an arm to stop him. "What are you doing here?" Victoria blinked, caught off guard, and before anyone could react, he yanked her out of the car. He didn't hold back at all. His grip was rough, and she stumbled, nearly falling over. "Theodore, what the hell are you doing?" She was already feeling weak after all that time in the hospital, and now he was dragging her around like this. It was exhausting. He didn't say a word, just clutched her wrist tighter. "What do you think? If I hadn't shown up, were you planning to go home with him?" His gaze was locked on her, like he was trying to see right through her. Victoria frowned, immediately realizing he'd gotten the wrong idea, but explaining wouldn't help. She tried pulling away, but his grip didn't budge. Henry got out of the car too, eyes sharp. "Let her go. This is between me and my wife, not your business." Theodore turned his head slightly, voice low but forceful. The words made Henry freeze for a second. He looked at Victoria, totally confused. Wife? But nothing about how they acted screamed married couple. Isabella had heard it too as she walked over, and it hit her like a brick to the chest. She bit down on her lip hard, but her expression shifted quickly, switching to soft and understanding. "Theo, it's cold and Victoria's not fully recovered. Let's just take this home, okay?" Theodore clearly agreed. The driver had already pulled up, and he pushed Victoria toward the car. "I'll have my assistant pick you up later, Isabella." With that, he told the driver to leave, not even looking back. The gloom in his eyes didn't escape Isabella. She could tell he was seriously upset. But even so, he still chose Victoria over her. She just stood there watching that black car disappear from sight and couldn't stop the bitterness from eating at her. They were divorced. Why couldn't Victoria just back off already? Her smile turned thin and cold, but then she realized Henry was still nearby. She didn't care about him, but Henry suddenly stepped in front of her. "So, what exactly is going on between those two?" said Henry. Noticing the sudden gleam in his eyes, a fresh idea instantly popped into Isabella's mind. Isabella smiled lightly. "What about you? Do you like Victoria?" She said it so bluntly that it actually caught Henry off guard. Seeing the brief flicker of surprise in his eyes, Isabella still looked confident. They're not together anymore, but there are probably still some loose ends. If you can, keep her company. She could really use the support right now. With that, she got into her assistant's car and left. Henry stood there, lost in thought. Victoria and Theodore had split. But then, who exactly was Elijah? At the villa. The moment the car stopped, Victoria hopped out without hesitation. Yeah, they were still under the same roof, but that didn't mean she had to talk to Theodore. So now that you've got a stand-in for Elijah, you won't even bother speaking to me? Theodore slammed the car door and stared at her back, his eyes dark. That thought stirred up an odd frustration in his chest. Victoria paused but didn't turn around. Think what you want. In a way, she didn't really want to trouble Henry with anything. Theodore barging in and dragging her away actually saved her some hassle. But to Theodore, her indifference felt like a slap in the face, a silent protest. He yanked off his tie in irritation and followed her into the villa. Victoria was exhausted. The moment she made it upstairs, she flopped onto the bed, ready to crash. But halfway through dozing off, her phone started ringing. It was the head of her department. "Victoria, you've been absent for days. Everything okay?" She sat up, rubbing her temples. Her voice still had that groggy edge from sleep. "All good. Sorry, Mr. Marson. I haven't been able to make it in lately." Victoria rarely talked about her home life at work. She usually kept to herself, which made people think she was stuck up. But she didn't really care as long as her work was fine. Mr. Marson had always looked out for her. He'd been the one to give her a shot early in her career, so this unexpected call probably wasn't just a check-in. Sure enough, he quickly got to the point. There was a task, and he wanted her to handle it. She changed clothes and went downstairs, only to see Theodore already in the living room. He was turned away from the stairs, talking on the phone by the window. Victoria stopped for a moment, just watching him. For a second, he looked like that teenager who used to win basketball games by sheer will. How did they even end up here? Theodore must have felt her gaze, because he glanced back slightly. "I'll see you later then," he said, ending the call. Only one person he spoke to in that tone, Isabella. That name snapped Victoria out of it. She took a deep breath and started down the steps. Just as she was about to leave, his voice came from behind. "Where are you going?" "I think, given how things are with us now, we don't really need to check in on each other's plans anymore, do we?" Theodore frowned slightly, like he wanted to say more, but she was already out the door without looking back. He tightened his grip on the phone and stared at her retreating figure, deep in thought. At the morgue. Victoria got out of the car and walked in, spotting Mr. Marson at the office entrance talking to someone. "Victoria, come meet someone," he said. The man turned his head at the sound, and as soon as she got a good look at his face, a flicker of surprise crossed Victoria's eyes. Henry Carter? She honestly thought they'd never cross paths again after that encounter at the hospital. Henry clearly didn't expect to see her here either. His gaze shifted between her and Mr. Marson, visibly taken aback. "You said the person who could help me with this is Victoria? You two already know each other?" Mr. Marson looked just as surprised. That actually made things much easier. He'd been a little worried their personalities might clash since both of them tended to be reserved. "We met before, and Mr. Carter helped me out. Didn't expect to run into him again," Victoria replied calmly, skipping any mention of the hospital. Henry quirked an eyebrow but said nothing. "Looks like fate keeps throwing us together," Henry said, chuckling. Mr. Marson led them into the office, cutting straight to the chase. "I normally wouldn't trouble Victoria with this, but this one's complicated. I'm asking for a personal favor." Victoria gave a small nod, her face composed. "Just say it." As long as it was his request, she'd do her best to help regardless. "Here's the thing. I need you to restore a body, but because of who it is, it has to stay completely confidential. It's best if you don't involve anyone else while you're working." Victoria immediately nodded. That kind of discretion wasn't anything new to her. In their line of work, keeping things private was part of the job. Families rarely wanted any details about the deceased to leak out. And professionally, they were trained to keep things separate. What happened in the lab stayed in the lab. Yet Henry still looked like something was bothering him. Because of the person involved, this might bring you trouble later. That's the part I've been worried about. Victoria's expression didn't change. I'll be careful. Still, Henry looked hesitant, like he wanted to say more. But Victoria didn't push. Since they were done discussing the job, she figured she'd head out. Back at the lab, Chloe Rogers dashed over as soon as she walked in. Finally, you're here, Victoria. Mr. Marson's been asking about you all morning. I know. Mr. Marson typically wouldn't reach out unless it was something serious, and from what she could see, his relationship with Henry was clearly more than just acquaintance level. After a few quick words with Chloe, Victoria grabbed her things to go home. She had just stepped outside when she spotted Henry by his car, head down, scrolling on his phone. Noticing her, he looked up and started walking over. Got time for dinner? I'd like to go over some things from earlier with you, just the two of us. Victoria's eyes lingered on his face. It reminded her so much of Elijah's. She hesitated for a beat, then nodded. Henry took her to a trendy fusion restaurant. The place was cozy, with a faint scent in the air and soft piano music playing in the background. It felt surprisingly calming. You still look a bit pale. You probably shouldn't have been discharged so soon, he said. I'm fine now, but thanks, she replied while sipping her tea. Henry gave a relaxed smile. We're friends. You don't need to be so formal. Victoria didn't say anything right away. That word friends left her slightly unsure how to respond. Just then, a server came in with their food. From the half-open door, Victoria heard a voice outside. A voice she recognized. Theo, you really didn't have to go out of your way just to have dinner with me. Isabella clung to Theodore's arm, eyes scanning the room like radar, clearly looking for someone, Victoria. Ever since that incident at the hospital, she'd had someone tail Victoria. Just before arriving, her informant tipped her off. Victoria was having a private meeting with Henry. So naturally, she found an excuse to drag Theodore here. She wanted him to see it with his own eyes, so he could finally let go of whatever lingering feelings he still had. Victoria? Spotting the two sitting together, Isabella's lips curved almost imperceptibly before she turned back to Theo. If I knew Victoria was here, we could have just joined them straight away. Theodore's eyes flicked from Victoria to Henry, brow tightening a little. So she'd rushed out earlier just to meet him? No wonder she kept saying they shouldn't meddle in each other's personal lives. Theodore stepped into the private room, shooting a glance at the few freshly served dishes. Since it's such a coincidence, how about we sit together? I'm afraid that's not ideal. Victoria and I still have some personal things to discuss. Before Victoria could open her mouth, Henry was already standing, voice polite, face calm, but clearly keeping a distance. Theodore's eyes shifted to him, and for a moment their gazes locked, a spark of tension quietly crackling between them. What kind of private talks? Something that can't see the light of day? A perfectly normal line, but coming out of Theodore's mouth, it sounded anything but. Victoria frowned slightly and looked straight at him. Just work stuff. No need to ruin your good mood with Miss Waters. Everyone here knew what she did for a living. But Theodore? He obviously didn't buy it. He didn't believe they met alone just to talk shop. Work? Mr. Carter's in the same field too? Wow, what a small world. You two must have endless things to talk about, Isabella chimed in with a sweet smile. But Victoria saw right through her. That smile was sugar-coated poison. From the hospital incident on, Isabella had been picking fights left and right. Victoria had noticed. Looks like Miss Waters is feeling much better? Isabella's smile froze. Cancer, that word stabbed at her pride like a thorn. No matter how light-hearted she tried to appear in front of Theo, crying alone in bed had become her nightly routine. Why her? Why not that damn Victoria? Lowering her gaze, she put on a faintly melancholic look. The four of them just stood there in awkward silence. Even the server who came in with dishes looked a bit unsure what to do. Then a couple of fans walking by recognized Isabella. I'm such a big fan! Can I grab a photo with you? Two girls stared up at her with sparkling eyes, sneaking peeks at the others in the room while they spoke. Isabella kept her perfect public image on point and didn't turn them down. Snap done, she gently reminded her fans not to post anything about what they'd just seen. She didn't care if rumors spread about her and Theodore, but if people dug too deep into the past between Theodore and Victoria, that would be a mess. After the fans left, she shut the door behind them. Theodore had already taken his seat, eyes fixed directly on Henry across the table. Two men locked in unspoken rivalry, making the whole room feel like it dropped a few degrees. This wasn't a friendly dinner anymore, not even close. In the end, Victoria barely touched her food before putting down her fork. This kind of messed up dinner vibe, forget talking business, just saying a word felt awkward. She got up and headed to the restroom. Isabella followed her and stopped her by the sink. Freshly divorced and already got yourself a new man? That was fast. Victoria paused mid-step, looked at Isabella with a blank expression. She really didn't owe her any explanation, but her words slipped out anyway. Isn't that what you wanted? Victoria, if I'm not mistaken, you've lost everything. Your family doesn't even want you anymore. What's the point of you still hanging around? Isabella couldn't change Theodore's mind, but pushing Victoria out of the picture? That she could try. As long as Victoria vanished from Theodore's life completely, time would eventually erase everything. The mention of the Ellis family made something flicker cold and sharp in Victoria's eyes. That's exactly why she had to stay. She had to find out the truth about Gina's death and clear her own name. You're in no place to tell me what to do. Victoria stood straight in front of her. Even though she wore flats and Isabella had on heels, the difference in height didn't dim her presence. Isabella opened her mouth to throw another jab, but suddenly doubled over, a grimace twisting her face, hand clutching the sink as a wave of pain hit her stomach. Victoria's gut reaction? She thought Isabella was faking it, but her expression didn't seem fake at all. Just as Victoria was about to ask, Isabella collapsed right to the floor. Isabella! The restroom was empty, which wasn't surprising. Considering Isabella's status, no one wanted to risk fan chaos. Victoria had no choice but to call Theodore. Soon after, two figures rushed in. Theodore walked past without a word, scooped Isabella up, a deep frown etched on his face. What happened? Victoria didn't know how to answer. There were no cameras in the women's restroom, no other witnesses. Even if she tried to explain, it would sound like an excuse. Instead, Henry moved by her side first. You okay? He asked, voice low. Theodore paused briefly, looked like he wanted to say something, but swallowed it. Then, without another glance, he carried Isabella out in a hurry. In the hospital hallway, the three stood in silence. Victoria walked over to Henry and spoke quietly. Sorry, I wanted to talk more about that thing tonight, but clearly now's not the time. Maybe we can reschedule? He didn't owe Isabella or Theodore anything. He didn't need to stay. Henry's eyes lifted past her, landing on Theodore, who stood not far behind. There was still concern in his gaze. Sure you don't need me to stick around? He might not know the full story between her and those two, but anyone could see it was tense. And after that scene, Isabella pulled. Who even knew if it was legit? Victoria shook her head. I'm fine. Go on. Right then his phone buzzed. Someone was calling. He glanced at it, then gave her a final look before turning to leave, reluctantly, taking a few steps, then looking back. Victoria watched his figure disappear down the corridor, something thoughtful in her expression. She still had no clue what kind of danger Henry had meant. She turned and nearly jumped out of her skin. Theodore was already behind her, standing way closer than she expected. She almost bumped into his chest. You. She lost her footing and staggered backward. Just when Victoria thought she was going to hit the floor headfirst, Theodore suddenly stepped forward and caught her by the waist. They froze, eyes locking for a second. In the quiet corridor, Victoria could hear her own rapid heartbeat loud and clear. At that moment, the ER door swung open. Isabella was standing at the doorway, supported by a nurse. The second she saw the two of them in that position, her eyes widened in disbelief. Theodore! She couldn't hold it in. If she hadn't walked in just now, would the two of them have gone full-on rekindled lovers mode? Isabella clenched her fists so tight her nails dug into her palm. Snapping out of it, Victoria quickly pushed Theodore away and looked to the side, pretending nothing had happened. How are you feeling now? Any better? Theodore strode over to Isabella, his face full of concern, as if he hadn't been staring at Victoria like that just a second ago. The nurse said Isabella needed to stay in the hospital a while longer. Turns out her sudden collapse might be due to a potential cancer relapse. More tests were needed. Cancer? Victoria was stunned, looking at Isabella in disbelief. When did that happen? And how come no one ever mentioned it? If it was really cancer, then what about Theodore? The news hit her like a truck. Even after leaving the hospital, she still couldn't fully process it. Back at the villa, she received a call from William just as she stepped in. Strong wind buzzed through the phone. He must have been out on a terrace or rooftop. His voice was low, almost careful. "Hey, you doing okay lately?" It didn't sound like actual concern, more like he was checking if she was still alive. Because honestly, if she'd actually died at Gina's grave, they'd probably just think it was bad luck. Victoria's face was blank, a heavy feeling pressing on her chest. And just like that, the conversation hit a dead end. They had nothing more to say to each other. Silence dragged on, only the howling wind coming through the line. Even with the heater on, Victoria felt like she was trapped in the middle of winter. "How's she doing?" After a long pause, Victoria finally asked, her voice calm but edged with hesitation. She wasn't planning on going back to the Ellis house anytime soon. "Victoria, you know Gina was our only daughter. With this happening now, it's been hard for both me and your mother." "Then what am I to you?" He claimed Hannah was her mother, but now he was saying Gina was their only daughter. So basically, they never really saw her as family. Victoria tilted her head back slightly to keep the tears from falling. Inside, it felt like something was slowly eating away at her. William hesitated. "It's getting late. Try to get some rest." The line went dead. Victoria tossed her phone aside and hugged her knees, sitting curled up in the corner of her room. The lights were off. Only a sliver of moonlight filtered in through the window, casting a soft glow that lit up her pale toes. She had no idea how long she sat there like that before the bedroom door opened and light spilled in from the hallway. Theodore spotted the huddled figure on the floor and frowned slightly, walking in. "What, dinner with the stand-in didn't go so well? Now you're hiding in here all upset?" He didn't know Henry's name, and frankly didn't care to, just called him the stand-in. But the moment she heard that, Victoria felt her temper spike. "Exactly. So I'm in a crap mood right now. Do me a favor and get out." Theodore could believe whatever he liked. She was done explaining. But just as she said that, his face darkened. He leaned in and yanked her up by the wrist in one swift motion. "Victoria, don't forget whose house you're crashing in right now." And? What was that supposed to scare her? He was still hung up on Isabella anyway, wasn't he? Before she could even throw that back at him, his phone rang. His grandma was in critical condition. "Come with me. We're going to the hospital." He threw the line out casually after hanging up and headed straight for the door. Victoria scrambled to change her shoes and rushed after him, the whole way silently praying, "Please, let nothing happen to old Mrs. Chambers." Outside the ER, a whole crowd from the Chambers family had already gathered. Everyone wore different expressions, some worried, some not so much. Victoria stared at the red emergency light above, hands clenched tight, anxiety written all over her face. "What are you even pretending for? Out of all of us, you're probably the one hoping she doesn't make it, right?" The biting words came from Theodore's aunt. That day when old Mrs. Chambers gifted the brooch to Victoria in front of everyone, they'd all held their tongues, even if they didn't like it. And now that the old lady wasn't around to back her up, the claws came out without hesitation. Victoria closed her eyes briefly, not in the mood to argue. All she cared about was whether the old lady would be okay. Seeing her standing there silently like a statue, Davina stepped forward. Her eyes were bloodshot as she glared. "Get out! You're not wanted here." As she reached out to shove Victoria, a firm arm intercepted her. "Don't you think that's enough?" Theodore's tone was ice cold, and the air around him felt like it dropped 10 degrees. "This is a hospital. Grandma's still in surgery, and you're all out here playing the blame game? If you don't care about the Chambers family, feel free to leave right now." Everyone knew why they showed up in such a hurry. It wasn't out of love. Even though the company was run by Theodore, the real power within the family still belonged to his grandma. For a moment, his voice echoed through the hallway. No one dared speak up again. Davina shot Victoria another death glare, like she might just try something worse. At this point, their future in-law situation was beyond saving. Not long after, the attending doctor walked out, pulling off his mask and letting out a breath. She's stable for now, but she has to be monitored closely in the ICU. Only 2 relatives can stay to watch over her. Too many people might disturb her rest. As soon as they heard she was out of danger, suddenly everyone had somewhere else to be. Nobody wanted to stick around. "I'll stay." Victoria spoke up, pale as a ghost, looking like she could use a hospital bed herself. "No way." Davina immediately snapped. "Who knows what you're planning? Trying to pull something on Bertha while no one's watching." What Theodore said to Davina afterward, Victoria didn't know, just that it worked. Davina finally left the hospital. Theodore stayed. Victoria sat quietly beside the hospital bed, eyes fixed on Bertha's face beneath the oxygen mask. The wrinkles on that familiar face stung her heart a little. She couldn't help but think of her lost family, the ones she hadn't heard from in so long. Her eyes welled up without warning. The man on the couch suddenly stood and walked up behind her. "I'll stay here with Grandma. You should get some rest," Theodore said. Victoria didn't even glance at him. "Don't bother. I'll stay. Don't you have to look after Miss Waters tomorrow? You'd better get some sleep yourself." She couldn't do much for Bertha now, but at least she could stay close. Something about hearing another woman's name out of her mouth made Theodore feel oddly suffocated. Like a toy he thought was his suddenly got up and decided to be someone else's. "We're divorced. You really don't have to hang around," he said. Especially when Victoria's not in the best shape herself. Should she really be looking after other people? She lowered her gaze, long lashes casting soft shadows over her eyes. Of course she remembered. She didn't need him to remind her. Still staring at Bertha's worn-in face, Victoria quietly curved her lips into a faint smile. She prayed their exchange hadn't reached the old lady's ears. If she could help it, she never wanted Bertha to feel sad about the divorce. "This has nothing to do with you. Grandma's always treated me like her own. I just see her as real family, that's all." Because she cared. That's why she stayed. Theodore's hand curled inside his pocket, his chest tightened for a second. So Bertha was family to her. But what was he now? Without thinking, a wave of irritation surged in him. He opened the door and walked out. Standing in the hallway, he lit a cigarette. The wind had picked up that early morning. As he tilted his head to light up, a figure darted away at the hallway's corner. He froze, then walked toward it. It was just an emergency stairwell. No one in sight. The motion sensor light blinked on for a second, then went dark again. Someone's watching. He could feel it in his gut. But who sent them? The Chambers family? Or someone else? Just then, a sharp crash rang from Bertha's room. The sudden sound of shattering glass tore through the night's silence. Victoria. His heart jolted as he rushed back to the room and pushed the door open. She was bent over, just about to pick up shards from a broken glass on the floor. Startled by the door swinging open, she flinched and a jagged edge cut into her finger. "Ugh!" she hissed as blood oozed out of the fresh wound. Theodore strode over and grabbed her hand, clearly agitated. "Seriously? Can't even hold a glass steady?" Victoria blinked, stunned. She tried pulling her hand back, but he wouldn't let go. She'd been sitting too long and just wanted to get some water, but as soon as she stood, the dizziness hit, and before she knew it, the glass had slipped. She hadn't expected his annoyance to show this openly. "Leave the mess. The cleaners'll handle it in the morning. It's late. Go lie down on the spare bed. I'll drive you back in the morning." Theodore's face was still a bit stiff. He'd meant to show concern for Victoria, but somehow, the words came out all wrong. Explaining things wasn't really his strong suit, and right now, he didn't even bother trying. Victoria gave the bandage on her finger a squeeze, then quietly laid down on the empty bed beside her. Morning light crept in. When Victoria woke up, she noticed a black suit jacket over her. It was Theodore's. She sat up gently, not making a sound. Lifting her eyes, she saw him slouched on the couch, arms crossed and head bowed slightly. His eyes were closed. It looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Sleeping like this, without the usual distance between them, Theodore looked almost approachable, calm even. Not wanting to disturb him, Victoria picked up the jacket carefully and stepped closer. She bent down, trying to drape it over his shoulders. Just as the fabric touched him, Theodore's eyes snapped open. He looked wide awake, totally alert. Their eyes met. Her hands trembled and she froze. "What are you doing?" His voice was low, rough, but surprisingly magnetic. His deep eyes were like black pools, pulling her in without trying. When his hand wrapped around her wrist, she instantly pulled herself together. She turned her gaze away and stood up fast. "If you catch a cold, and Grandma catches it from you, that wouldn't be good." Her cheeks flushed, not even sure what exactly she was embarrassed about. Theodore didn't call her out on it. He just shook out the jacket and got to his feet. At that moment, someone came to take the next shift, so he headed for the door. "I'll drive you back." Technically, they were divorced, but on the surface at least, they managed to stay civil. Still, for Victoria, being around someone she still had feelings for, it wasn't easy to act like they were just friends. "I'm heading to the division, not your direction. I'll just call a ride." She kept her tone distant, no mistaking the refusal there. But Theodore didn't budge. "I've got something to do near there. I'll give you a lift." It was true. Getting a ride at this hour could be a struggle. Victoria hesitated a second, then got in his car. There was still some time before she'd arrive at work. She leaned back and looked out the window. Before she knew it, she'd fallen asleep. In her dream, she was taken back to their school days, before any of the heartbreak. Back when they were basically the campus couple everyone admired. Holding hands, walking together after class. But then, right after Theodore had laid out their future, she pulled away. Cold, final. Even when he pleaded, she never once looked back. Sweat dotted her forehead. She jolted awake to find the car stopped neatly outside the restoration center. Just as she was about to get out, Theodore spoke. "What were you dreaming about?" Her hand froze on the door handle, lips pressed tight. She didn't look at him. Her breathing was shaky. She had no idea how to explain. "You were calling my name, over and over." Victoria bit her lip. No matter what excuse she made, she knew he'd see right through her. He always did. "You heard wrong, I didn't." Her tone turned cold right away. But before anything else could be said, someone knocked on the window. She looked up to see Henry standing right outside. His sudden appearance made both of them freeze for a beat. It was still early, technically not even office hours, so what was Henry doing here? Before Victoria could react, Theodore had already stepped out of the car. The two men stood face to face like they were about to throw punches. Alarm bells started ringing in Victoria's head, and she quickly got out too. But Henry didn't even glance at Theodore. He walked straight toward Victoria. "Mind if we talk inside?" Being ignored like that. First time ever for Theodore. Especially when Henry walked in just like that, clearly trying to take someone right from under his nose. With a frown, Theodore raised a hand to block their path. Since when does anyone get to just waltz into the restoration center? What, just a stand-in and she's already treating him like gold? Keep going like this, and they'll be sending wedding invites soon. Ellis family's barely had their funeral, and you're already thinking about a new marriage? His eyes were cold, hand still in his pocket slowly curling into a tight fist, gaze locked on Victoria. But she stayed super calm, like none of it touched her. "That's none of your business." With that, she stepped around him and led Henry inside. As they brushed past, Henry gave Theodore a long look, but didn't say a word. He didn't show up for anything emotional anyway. It was purely work. He had already asked Victoria for a favor earlier. The body had arrived, and Henry didn't want to waste time. It needed restoring, ASAP. Inside the office, Victoria poured a glass of water for him and started filling out a form without looking up. Sure, this was a private request from Mr. Marson, but still part of her professional duties. Detailed records were necessary in case any questions popped up later. "I heard you two are divorced, but he seems kinda overly involved." Her hand stiffened just a bit around the pen, but she didn't respond to the comment. "Sorry, guess that was out of line." Henry kept watching her, scanning her face like he was hoping to catch some reaction. But nothing, no worries. Having filled out the basics, Victoria set the pen aside and finally looked at him. "You said yesterday there was more you wanted to say. Now it's just us." back to business. Henry pressed his lips together for a second. Like I said before, he was my best friend. No other family left. But because of his line of work, there's a real chance you could be targeted too. Apparently, the body that needed restoring was of a man who died overseas, involved in some underground stuff. Henry didn't say more. It was sensitive. Took him some effort to get the body back across the border, and someone out there was still looking. They couldn't be sure if anyone would come knocking on Victoria's door. He deserves to be buried whole in peace. I'm the only one left who remembers him. Henry stood by the window, one hand in his pocket, eyes following the fresh new leaves on the branches outside. His thoughts seemed to drift far, far away. Of course, I'm not trying to push you. I'm still holding to what I said earlier. If you feel this is too risky, Victoria, you can totally say no. No matter who it was he was asking help from, Henry always made sure the choice was in the other person's hands. But hearing that the restorer in question was actually Victoria, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. He just hoped nothing would go wrong. Victoria paused briefly, then signed her name at the bottom of the document, firm and fluid like she'd already made up her mind. This is my job. Though she hadn't been in the field for long and mostly worked with cold and lifeless remains, she'd come to find her own sense of purpose in it. From the very start, she knew this line of work was different. Since she chose it, she was ready to take on whatever came with it, good or bad. The morning sun slanted in from the window, lighting up her fair face. She curved her lips into a faint smile, and for a moment, Henry looked like he got caught off guard. "What's up?" she asked. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Want to grab breakfast?" Victoria had meant to say no, but her stomach chose that moment to growl traitorously. They both chuckled, and Henry grabbed her coat for her as they headed toward the door. "Let's go." Meanwhile, on the way back to the hospital, Theodore made a call to his assistant. "Look into that guy hanging around Victoria, the one who kinda looks like Elijah. I want to know exactly who he is." There was no way this was just some insane coincidence. For all he knew, that face could be completely fake. Victoria had picked a small, no-frills breakfast cafe nearby. Nothing fancy, but clean and cozy enough. She ordered a plate of scrambled eggs with toast and bacon, along with a cup of black coffee. Judging by Henry's hesitant expression, it was probably his first time in a place like this. "Sorry," she offered with a small shrug. "There aren't many options around here." Although they'd known each other for a while, they'd never really talked about their family backgrounds. But from the way Henry dressed, the way he moved, the way he looked vaguely uncomfortable sitting in a vinyl booth, well, it wasn't hard to guess. This guy came from serious money. Truth be told, even if she wanted to treat him like a stand-in for Elijah, she couldn't. Everything about Henry kept reminding her, he wasn't him. A few minutes later, the waitress came by with 2 steaming plates, eggs, toast, bacon, and a side of crispy hash browns. The aroma was simple but comforting. Victoria passed him a napkin, just about to dig in, when a voice suddenly rang out behind her. "Whoa, isn't that Victoria?" It was one of her co-workers from the restoration center, someone who loved to gossip about her behind her back and spread nonsense. Now that she'd bumped into her here, she was probably cooking up some new drama already. When Victoria ignored her, Lila strutted in, swinging her new designer handbag. "Victoria, didn't you hear me calling you?" She looked up coolly. "I heard. What's up?" With people like Lila, the more you reacted, the more she enjoyed it. Best strategy, don't take the bait. Not sure what's got you all smug lately, skipping work like the place belongs to you or something. But mid-rant, Lila suddenly noticed the man sitting across from Victoria. Tailored black suit, expensive watch barely peeking out from the cuff. If she wasn't mistaken, she'd just seen that exact model in a luxury magazine last month. The price tag on that thing alone could probably cover the whole salon's overhead. Rumors had already been flying around the office about Victoria getting into a fancy car the other day. And now, having breakfast with a well-dressed man worth more than the entire team combined, Lila's eyes lit up with gossip mode activated. "This gentleman with you, also a friend of our dear Victoria, I'm her colleague, would love to get to know you too." Lila's sudden attitude switch was all about either money or clout. Victoria saw right through it. Figuring Henry had it under control, she didn't bother stepping in. Leela pulled up her WhatsApp and held out her phone, her contact info clear on the screen. Henry didn't even move. Well, now things got awkward. "Vicky, I didn't mean to sound so harsh before. I was just worried about you. You know me. I don't always say things the right way." Leela, shameless as ever, slid right into the seat next to Victoria. "There's an open spot over there," Henry said coolly before she could settle in. His tone was flat, expression distant, like he didn't even care. Dressed to the nines in a tiny noodle shop, the contrast couldn't be starker. Lila froze halfway into a squat, then stood up, still trying to play it off with a stiff smile. "That bag's new, huh?" Henry's eyes landed on the purse she was awkwardly clutching, acting all careful like she was afraid someone might bump into it. Amused, he tilted his head, watching with interest. Lila brightened instantly, assuming he was impressed. She thought they were about to bond over designer brands until Henry casually wiped his mouth and added, "Corners fraying. It's a pretty lousy fake." "Lila, fake?" She grabbed the purse and checked it like her life depended on it. It was supposed to be a birthday gift from her boyfriend, something he'd said required standing in line for hours in Paris, and it was fake? Lila instantly lost all interest in the conversation, storming off with her phone clenched in hand, fuming. Victoria's gaze followed the retreating figure, then she turned to Henry with a raised brow. "Wait, you actually know these bags?" He just shrugged. "Not really. Made it up." Victoria blinked, surprised, then a laugh slipped out. Only someone like Leela would fall for that kind of bluff. "I'll have the body sent over this afternoon. After that, I'll be counting on you. Call me if anything comes up." Standing outside the restoration center, Victoria watched Henry's car disappear before heading back in. Inside, co-workers stood in little clusters whispering. The second they noticed Victoria entering, they scattered like roaches under a light. Unbothered, she walked to the corner to get hot water. She had just stood up when someone barreled past her shoulder, jostling her hard. Boiling water splashed onto her hand. She hissed in pain, brows scrunching. "Oh wow, sorry about that." Lila's tone dripped with sarcasm. It was clear she didn't mean it at all. "I guess your friend isn't as sharp as he thought. Calling my purse fake? Please." I confirmed with the reseller. "This one's a global limited edition." Victoria set her mug down and stepped forward. She stared straight at Lila, face blank, but the chill in her eyes made Lila subconsciously flinch. "Oh, did I say something wrong? Because honestly, the way you and that guy keep sneaking around, that's what really looks suspicious." "Say that again?" Victoria's voice went cold as ice. The look in her eyes made Lila's skin crawl. The other co-workers? Just watching. No one helped. Lila backed up twice, then hit the edge of a table with her hip. The glass on the table got knocked over, spilling hot water everywhere and soaking Leela's designer handbag. She let out a sharp yelp. In that moment, she couldn't care less about Victoria. Her full focus was on frantically grabbing tissues to save her precious bag. "Victoria, you owe me a new purse." Lila caught up to her, yanking Victoria by the shoulder. She looked furious, like she was ready to drill a hole through Victoria's face with her glare. "Purses are for carrying, not worshipping. If it's that delicate, maybe leave it at home next time. Also, you're the one who hit my cup. Don't forget to replace it tomorrow." Victoria replied coolly, her eyes lazily sweeping over the now water-stained bottom of Lila's calfskin handbag. She owned more than a dozen from that brand, tucked away neatly in her closet, but rarely used any. Lila's face turned bright red from anger. She was clearly losing it. Not only did she fail to get Victoria to pay for her bag, now she owed her a cup too. Slipping into her white coat and grabbing her files, Victoria walked into the repair room, leaving the rumors brewing outside behind her. Earlier, Henry had given her a heads up. The body had been kept for a while, and after a bumpy trip back from overseas, it was bound to show some serious damage. Mask on, Victoria stood by the operating table, staring at the mutilated corpse, her eyes dimmed slightly. She'd seen her fair share of gruesome remains, like that one time with Gina. As revolting as it was, she'd finished that case without even flinching. But this one. As she scanned the entire body, her gaze hesitated and eventually looked away. Henry actually went easy with his warning. Anyone with a heart would be shaken by such a sight. Couldn't help wondering what kind of hell this person had gone through. Henry's team had actually used top-tier preservation methods. There weren't large patches of decay, which only made it clearer to Victoria there wasn't a single unharmed spot on the man's body. Knife wounds, electrical burns, and injuries she couldn't even begin to name, new layered over old, a mess that stung the eyes. She took a deep breath and reached for the tools at the side of the table. At the hospital, Isabella was once again admitted. When she saw the photos her bodyguards had sent, her expression completely darkened. In the pictures, Theodore had personally driven Victoria to work and even lingered by her building for a while. A storm of panic roiled in Isabella's chest. She couldn't just sit back and watch him and Victoria reconnect, not when she might not have much time left. She swept all the stuff off her bedside table and tugged the IV needle out of her arm. By the time Theodore got the nurse's call and rushed over, Isabella was perched dangerously on the windowsill, his brows knit tight. He strode over quickly, but stopped short as Isabella's voice cut through the tension. "Just talk to me normally. Don't come any closer." She hung her head low, long hair hiding half her ghost-pale face. Her cheeks had completely lost color. "Theo, stop lying to me. This broken body doesn't have much longer. I've been holding you back these days, making you worry all the time. What kind of nonsense is that?" Theodore stretched out his hand. "Come down first, all right? The doctor said it's not terminal yet. There's still a chance." "I'm just really scared." Her voice trembled, tears flowing down her cheeks. "Scared one day I just won't wake up, that I'll never see you again. Come on, get down. Whatever it is, I'll promise you, just come down first." Hearing that, Isabella looked intently at Theodore. "Are you being serious?" "Yes. Give me your hand. Let's talk this out properly." She hadn't really wanted to end her life. Or maybe that whole act was just her way of getting him to make a promise like that. Then Theodore gently lifted her off the windowsill and took her chilly wrist in his hand. "I already spoke with the doctor. As long as you stick to the treatment and take your meds like you're supposed to, there's a good chance of recovery. Don't overthink it. If the doctors here can't help, we'll fly out and get a specialist. I won't let anything happen to you." "Theodore, I'm not afraid of dying. I'm just scared I won't get to be with you before I go." He softly stroked the back of her head, his eyes avoiding hers, fixed on a corner of the bed. His tone sounded as calm as ever. "When Grandma gets better, I'll take you to see her." "Okay, let's promise on that." Isabella wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, a grin slowly spreading across her face. Victoria always lost herself in her work. This time was no different, especially since this restoration piece required even more focus than usual. When she finally looked up, the sky outside had already turned dark, and she had only just finished reconstructing the man's arm. Stretching her sore shoulders, she tidied up the workstation. The rest would have to wait until tomorrow. Even while changing out of her work clothes, she didn't forget to message Henry with an update. "The damage is pretty severe. I'd say it'll take about a week to fully restore it. Is that okay?" After she sent the message, she ran into Chloe on her way out. "Hey, Victoria, I saw you were super busy this afternoon. Need any help tomorrow?" "No need. This body's a bit unique. I'd rather handle it myself." Victoria chucked her soiled lab coat into the disinfect bin. As she bent down to wash her hands, she caught Chloe's hesitant expression in the mirror. She turned the tap down. "What is it?" "It's Lila. She was talking a lot of crap about you this afternoon. Said you were sleeping with someone else's husband. Even said..." Chloe trailed off, clearly too angry to keep going. What those coworkers said today was way out of line. Sure, rumors had floated around in private before, but this time they were bold enough to just say everything out loud. Chloe couldn't not step in, but when she did, Lila came back with a sneer. "Even Victoria isn't saying anything. Who are you to defend her?" But Victoria's expression stayed cool. Slinging her bag over her shoulder, she headed toward the door. "Victoria, don't you feel even a little mad? If I get mad, are they going to stop gossiping about me?" That question actually shut Chloe up. It made sense. Victoria couldn't shut every mouth, and she certainly had no interest in explaining herself. "So let them talk." She smiled faintly, then gave Chloe's shoulder a pat before walking off. Once she got in the car, Victoria planned to head to the hospital. Just then, a notification popped up on her phone. Famous actress Isabella suspected to be in a new relationship. Victoria paused mid-movement, then tapped the notification open, only to find a tabloid post filled with photos of Isabella and Theodore in a cozy embrace inside a hospital room. Isabella, with eyes tinged red, leaned into his arms like a fragile bird seeking comfort. Theodore rested his large hand gently on the back of her head, tenderly stroking her hair. His lowered gaze hid his expression, but the affection between them practically radiated out of the photo. The atmosphere they shared was so warm and close, it seemed to seep right out of the screen. Her fans flooded the comments section with congratulations and well wishes. Victoria gripped her phone tightly, lips pressed into a thin line. Theodore rarely gave interviews, let alone allowed his photos to circulate online. Even when snapped by paparazzi, the Chambers group would usually clean things up quickly. Now, though, he hadn't just allowed the pictures to spread. He was clearly not hiding anything. That alone said a lot. At this rate, it probably wouldn't be long before he went public for real. That hesitation he'd shown in front of her? Clearly just an act. A heavy feeling settled in Victoria's chest. She cracked the window down, letting cold wind whip into the car, hoping it would calm her nerves. It didn't help much. She drove to the hospital and stopped outside her grandmother's room. Inside, Theodore's aunt was sitting at her bedside. Victoria decided not to go in, not wanting to disturb them. Just as she turned to leave, she spotted Theodore supporting Isabella down the hallway. They passed right in front of her, seemingly without even noticing she was there. Slow down. He was walking patiently beside Isabella, matching her pace step for step. Even with onlookers clearly taking photos, he acted like nothing else existed. Seeing really was believing. Clearly, things between them weren't just rumors. Victoria figured she might as well contact a realtor. Given how things were playing out, she probably wouldn't be staying at the villa much longer. She moved quickly and arranged to tour properties after work the next day. Just as she was about to head home, her phone rang. A woman's voice crackled through the music and noise, rock blaring loud enough to shake eardrums. Soon, Victoria reached the address and found herself walking into a club. The music was deafening, sharp and chaotic. She frowned slightly at the noise, but didn't stop to take it in. Her eyes immediately scanned the room and locked onto a familiar face sitting in a booth. Without hesitation, she made her way over. "I got you a Long Island," Olivia May said, waving her over, still digging into Gina's case, "but trust me, I'll get everything we need. Please make it fast." Before disappearing, Gina had been seen near the hospital, clearly distressed, like something major was going down. Victoria couldn't shake the sense that Gina had been keeping a serious secret. She'd asked Olivia, who worked at the hospital, to help dig into it. One way or another, she had to find out what happened in the last moments of Gina's life. Olivia was her closest friend in Abindel, their bond forged from decades of friendship. They knew each other like the backs of their hands. Olivia had just come back from overseas, and it worked out that she was now working at the hospital. "I saw the Ellis family issued a missing persons alert, but seriously, not a single lead? Don't you think that's kind of bizarre?" Victoria didn't reply. She just sat quietly in the booth, fingers tracing the rim of her glass, deep in thought. Then Olivia shoved her phone across the table. "Isabella's doing this on purpose, isn't she?" The screen still showed that same tabloid headline Victoria had seen earlier. "I mean, sure, you're divorced from Theodore, but you haven't even moved out yet, and your breakup isn't officially public either. Why's she in such a rush to step in? She's been diagnosed with cancer. She probably doesn't have much time left." "What? Are you serious?" Olivia shot up from the seat like she'd just heard the juiciest gossip. Karma really did its thing, huh? She had never liked Isabella. Far too much drama. "I don't know exactly what happened. Been swamped with work lately." Victoria took a small sip of her drink, eyes drifting to the dance floor where people were moving freely to the beat. Somehow her thoughts wandered to Theodore again. Olivia caught that distant look in her friend's eyes and immediately slung an arm over her shoulder. "Come on, it's just a guy. Don't tell me you're still hung up on Theodore. If that's the case, why don't we go steal him back from Isabella? No matter how many years passed, Olivia never changed. Still straightforward, still passionate in love and hate. But Victoria shook her head. A few years ago, she might have thrown down without hesitation. Now, they'd both been through too much. If Theodore's heart really only had room for Isabella, maybe it was time she let go too. The corner of her lips pulled into a slight, tired smile. She picked up her glass and knocked it back in one go. Olivia nearly choked. "Girl, are you out of your mind? That's not water." "Look, I get it. You're tired of being treated like a doormat. But seriously? Getting wasted while he's out there living it up? That's not the move." Victoria slumped over, propping her head up with one hand. Her gaze was a little hazy. It wasn't just about Theodore anymore. Lately, everything had been falling apart, from the chaos in the Ellis family to Gina's death, Hannah's cruel words, and William, just standing by doing nothing. One more Long Island. She suddenly smacked the table and yelled toward the bartender, making Olivia jump and rush over to steady her. "Okay, that's enough. You trying to black out or what?" Victoria didn't reply. She looked up and locked eyes with someone across the room. He was just stepping down from the second floor, one hand in his pocket, the other casually flicking a gold lighter. Under the moody lights, his pale skin looked almost sickly. Those gold-rimmed glasses perched perfectly on the bridge of his nose. The shirt under his open coat gaped at the collar, exposing his sharp collarbones. He looked like one of those book-smart types, but with serious edge. Olivia noticed Victoria staring and followed her line of sight. She lit up instantly. "Damn, didn't realize this place upgraded. He's totally my vibe." Before Victoria could stop her, Olivia already had her phone in hand and was making a beeline toward him. Wait. Victoria had a gut feeling. That guy wasn't just some random bar hopper. Those eyes behind the glasses, calm on the surface but carried an unsettling sharpness. Worried for Olivia, she quickly followed. On the stairs, Olivia flipped her hair back with a flirtatious smile. We locked eyes. Pretty sure that's the universe giving me a green light. Want to add me on WhatsApp? Being abroad made Olivia even more straightforward, and she never shied away from making the first move. But the man didn't budge. His gaze landed on her, calm and cool, but with an unsettling chill. That subtle distance in his expression hit different. In that moment, Olivia got the memo. This guy wasn't going to be easy. The more mysterious they are, the more tempting they get. Just as Olivia was about to say something else, the man in front of her suddenly fixed his gaze on someone behind her. Victoria. I'd like to get to know her. Totally caught off guard, Victoria froze. She was just worried Olivia might stir up trouble with her bold attitude, never expected to get dragged into something like this. But someone here clearly valued looks over friendship. Olivia didn't hesitate to push Victoria forward. My friend just got out of a marriage. Maybe you two should talk? She figured there was no way Victoria and Theodore were getting back together anyway. Might as well use this chance to meet someone high quality. Like him, for instance. Victoria frowned, brushed off Olivia's hand. Was this woman serious? She didn't come here to pick up guys. The guy in front of her had been staring the whole time. To anyone else, it might have looked like love at first sight, but Victoria wasn't buying it. Behind those glasses, his gaze was cool and detached, not even the slightest flicker of real interest. His light brown eyes were calm to the point of being unreadable, like nothing could catch his attention. Sorry, my friend's had a bit too much. I'll take her back now. Victoria nodded slightly to the man before turning away. She wasn't looking for drama tonight. Julian Hart kept his eyes glued to her back as she walked away, casually flipping the lighter lid open and shut. The crisp click disappeared into the pulsing beat of the music. So alike, way too alike. The moment he saw Victoria's eyes, he thought, just for a second, it was her. Only when the two women returned to their booth did Julian finally look away and head out of the bar. The two guys trailing behind him gave Victoria a glance but said nothing. No one dared to cross him when he was already on edge, especially after his wild, untamable girl had taken off. Back at the booth, Olivia stared straight at Victoria, dead serious. Look at you, stuck in the past, not meeting anyone new. How are you ever going to move on? Someone new? You mean that guy? You don't even know who he is or what he does. What if he's trouble? Oh, come on. People don't come here for tea and small talk. We're all grown-ups. No one needs everything spelled out. Victoria just sighed and shook her head. I've got a feeling he isn't just anyone. We're better off not getting involved. Her life was already a mess. The last thing she needed was more chaos. But that only made Olivia more excited. She slapped the table and grinned. Not just anyone? Even better, hopefully richer and more powerful than Theodore. Then you two can show up at the chambers, all lovey-dovey. He'd be fuming. Victoria looked at her like she'd lost it. Yep, definitely too much free time on her hands. Without a word, she downed another glass. After that, the booze hit her hard. Her legs wobbled, her memory blurred. She couldn't recall a thing after that. The next morning, when she opened her eyes, she was lying in a king-sized bed. The sheets were soft, smelled faintly of cedar. The surrounding decor triggered a sudden jolt in her brain. She knew this place. This was Theodore's villa. Pushing herself up on her elbows, her eyes fell on the clothes scattered across the bedroom floor, and the sound of water stopping suddenly in the bathroom. Victoria quickly grabbed a coat and threw it over her shoulders, pressing a hand to her temple. Her head was spinning. She couldn't remember anything about last night. While she was still piecing things together, the bathroom door opened with a quiet creak. Theodore walked out wearing a loose bathrobe, one leg slowly stepping into the room. Victoria's mind went completely blank. She felt like she'd been hit by a truck, especially when she spotted those fresh red scratch marks across Theodore's chest. Her heart skipped a beat. Did they really? Last night? Why now, of all times? Theodore grabbed a towel and roughly dried his dripping hair, not once looking her way. Without a word, he walked straight into the walk-in closet and started picking out clothes. Victoria stood stiff, unsure what to do next. After a moment, she took a deep breath and followed him in. About last night. You were drunk, Theodore cut her off. You called me, insisted I pick you up. Wait, she was the one who called him? That sounded so off. She could hardly believe it. While she was trying to remember, Theodore walked closer and cornered her inside the closet. His dark eyes locked onto her face. What were you doing at a place like that, in the middle of the night? He had just calmed Isabella down and was heading to visit his grandmother when Victoria's call came out of nowhere. That alone was enough to throw him off. He wasn't expecting her to reach out. But the background noise was wild, and her voice, slurred, was calling his name over and over. Then came another woman's voice, clearly trying to apologize. He could tell they were at a bar, and that Victoria had clearly had way too much to drink. Whatever good mood he'd been in vanished on the spot. He got the address from Olivia and rushed over. Some part of him was terrified something bad might happen if he showed up even a second too late. He finally managed to get the totally wasted Victoria back home. But she was a handful the whole time, couldn't sit still, made a mess, even threw up all over him. He stayed by her side the whole night until morning. Only then did he barely manage to sneak away. But he wasn't planning on telling any of this to her, especially since she clearly didn't remember a thing. That's my business. Still, thanks for bringing me back, she mumbled, eyes shifting away, avoiding his gaze. Her mind was spinning, hoping she hadn't blurted out anything stupid while drunk. But her memory was failing her miserably. She could barely recall a thing. Theodore pressed his lips into a thin line. Is that all? A cold drop of water slid from his still damp hair onto her arm, sending a shiver down her spine. There's one more thing, she added, voice low. I've already talked to the realtor. I'll be moving out this weekend. Theodore's brows twitched. That wasn't what he wanted to hear. He let out a bitter laugh. Was she really that desperate to get away from him? So last night's drinking wasn't to drown her sorrows. It was a freaking celebration? He felt ridiculous, like he'd totally misread everything. It's not like you've known each other for long and you're already planning to move in together? Victoria blinked, confused. She thought he meant Olivia. We've known each other for years, she explained, tone firm. Way longer than you think. Besides, I'd never intrude on her life. For years? Theodore nearly scoffed. Not long ago, she told him she and Henry hadn't known each other that long. Now suddenly they know each other for a year? So now she didn't even want to tell him the truth? What neither of them realized was they weren't even talking about the same person at all. Victoria didn't bother explaining any further. She just turned to leave, only to have her arm yanked back by Theodore. "Victoria, the reason you agreed to the divorce so easily, it was because of Henry, right? Just because he looks a bit like Elijah, that was enough for you to fall for him?" The frustration in Theodore's eyes burned. But what tore him up even more was knowing that no matter how he compared, he'd never stack up to someone who was already dead. That thought alone was enough to drive him nuts. Like, seriously, where did Elijah come into the picture out of nowhere? Victoria gave him a confused look. "Between me and Henry, you know what, doesn't matter. I don't owe you an explanation. Shouldn't you be at the hospital with Isabella right now anyway?" Whatever. Even if she explained, Theodore probably wouldn't believe her. They parted on a sour note. On her way to work, Victoria called up Olivia. "Girl, I swear I didn't ditch you for a guy. Last night you were all over Theodore like there was no tomorrow. I tried pulling you away, but nope, you were gripping him tight and calling his name over and over. If I hadn't clamped your mouth shut in time, no one knows what else you would have blurted out." Victoria sat in the car, totally stunned. Meanwhile, Olivia, completely oblivious to her mental state, kept chattering away. "Didn't see this side of you coming. You've got guts, girl." Victoria felt like her brain just short-circuited. No way. She was the one who made the first move last night? "You're not messing with me, are you?" "What would I lie for?" Olivia said carelessly. "Didn't you ask Theodore about it this morning? I mean, judging by how you two left, I bet it got pretty wild last night. But credit where it's due, divorced or not, the man came running the moment you called and even got me a ride home. Being blackout drunk was one thing. Having someone give you the play-by-play the next day? That was the nightmare." But the more Olivia talked, the more vague memories began to surface for Victoria. Her holding on to Theodore like a lifeline, her repeatedly dialing his number. Yeah, she was never touching alcohol again. With a sigh, she managed to make it to the restoration center in the nick of time. As she ran up the last flight of stairs, she suddenly felt the need to glance behind her. People passed by like usual, nothing seemed off. Still, she couldn't shake the creeping feeling, like someone might be watching, probably just her mind playing tricks from the hangover. Shaking the thought, she stepped into the building, donned her white lab coat, patted her cheeks to wake up, and pushed all that nonsense out of her head. Time to get to work. Right before clocking out, Victoria was working on a corpse's ankle when she noticed something odd. His left side had a slightly raised patch of skin. It didn't feel like a fluid cyst. She pressed it gently through the glove, felt more solid than expected. Could it be a bone out of place? She moved to check the heel and along the calf. Nope, bones were right where they should be. Curiosity piqued, she grabbed a scanner, and boom, one look and her heart jumped. Embedded on the inside of the guy's right ankle was a chip, roughly the size of a thumb. This was definitely not ordinary. It instantly reminded her of what Henry had once told her about his identity being special. Guess the thing in his leg was just as special as he was. Victoria grabbed her phone right away, wanting to tell Henry about it, but his phone just kept ringing with no one picking up. Victoria thought about it. This kind of thing wasn't really something you could just leave in a voice message, so she texted Henry instead, asking him to call her back when he had a moment. Given the circumstances and since it wasn't super urgent, she decided not to remove the chip from the man's ankle just yet. By the time the sky started turning dark, she still hadn't heard back from Henry. Sighing, Victoria changed clothes and left the restoration center. She had already made an appointment with a housing agent. Right now, finding a new place to live was top priority. Anyway, she'd have to move out sooner or later, might as well start looking ahead of time. But when she arrived at the meeting spot, she was surprised to see someone entirely different. The agent she'd been communicating with had always been a guy named Benjamin Clark. Yet now, suddenly, some guy surnamed Norris had shown up in his place. "I work with Benjamin?" the man said with a casual smile. "He had something come up last minute, so he asked me to step in. It's getting late, so let's get going. I've already got the keys." Victoria didn't question him outright. After all, life happens. but she still thought Benjamin should have at least texted her. She didn't say much, but quietly sent Benjamin a message to check in. No reply. Seriously, what was going on today? Why was everyone so busy all of a sudden? Passing by a pastry shop, she suddenly remembered Bertha was still in the hospital. Since she was awake now, she figured she'd swing by after house hunting to drop off some of her favorite snacks. She even called Bertha to ask what she wanted. But by the time she hung up, she realized they were already driving into a super remote area. Staring out the window, she frowned. Wait, where exactly are we going? Sure, she had a tight budget, but she hadn't planned on looking at something this far out in the sticks. The agent smiled again, trying to sound reassuring. This is one of the places Benjamin mentioned to me. He said to bring you out here first. It might look remote, but during the day it gets decent foot traffic. And the place itself is actually great value. Nice interior, very affordable. You're gonna love it. But a knot was already forming in Victoria's stomach. Something felt off. No thanks. Just take me to see one of the downtown listings first. If I'm interested in this place later, I'll get in touch. She wasn't completely paranoid. After all, it was a legit agency, plus Olivia had vouched for them. She hadn't expected any sketchiness. But then the guy just stepped on the gas. Miss Ellis, I've been in this business a long time. Trust me, once you see this place, you'll want to move in right away. Victoria gripped the seatbelt tighter, her other hand hovering near her phone, ready to dial emergency services any second. I said, take me back into the city, now. The guy didn't answer. His eyes were locked on the road. No doubt about it. This guy was up to something. Victoria pressed her lips into a line. Who even are you? What the hell are you trying to pull? She racked her brain. Who would want to mess with her like this? The guy let out a cold smirk. Let's just say you'll find out once we get there. That was it for her. Without thinking, she lunged toward him, trying to yank the steering wheel from his hands. He clearly hadn't seen that coming. The car started swerving as they struggled over control. The black car zigzagged down the empty road. Luckily, there weren't any other cars around. It swerved dangerously close to a tree before the man behind the wheel slammed the brakes, wide-eyed in terror. Are you insane? His hands were still shaking as he gripped the steering wheel. Victoria didn't wait. With trembling fingers, she unbuckled and jumped out of the car. Nothing else mattered. She just had to run. But before she could take more than a few steps, two cars sped up from both ends. Their blinding headlights hit her straight in the face, making her squint. A chill ran through her. Something wasn't right. Then she saw a woman in a red dress step slowly out of one of the cars. She held a lit cigarette between her fingers, the glow stark against the darkness. Is that Isabella? That was Victoria's first thought. Because honestly, who else would have a reason to mess with her like this? Nat, what now? The woman, Natalie Preston, dropped the half-smoked cigarette and crushed it under her heel before walking toward Victoria. Every click of her stilettos on the pavement echoed like a countdown in Victoria's chest. Hand it over and you can walk away, Natalie said coldly. Now fully under the streetlight, her sharp red lips and intimidating gaze left no room for nonsense. Victoria frowned. Hand what over? She'd just come to see a place. Out of nowhere, these people had dragged her into the middle of nowhere like it was some trap. I have no idea what you're talking about, she said, staring back at the woman. Natalie gave a dry laugh, lazily flicking the lighter's lid open and shut. Victoria, post-mortem reconstruction specialist, right? Yeah, I know all about you. So unless you want your people caught in the crossfire, quit wasting my time and bring it out. Still, Victoria was just confused. I'm serious, I don't know what you're looking for. The chip. Natalie said it slowly, eyes locked on Victoria like she was a puzzle waiting to be solved. They'd torn apart every place that might have had clues, but nothing. Even Henry's people had confirmed he didn't have it. That left only one possibility. It was still with the body. Victoria had spent days repairing it, so she had to have noticed something. Her heart skipped a beat. So, Henry wasn't kidding after all. Considering who that guy was, it made sense she'd drawn attention just by being involved. She had barely found that chip this afternoon. Now danger had already come knocking. Still, Victoria kept her cool, tilting her head with a dry smile. A chip? No clue what that is. Look, maybe you've got the wrong person. I'm telling you, I don't have what you want. Cut the crap. If you don't hand it over, you won't make it out of here. As the words landed, Natalie snapped the lighter shut with a loud click. She didn't have time to waste. If they weren't in someone else's turf, she wouldn't even be bothering with threats. But still, Victoria didn't say a word. Fine, have it your way. Natalie signaled the bodyguard beside her. But right then, a low roar cut through the silent night. A black sports car sped toward them like a flash. The sports car drifted sharply in the middle of the road before coming to a clean stop. The wind stirred up by the sudden halt messed up strands of Victoria's hair. The moment she saw the car, she knew exactly who it belonged to. Natalie's brows drew together tightly as she fixed her gaze on the man in the driver's seat. She hadn't expected this much noise. She just wanted to get the chip, plain and simple. Seconds later, Theodore stepped out of the car. He was wearing a long black coat, and his tall, lean frame stood out even more against the darkness. There was something commanding about him, like he didn't need to say a word to convey authority. Just standing there, he gave off a vibe that made people drop their eyes. Natalie narrowed her sharp eyes slightly, gripping the lighter in her hand just a little tighter. Her gut told her this guy was bad news. "Who are you?" she asked coldly. But no matter what, she was walking away with that chip tonight. Theodore tilted his head, eyes scanning the woman in the red dress from head to toe. His dark gaze seemed even deeper than the night sky. "You don't need to know who I am." His lips lifted in a sarcastic smirk before he strode straight toward Victoria. Noticing the pale look on her face, he didn't hesitate. He took off his coat and gently draped it over her shoulders. "You? Why are you here?" Victoria looked up at him, still a bit shaken. The pale moonlight cast a cool glow over his face, adding an extra layer of mystery. She couldn't figure out how he'd even known she was here in the first place. Theodore didn't answer. Instead, he took her hand in his, a simple gesture, but his warm palm instantly eased the chill that had seeped into her bones. It was like wandering alone in the dead of winter, only to stumble across a campfire. That warmth wrapped around her, chasing away the cold. She glanced down at their clasped hands, momentarily dazed. Theodore, unaware of her thoughts, slowly looked up at Natalie like she was something stuck to the bottom of his shoe. "She's mine." In other words, anyone who tried to mess with Victoria would be answering to him. Natalie knew this wasn't her turf, and she couldn't quite figure out who this man really was. Still, she stepped forward. "Mister, I'm not here to make trouble or hurt anyone. I just lost something I believe she has. Give me back what's mine and I'll leave. I promise you'll never see me again." "Miss Ellis, that chip is useless to you. In fact, keeping it could bring you a lot of unnecessary danger. You're better off handing it back." "I swear, it's all my stuff." Victoria pressed her lips together, the image of the chip in the repair room flashing through her mind again. Hearing this, Theodore turned to look at her too. What kind of chip was it exactly? He'd always stayed out of her work matters. Since getting married, they barely even had the time to sit down and have a proper conversation, let alone dig into each other's business. It was right then that Theodore realized he barely knew anything about Victoria. Her job, her life, hell, even just her as a person. While he stood there zoned out, Victoria walked out from behind him with a calm face and slowly raised her arms. "I swear, I really don't know what you're talking about. Whatever it is, it's not on me. If you don't believe me, go ahead and search." Click. The lighter's lid snapped open again as Natalie flicked it, her eyes locked onto Victoria's face, stone cold. She was trying to figure out if Victoria was telling the truth. This whole thing couldn't afford even the tiniest slip-up. To Natalie, that chip was everything. If it landed in the wrong hands, she'd be ruined. "And why the hell should I believe you?" Natalie's lips curled into a cold smirk. She couldn't take chances. Better to kill the wrong person than let the right one go. Victoria scoffed. "Instead of wasting your time here grilling me, maybe you should be off checking somewhere that actually makes sense." Theodore stayed silent, half his face hidden in shadow, his gaze shifting between the two women. He didn't get what they were really arguing about, but something in his gut told him Victoria was lying through her teeth about not knowing where the chip was. Right as the tension was at its peak, sirens pierced the night from somewhere nearby. "Natalie, cops are coming!" someone shouted. Victoria instinctively turned to look toward the left, surprised, then glanced at Theodore. Was he the one who called the cops? But he looked calm as ever. He clearly never saw these people as a real threat. He had more than enough ways to walk out unscathed. Why bother calling the police? Natalie gritted her teeth. "Victoria, until I get what I came for, don't think for a second I'll let this go." With that, she jumped into the car. Moments later, several vehicles sped off down the road. Just then, a police cruiser pulled up in front of them and Henry got out. "You okay, Victoria?" Finally, someone she was actually glad to see. Victoria glanced down the road where Natalie had gone, ready to ask what the hell was going on. But when she saw two cops walking over, she held her tongue. This mess was way beyond what the police could handle. Besides, she could tell, Natalie and her crew weren't scared of the police. They just didn't want the hassle. The lead officer seemed to know Theodore. The two exchanged a few low words as they walked off together. "Looks like there was no real trouble here. That's a relief. It's getting late, though. You folks should head home. If anything else comes up, we'll be in touch." The officers got back in their car. Henry stepped over, face serious. "Sorry I missed your call earlier. I had something to handle this afternoon." Victoria just nodded. "It's fine. But how did you know something happened to me?" That was the real question. She hadn't contacted Henry at all, yet here he was, showing up just in time. A little too well timed, honestly. "I told you before, this could get dangerous. I only found out this afternoon that Natalie's back in the country. Figured she might come after you." "You two know each other?" Victoria was definitely caught off guard. So this was the so-called danger Henry had warned her about? Just as she was about to ask more, a shadow darted out beside her. The next second, Theodore threw a punch right at Henry without hesitation. "You bastard!" Henry clearly didn't see it coming. He stumbled back several steps and nearly lost his footing. Wiping at the corner of his mouth, he shot a glare at Theodore, whose face was clouded with rage. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Victoria quickly wedged herself between them. What on earth was this? All of a sudden throwing fists, her brows were tightly pinched together, but Theodore wasn't calming down at all. His tone carried a chilling bite. "You knew from the start how dangerous this was, but you still dragged her into it. What the hell are you playing at?" Back when Natalie was around, he hadn't grasped the full picture. Now it all made sense. Victoria didn't have to be in this mess at all. He'd been suspicious about Henry from the beginning. Pretty faces like his, always bad news. Victoria kept quiet. Anything she said now would just make things worse. And more than that, she hadn't expected Theodore to be this impulsive, charging in and punching before even understanding the situation. "Victoria, just tell me the truth. Do you have it?" Henry ignored Theodore entirely, his focus locked on Victoria. That was what really mattered now. The chip. Victoria's fists curled subtly. She wasn't sure if she should tell him the truth. "Where is it now?" Theodore seemed even more anxious than either of them. Gripping Victoria's shoulders, his voice dropped low, almost pleading. "Don't you see? If you keep hiding it, you're just putting yourself in deeper danger." He sucked in a sharp breath, the thought sending chills down his spine. He'd been at the hospital when she called Bertha. By all logic, she should have returned by now, but she hadn't. That's when he knew something wasn't right. Thank God he arrived in time. Any later, who knew what could have happened? "Just give me 2 more days. Once the repair's done, you can come to the lab and take the body." Victoria didn't directly answer where the chip was, nor did she confirm whether she even had it. But Henry would figure it all out once he showed up at the lab. As for Natalie, Victoria planned to act like she knew nothing, business as usual. "Thank you, Victoria. Sorry for all the trouble I've caused." Just before she got in the car, Henry called out to her. He stood quietly by the curb, looking at her with an unreadable expression. Victoria gave a slight nod, then pulled the door open and got in. On the way back, neither she nor Theodore said a word. The silence in the car was heavy. Victoria rolled the window down slightly, resting her cheek against the back of the seat. Cold air rushed against her face, and she closed her eyes, trying to clear her head. And sure enough, Natalie's words came echoing back. She'd said the chip was simply being returned to its rightful owner. But if that was true, why was it found on that man? And in such a hidden place too, like he never wanted anyone to discover it. Victoria opened her eyes slowly, the wind drying out her gaze. The car rolled to a stop by the side of the road before she even registered it. Still not even home yet? Tomorrow, go to the center and file for extended leave. As for what Henry asked of you, find someone else to handle it. His voice was firm, bordering on commanding, making Victoria blink in surprise. What did you just say? She stared at him in disbelief. Surely she didn't hear that right? If I hadn't shown up today, do you even realize what could have happened? You're fully aware of how dangerous Henry is, and yet you still want to keep going? In Theodore's eyes, Victoria helping Henry was all because Elijah had influenced her. This is my call. I don't need your say in it. She spoke coolly, gaze drifting once more to the car window. She'd given her word to Mr. Marson. She'd promised Henry. Now that they were this close to repairing the chip, there was no way she'd back out. Plus, Natalie had already come knocking. Even if she dipped out now, Natalie would still come after her. So why not just show up to work like usual and face it head on? You've got a death wish. Theodore's hands clenched the wheel tighter. He glanced at her side profile, still as calm as ever, and let out a cold chuckle. Why was he even worrying? Victoria had willingly signed up for this. She'd known from the start there'd be danger, and she didn't back down. If she didn't care about her own safety, why was he losing sleep over it? Still, the more he thought about it, the heavier his chest felt. Without warning, he slammed down on the gas, and the sports car shot forward like a bullet. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Isabella hadn't seen Theodore all night. Not even a single call went through. Every attempt just rang indefinitely. Her worry only grew. Something was clearly wrong. Right then, the bodyguard she'd sent to watch Victoria sent over some photos. In the pics, there was no mistaking it. Theodore standing protectively in front of Victoria, even throwing punches at Henry. Isabella's brows scrunched tighter, so he went to find Victoria. Again? She'd known Theodore a long time, and it was rare to see him lose his cool. Yet tonight, because of Victoria, he'd completely snapped. That one punch said it all. Victoria clearly meant more to Theodore than he let on. Clutching the phone, Isabella flung it onto the bed, her eyes blazing. Her own health was the last thing on her mind now. She couldn't let Victoria win, not even on her deathbed. Find out who this Henry really is. She texted her bodyguard again with a new order. Elsewhere, Theodore had pushed his car to the limit on the way home, shaving a 1-hour trip down to barely 10 minutes. The second the car stopped, Victoria threw open the door and bolted out, covering her mouth as she dropped to her knees by the roadside, retching without caring how she looked. She had no clue what Theodore's deal was, but frankly, she didn't intend to ask. Her decision was made, and she wasn't budging. Once the nausea passed, a pair of polished black shoes stepped into view. She looked up. Theodore, hands in his coat pockets, pulled out a crisp white handkerchief and held it out to her. Here, clean yourself up. He'd meant to leave right after slamming the car door, but seeing her curled up like that by the curb, so painfully small and alone, made him stop. He sighed and turned back. Victoria didn't reach for the handkerchief, just stared at it quietly. And for a second, all the memories came flooding back. The moments she'd once shared with him. The parts of them she thought she'd buried. Back in college, Victoria majored in art, not post-mortem restoration. And what she loved most back then was sketching Theodore, life-size portraits, over and over again. That version of him wasn't as cold and distant as he was now. Most classmates thought of him as the cool guy nobody could reach, but Victoria wasn't fazed by that. If anything, she was even more determined. Eventually, like it was bound to happen, they ended up together. Looking back now, it all felt pretty surreal, like some dream she woke up from. To be fair, Theodore had once been unusually patient with her. He stood quietly next to her, handkerchief extended. When she didn't take it, he didn't say a word, just kept those deep, dark eyes locked on her. He didn't have to come looking for her tonight, but he did. Not sure how long had passed, Victoria's legs were starting to go numb. Slowly, she reached for the handkerchief. But the moment she held it, a faint scent hit her, women's perfume. One she'd smelled before, on Isabella. And just like that, all the warmth left her. It was like her blood ran cold in an instant. Some unspeakable emotion twisted inside her. She'd let herself believe Theodore came rushing over tonight because he still cared. Turns out, it was just her being naive. Victoria handed the handkerchief back to him, her voice calm. No need. Then she turned and began walking back into the house. Don't worry, I'll move out soon. I won't mess things up between you and Isabella. Theodore froze, clearly thrown off by her bringing that up again. He stared at her stiff back, then quickly followed with long strides. So that's it? You care about Henry that much? Enough to risk your life for him? Still stuck on that. Victoria stopped dead in her tracks. And what about you? She turned, eyes meeting his directly, voice neutral but cold. None of this has anything to do with you. So why act like you care if I live or die? It felt like someone reached right inside her chest and squeezed tight. She couldn't even breathe. Behind Theodore, the sky was pitch black. Stars scattered sparsely like they could barely be bothered to show up. The silence made everything feel even more distant. Neither of them spoke, just stood there staring at one another. After a long pause, Theodore gave a dry laugh, his mouth tugging unconsciously. You're right. Why should I care? And with that, he brushed past her and strode out the door. The sound of his car engine roared again as it disappeared into the night. Victoria turned her head slightly, watching the sports car vanish. Then she dropped to the ground, hugging her knees, feeling a weight deep in her chest she couldn't shake. Same story, every time. Her and Theodore's conversations never ended well. Just like their relationship, probably doomed a long time ago. At a bar, James Anderson did a double take when he saw Theodore walk in. Well, damn, I must be seeing things. Thought you'd never set foot in a place like this. He'd been dying to bring up those rumors going around about Theodore and Isabella lighting up the trending list. But knowing how the guy was, saying the wrong thing now could be fatal. And truthfully, it was a little weird. Shouldn't he be with Victoria this late at night? Facing James walking over, Theodore's face was still cold. He brushed James's hand off and walked straight to the booth in the corner. What, had a fight with Victoria again? As childhood buddies, James had basically watched their whole love story unfold right from college. He'd thought for sure those two would be a done deal, but life throws curveballs. Back then, when Victoria dumped Theodore, James had teased him nonstop. Who'd have thought they'd somehow circle back to each other? But James clearly picked the wrong moment to bring this up. As soon as he said it, Theodore looked even more ticked off. He held a glass in his hand, slowly swirling the ice as something crossed his mind. Meanwhile, James was busy flexing on WhatsApp. Quick, y'all. Theodore's at the bar. No way. Are you serious or just messing with us? James snapped a pic of Theodore and posted it. Why would I lie? Suddenly, a sharp gaze practically stabbed across the air toward him, making James's shoulders jerk instinctively. Raising his head slowly, he met Theodore's eyes. What? I was just, taking a pic of the chick behind you. Everyone knew Theodore hated having his picture taken, but Theodore didn't even bother with that. Didn't you say you've got a relative working at the restoration center? James blinked. He had not seen that coming. Yeah, I do. It hit him a second later. Victoria worked there too, right? Was Theodore trying to pull strings for her? Come on, we're bras. If you need help, talk to me. Fire Victoria. James choked on the drink he'd just taken, coughing as he stared at Theodore in disbelief. You what now? He had to have misheard. Did Theodore seriously just ask him to get Victoria fired? Dude, yeah, couples fight, but isn't that going a little too far? You know how she is. If she loses her job over this, won't that just... Theodore's eyes were set, not a flicker of doubt. If I'm not wrong, your dad still doesn't know you're back with the woman who faked a marriage to scam him, yeah? James's face instantly flipped into a grin. All right, I'll help, but you sure about this? Once it's done, you can't walk it back. Theodore downed his drink in one shot, gaze drifting off toward the distance. Since Victoria didn't want to back off, then he'd have to push her away himself. But he couldn't be the one to do it. It'd be way better if someone else handled it. At the same time, Victoria had just gotten ready for bed when her phone rang. It was Chloe, and she sounded panicked. "Victoria, you need to come quick. Someone broke into the office, and looks like your restoration room's been messed with too." Chloe remembered Victoria telling her never to go inside that specific room, so she didn't go in. She just waited at the door. At those words, Victoria's heart dropped like a stone. No time to think. She threw on a coat, rushed out, and drove straight to the center. To Chloe, this might have looked like a random theft, but Victoria knew better. Chances were, Natalie and her crew didn't get the chip from her, so now they'd gone after the center. Even if they didn't find anything, it was enough to send Victoria a message. There weren't many cars on the road at that hour, so Victoria made it to the restoration center pretty quickly. Before she left, she'd already told Chloe to hold off on calling the cops for now. By the time she got there, Chloe was standing alone at the entrance, the tip of her nose red from the cold wind. "You're finally here." Chloe ran up to her, clearly still shaken. "Are you sure we shouldn't call the police? The place is a mess inside." She'd never dealt with anything like this before. No wonder she was spooked. Plus, with just the two of them here, charging in blindly seemed kind of reckless. That's when Victoria realized she hadn't even asked why Chloe was there in the first place. She'd been too busy thinking about Natalie. Chloe held up a key. "I had dinner with a friend and only realized I forgot my keys when I got home. If I'd known this would happen, I would have just stayed over at her place." "Did you notice anything missing inside?" Victoria asked as she started walking toward the building. She figured if this was Natalie's crew, they wouldn't care about personal office stuff anyway. If they didn't find the chip, they'd probably have bounced. Chloe shook her head, complexion pale. She hadn't even thought about that. When she saw the chaos inside, she didn't even grab her keys, just instinctively phoned Victoria. There was no time for anything else. "All right, look, you head back first. I'll go check things out. If there's nothing major, we'll just let it be." This place wasn't some random run-of-the-mill lab. It dealt with sensitive stuff. If any info had leaked, the consequences could be way worse than they imagined. But Chloe shook her head firmly. "No way. We're going in together. I'm not leaving you to deal with this alone." That was non-negotiable for her. Victoria had intended to keep her out of it, but Chloe wasn't budging, so she didn't argue again. They entered the facility one after the other. The bright overhead lights were a bit harsh on the eyes, and Victoria glanced across the trashed floor. Cabinets and drawers had all been rifled through. Even the potted plants had clearly been moved. Chloe had only taken a quick look earlier, but now that she was seeing everything up close, her jaw dropped. Was that really the work of a burglar? Even under the plants? What were they looking for, the Holy Grail? And yet, the thing that baffled her most, two Qing Dynasty vases sitting right in the hallway were still perfectly untouched. This thief must really not know what's what. Those vases aren't even that big, so why leave them? Victoria didn't respond. This all but confirmed her guess. Natalie's people were behind it. They couldn't care less about antiques. They were here for something way more important. She pushed open the door to the body restoration room. Compared to the rest of the place, this room looked okay, but the white sheet covering the corpse had been pulled back, leaving the body exposed under the ceiling lights. They hadn't moved it, probably because it was too old. Even though Victoria had already repaired most of it, handling it without care could cause damage again. That might have been exactly why they hadn't taken it. Victoria walked over to the man's legs, eyes narrowing at the strange bump near his ankle. Those people probably missed it. Her gaze drifted back to his face, lips pressing together slightly. Suddenly it all clicked. He must have hidden the chip inside his body to keep it out of Natalie's hands. But Natalie clearly said the chip held secrets about her. Just then, Chloe returned after checking around. She tilted her head in confusion. "Victoria, I went through every inch of the office. Nothing valuable's missing, and all files in the computer system are untouched. So, what did that thief even come for?" Victoria stood still, her expression unreadable. "If we're sure nothing's gone, then let's drop it for now. As for whether to call the police, let's leave that to Mr. Marson." It was pitch dark outside as Natalie parked her car a short distance from the facility. She was dressed in a stunning red dress, her deep red lipstick striking under the dim moonlight. With a cigarette delicately pinched between her pale fingers, she took a drag and slowly exhaled a wisp of smoke. If it's not in the facility, then where is the chip hiding? Just then, a man in black jogged over, bowed slightly, and gave her an update. Victoria already left the villa and just arrived here. Theodore is still at the bar. Should we seize the chance to search the villa? Natalie didn't answer right away. Her gut told her the chip wasn't at the villa. Keep tracking, Victoria. And don't lose sight of Henry either. I want constant updates on both. The man hesitated, then added, Boss, when we tailed Victoria, we noticed something odd. We weren't the only ones watching her. Another group's tracking her too, but we couldn't figure out who sent them. Natalie casually dropped the cigarette to the ground and crushed it with her heel. Ignore them, but if they mess with our plan, deal with them. No mercy. With that, she turned and got into the car. She didn't have much time left in the country. She had to get that chip before leaving. Meanwhile, Theodore had just driven back from the bar. As he walked up to the second floor of the villa, he noticed the bedroom door wide open, but Victoria wasn't inside. It was 4 a.m. Where the hell could she be at this hour? A sense of unease crept into his chest. He reached for his phone, ready to call her, then paused mid-motion. Why was he so concerned about her whereabouts anyway? Thinking back to her cold attitude earlier that night, he scoffed softly, a little resentful. He shoved the phone back into his pocket. Victoria had stayed at the facility till dawn. By early morning, Mr. Marson walked in with a grim face. After taking one look at the mess, his expression turned even darker. What happened here? Chloe quickly filled him in. Other staff had also arrived, and murmurs of discontent started to rise. Why didn't you call the police? Do you realize how much sensitive stuff is stored here? If anything had gone missing, could you have taken the responsibility? Victoria didn't argue. She hadn't slept all night, and with everything else unresolved, her mind was a chaotic mess. Her head throbbed painfully. Victoria, come with me for a sec. Mr. Marson waved at her, looking troubled. Chloe thought he was about to scold Victoria for what happened last night and got a bit flustered. Professor Marson, I was the one who found the break-in first. My teacher only came because I called her. She didn't want to get blamed either, but letting Victoria take the fall alone didn't sit right with her. Mr. Marson didn't even glance at her. It's got nothing to do with you. Victoria, come in. We need to talk. Victoria gently patted Chloe's arm. It's okay, go do your thing. She had worked with Mr. Marson long enough to guess this wasn't about a simple robbery. Inside the office, Mr. Marson handed her a glass of water, clearly hesitating. Victoria frowned slightly, sensing something off. What's going on? You don't have to sugarcoat it. Someone broke into the lab last night, but nothing's missing. Honestly, I think they were targeting one of the bodies you've recently worked on. Sharp as ever. He figured it out so fast. Victoria bit her lip, debating whether to lay it all out. Too many things were tangled up in this. Mr. Marson sighed. Take a few days off. I've already asked Henry to handle the current case. Victoria looked at him, surprised. Why? Out of nowhere, a break? Did something else happen? Did Natalie go to him directly? Don't overthink it. You've had a lot on your plate anyway. Just go home and take a breather. But Victoria didn't move. She suddenly remembered what Theodore had said the night before. He wanted her to quit the job, and when she flat out refused, did he go to Mr. Marson instead? Was he trying to push her out using someone else? Her expression darkened. The idea that Theodore would interfere like this was unsettling. It was Theodore, wasn't it? She didn't wait for a response. Spinning around, she marched straight out. As she exited, she bumped into Henry, who was just arriving. Victoria? Henry called out, watching her storm off with a determined look, clearly unaware of what had just gone down. She didn't even glance at him. Victoria, can we talk? He caught up quickly and grabbed her arm. Last night, with Theodore there, Henry had kept quiet, but by now, Victoria deserved to know the full picture. She stopped walking, paused for a second, then said, All right. In the plaza behind the lab, Henry didn't waste time. Give me the chip. It's no good to you, and it'll only bring trouble. You saw it yourself. If we hadn't caught it in time last night, who knows what Natalie would have done. That woman was totally unhinged. And even if I give you the chip, can you guarantee she won't come after me again? Just like Henry said, Natalie was totally unhinged. She wasn't backing off until she got what she came for. Natalie's been going all out trying to find you. Obviously, she's after the chip. If that thing ends up in someone else's hands, she's done for, Henry said. That done for had Victoria frowning. His tone carried weight she didn't fully get. The chip, it's in the ankle area of the body. I never touched it. It looked odd, so I ran a CT scan. It's definitely some kind of mini chip. Hearing that, Henry's face twisted into an ugly scowl. He hadn't expected the chip to still be on the body. Back when he pulled every string to smuggle the corpse back from overseas, he'd had them inspect it from head to toe. They found nothing. Everyone assumed the chip was either hidden in the clothes or tucked away somewhere safe. It wasn't until he saw Natalie return to Avondale that he realized the chip had to be here, not abroad. He just hadn't guessed it would end up like this. What did she mean when she said the chip was just being returned to its rightful owner? Henry's jaw tightened, something dark flashing across his face. He didn't know how to answer that. I get it. You want to keep me out of this, Victoria said quietly, watching him, calm but firm. But do you really think I'm still not involved? She hadn't expected Henry to spill everything, but at least she wanted to know why Natalie was here and whether she came with good intentions or not. As a post-mortem reconstruction specialist, she wasn't supposed to ask questions about the bodies she handled. Confidentiality was a part of the job. But this time, Victoria had no choice. She had to press him. She couldn't let herself walk into danger blindfolded. The look in her eyes caught Henry off guard. In that moment, he realized he might have never really understood her. He never knew how strong she really was. And now, it wasn't something he could keep from her anymore. The man, his name's Soren Brookstone, Henry finally said, and before this, he was Natalie's fiancé. Victoria had tried to guess every possibility before this conversation. She thought maybe Soren had stolen something important from Natalie. Maybe they were enemies. But never did it cross her mind that they'd once been engaged. At this point, Henry gave up on dodging the truth. I told you before, Soren's not a regular guy. We kept things from you because we didn't want to drag you into something dangerous. Mr. Marson said the same. Looking back, yeah, we should have just told you everything from the start. Meanwhile, over at the hospital, Isabella had had enough of waiting. She wasn't going to sit around until Theodore got pulled back in by Victoria. No way. So she decided to make a move. With that thought, Isabella headed straight for old Mrs. Chambers' room. She'd planned to tell old Mrs. Chambers that Theodore and Victoria had already divorced, hoping she could pressure Theodore into bringing her into the family. Not exactly smooth timing, though. Mrs. Chambers had just fallen asleep. Davina saw Isabella show up wearing a patient's gown and quickly stepped forward, grabbing her hand anxiously. Isabella, are you okay? You're not feeling well or something? Before Isabella could say anything else, Davina jumped in again. You really need to take better care of yourself, sweetheart. You're always working around the clock. No wonder your body's given out like this. Money and success aren't worth it if your health is at risk. She held Isabella's hand, her tone full of genuine concern. Compared to Victoria, she had always preferred Isabella, more generous, prettier, and most importantly, truly devoted to Theodore. Unlike Victoria, who always seemed to have her mind elsewhere, Isabella gave a faint smile. I know you're just looking out for me, but I don't think I've got much time left. Her eyes welled up. Davina looked shocked, but before she could respond, Isabella slipped in another pointed comment. Anyway, Victoria seems to have moved on, found her happiness already. It's just Theo. Hold on, what do you mean by that? Davina sharply interrupted, forehead creased as she stared at Isabella. She's found her happiness? What's that supposed to mean? Wasn't Victoria still married to Theodore? Or had she cheated? Isabella hesitated. For a second, it seemed like she might come clean about the divorce, but then she changed her mind and shifted the conversation. Sure, letting Davina know about the split could be the final blow to Theodore and Victoria's relationship. But if Theodore ever found out she was the one who spilled the beans, that would bring a whole mess of trouble she didn't need. Definitely not worth the risk. Instead, she pulled out her phone and found a photo. She handed it to Davina. You didn't know? Victoria's been spending a lot of time with a man named Henry. They've been seen having meals together frequently, and last night they were down by the riverside alone too. The photo was cropped to leave out Theodore. It only showed Victoria and Henry, mid-conversation, looking a little closer than they should have been. Davina's eyes went wide. That little tramp! Going behind our backs to meet some guy. Unbelievable. She snatched the phone, her anger boiling over. Please don't jump to conclusions, Isabella added quickly. We don't know the full story. Maybe Theo already knows about them, but there's some reason he hasn't spoken up yet. Reason? What kind of reason could justify sneaking out at night to meet some random guy? If word gets out, how's that not humiliating for our whole family? She really thought Theo wouldn't find out? Davina was fuming now. Without another word, she stormed off, clearly going to confront someone, probably Victoria or Theodore. What she didn't expect was to bump into Victoria right there in the hospital corridor. Victoria had just said goodbye to Henry. Even though what she'd learned moments ago had thrown her, she knew she had to go find Theodore and clear the air. He had no right to interfere in her life like this. Victoria, just the person I wanted to see. Before Victoria could react, she got shoved hard on the shoulder. She stumbled back a couple steps, nearly losing her balance. Eyes wide, she looked at Davina, who was seething with fury. You... She had always known Davina didn't like her, but this level of aggression, without even a word of explanation, caught her completely off guard. You think I don't know about your little tricks outside? You shameless woman! I'm gonna beat the crap out of you today! As Davina lunged forward, Isabella curled her lips in a brief, satisfied smile. Still, she quickly stepped in, putting on a show to stop her. Davina, please don't get so worked up. It's bad for your health. Whatever happened, let's just sit down and talk it through, okay? Davina let out a sharp laugh. Isabella, you're too soft-hearted. With a woman like her, there's no reason to go easy. What are you trying to say? Victoria frowned, confusion flashing across her face. You really want me to repeat the mess between you and that man? Davina stood her ground, breathing heavily. She then yanked Isabella's phone and pulled up a set of photos. Here's the proof. Want to deny it now? With that, she raised her hand and tried to slap Victoria. But Victoria quickly dodged. Right then, a sharp cry rang out. She glanced up and saw Isabella slumped on the ground, looking pale as a sheet, one hand braced against the wall, completely feeble. Clearly, she jumped in to break the fight up and ended up being the one hurt, accidentally, of course. She tried getting up a few times but kept failing. Victoria instinctively moved to help her when someone suddenly rushed past her. Theodore stepped in and scooped Isabella up in his arms. His expression was anything but pleasant. As he turned around, his eyes swept past Victoria, then landed on his mom. What's going on? Theodore, thank goodness you're here. Right on time. I need to talk to you about this heartless woman right in front of you. The Chambers family won't tolerate a daughter-in-law like her. You two, come with me. We're settling this divorce now. Victoria's face stayed blank. Divorce? She figured Davina had no clue. She and Theodore had already split. Theodore frowned slightly. We'll talk about this later. I'm taking her back to her room first. Without another word, he strode off, not sparing Victoria even a glance. His attitude made things painfully clear, who he cared about and who he didn't. Victoria lowered her eyes and didn't look back, ignoring Davina's yelling as she briskly walked out of the hospital. Meanwhile, Theodore carried Isabella back to the room and called a doctor to examine her. Everything came back fine, no issue. Isabella had thrown herself down on purpose the moment she saw Theodore show up. Still, the fact he chose her side over Victoria's gave her no small amount of satisfaction. I'm really okay. I think I just tripped by accident. It's no big deal. Even so, Theodore didn't seem convinced. Your health's not great. Stop running around like this. Just stay put in bed and rest. I'll come by when I have time. I just felt so bored staying cooped up and I wanted to see Bertha. I really didn't expect things to turn out like this. She looked up with a worried expression, fingers clenched tight, like a kid who'd been caught doing something wrong. Theodore sighed, not saying anything harsh. But looking at her pale face, almost see-through under the light, he finally asked, "What's all that stuff my mom said about Victoria supposed to mean?" It was true, his mom disliked Victoria, but blowing up like that in public was unlike her. Something must have gone down before this. Isabella froze for a second, caught off guard by Theodore's question. She kept her head down, letting her hair fall to the side and cover half her face, hiding her expression. "I'm sorry. I really don't know how Mrs. Chambers found out. It just so happened that Victoria came by at the same time, and things escalated between them. I wanted to step in, but..." Her voice trailed off, soft and guilt-ridden. "I guess I wasn't much help." She looked so fragile sitting there, like she'd crumble if the wind blew too hard. Hard not to feel bad for her. Theodore pulled the blanket over her gently. "Just focus on getting better, all right? Don't stress over the rest. What matters now is listening to the doctor and recovering soon." Isabella nodded slightly. She could tell he wasn't in the best mood and wisely chose not to say more. As soon as Theodore stepped out of her room, he headed for old Mrs. Chambers' ward. He'd originally intended to find Victoria, but she was already gone. Instead, Davina spotted him the moment he arrived and grabbed hold of his arm. "Theodore, what is going through your head? That woman Victoria, she's no good, and yet you're still thinking of getting back with her? Poor Isabella's been waiting for you all this time." His face darkened. Right now, he didn't have the patience for this. "Can we not talk about this? It's between me and her." He glanced into the room, noticing his grandmother was still asleep, thankfully undisturbed. He didn't want her worrying about him. That was part of why he never told anyone about the divorce. But Davina wouldn't let it go, her tone rising in urgency. "Last night, she snuck out to meet some guy behind your back, and you're still defending her? Open your eyes, Theodore. You've been played for a fool." The more she said, the angrier she sounded, looked about ready to drag him off to sign papers on the spot. Theodore's brows furrowed tighter. So, last night, Victoria came home and then went out again. Her so-called errand was just meeting another man? He didn't need to ask who his mother was talking about. Didn't take a genius to put two and two together. That punch he threw at Henry. So she really went to see him, even in the middle of the night? Well, considering how much Henry's face mattered to Victoria, it wasn't all that surprising. And still, he didn't tell his mother about the divorce. Just didn't seem worth it. Meanwhile, Victoria had left the hospital, wandering aimlessly down the street. Mr. Marson had told her to take a couple of days off, probably didn't know what else to do. Henry had already taken care of what was left of Soren's body. Yet, because of her connection to Soren, she couldn't shake this heavy feeling in her chest. Technically, Soren had been undercover. He'd gone abroad without hesitation, with no safety net. Over the course of his mission, he got to know Natalie. Feelings developed, deep ones. At one point, he even considered taking her back home with him after the mission. But then the twist. He found out Natalie was also tied to the very case he was working on, a part of the organization. Torn between loyalty to the country and personal emotions, Soren chose duty in the end. As for the chip Natalie had been talking about, it was actually solid evidence of their criminal activities. Natalie's part of an overseas crew, one that's always slipped through the cracks. Interpol's been trying to nail them for years, but they've never had enough to pin them down. That chip, it's what Simon traded his life for. It holds evidence we can't afford to lose. But don't worry, once I get everything we need, we'll finally help Simon fulfill his mission. With that, Natalie won't have a leg to stand on, and she'll be too busy saving herself to bother you again. Victoria could still picture the way Henry had said those words, his face clouded with lingering guilt and sorrow. Before all this, she'd always thought patriotism was something distant and abstract. But someone like Simon, someone who put everything on the line, that kind of courage hit differently. It made her respect him from the bottom of her heart. Right then, a bright red sports car pulled up by the sidewalk. The window rolled down, revealing Natalie's flawless, made-up face. "Miss Ellis, mind hopping in for a quick chat?" Victoria paused, glanced at her coolly. What could we possibly have to talk about? The chip was already in Henry's hands. She had zero interest in hearing Natalie's excuses. Relax. I'm not here to mess with you in broad daylight, Natalie added with a casual smile. Seriously, I just want to talk. And yeah, I know Henry's already reached out to you. Victoria's fingers curled slightly at her sides. After a moment, she made up her mind, pulled open the car door, and got in without another word. The car shot off like a racing dart. Victoria didn't bother asking where they were going. The strange, calm feeling in her chest surprised even her. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, rest, that was the last thing on Isabella's mind. She was done waiting around. Just as she made up her mind to do something, her phone lit up. When she saw the caller ID, her expression froze. Her eyes flicked toward the doorway of her hospital room. Quietly, she slipped into the bathroom, locked the door behind her, and made the call with her voice barely above a whisper. It didn't take long for the man on the other end to pick up, his voice rough and low. By the time Isabella stepped out again, she spotted someone entering the room. Instinctively, she tucked her phone behind her back. Seeing that it was just the doctor, she finally let out a silent breath. Is there something wrong? Miss Waters, I'm here to apologize. There was a mix-up with your earlier diagnosis due to our staff's oversight. We ran the latest tests and the results, well, they're very different. Isabella stared at him, completely thrown off. Her mind went blank. What do you mean, different? The doctor didn't delay. He handed her the newly printed report. You're healthy. There's no sign of cancer. She snatched the papers from his hands, scanning them again and again, eyes wide in disbelief until she finally looked up, dazed. The doctor apologized repeatedly and turned to leave, but Isabella suddenly called out to stop him. Wait, you know I'm a public figure, right? Everything I do makes headlines. So, can we keep this under wraps for now? Like no one needs to know, not even if someone asks. That, of course, included Theodore. Cancer played perfectly into her plan. It was the reason he started caring again. This little window of time was her best shot at winning him over for good. The doctor hesitated for a second but nodded. Makes sense, he thought. Thus, everyone knew who Isabella was. Paparazzi had already snapped pics of her in the hospital, and rumors about her health were swirling online. If news broke that it had all been a misdiagnosis, it hit the hospital's reputation hard. We understand. Patient confidentiality is our top priority, he assured her. Now Isabella finally nodded, looking pleased, by the riverside. Victoria had considered a lot of possibilities, but she seriously hadn't expected Natalie to bring her all the way here. Don't tell her. If they fail to talk things through, Natalie might just shove her into the river. Just as that uneasy thought crossed her mind, Natalie gave a faint smile. You're probably thinking, what if I get pissed off and dump your body into the river, right? Victoria coughed awkwardly, clearly embarrassed to be called out like that. Well, I wouldn't blame you, Natalie said casually. I've been nothing but a villain in your eyes. You didn't even call the cops on me straight away. It's probably the nicest thing you could have done for someone like me, huh? She wasn't wrong, but that wasn't the full story either. Even Henry had said earlier that Natalie's group had always operated overseas. Yes, they'd done a lot of shady stuff, but they'd never left behind solid proof. Every time, they just slipped away clean. This wasn't a problem a simple 911 call could solve. Worse, reporting her now might push Natalie over the edge. I didn't come back just for that chip, Natalie added. Truth is, I had my own reasons. When that thing happened to Soren, I wasn't even with him. Didn't get to say goodbye. I still remember. He suddenly started acting distant out of nowhere, and I kept wondering what I'd done wrong. We ended up giving each other the cold shoulder. And then I found out he died. Found out who he really was. Her eyes drifted toward the river, and something like sorrow flitted across her face. When she'd finally learned Soren's real identity, it all clicked into place. His sudden coldness, the silence, it wasn't without reason. He must have realized they were never going to have a future. She took a breath. So yeah, what I really wanted was to come back and see him. Just once more. Victoria didn't say anything, but she couldn't deny that Natalie's words struck something in her. Maybe she wasn't as heartless as she'd imagined. At least when it came to love, Natalie still had some humanity left. But so what? Their paths were never meant to cross. Nothing could excuse what Natalie had done. She believed Henry would deal with her in due time. "That guy from last night, he your husband?" Natalie asked. "I've heard of him. Theodore, right? He's kind of a big deal." Victoria opened her mouth, but somehow the word divorced refused to come out. Honestly, there was no point explaining all that to a woman like Natalie. "You guys are lucky, Natalie continued, voice a shade softer. "Your loved ones are still breathing, still within reach. Me, I've already lost him to the other side. I just hope, if Soren has any heart left, maybe, just maybe, he'll wait for me down there. Maybe in the next life we can just be two normal people in love. I didn't expect you to miss him this much." Victoria followed Natalie's gaze, her eyes settling on the endless stretch where river blended into sky. Something stirred inside her, a strange, unexpected calm. Natalie's words echoed in her mind. "Yeah, the most beautiful kind of love must be the one where your person's still alive, still around, just one phone call away." Her thoughts drifted, inevitably, to Theodore. If she hadn't cared, if she hadn't still held on to that love, why would she have come back? Why would she have married him, knowing all the pressure that came with it? But somehow, she'd managed to mess it all up. Their marriage was done, and whatever had once existed between them was gone for good. With those thoughts swirling in her head, Victoria lowered her gaze slightly, trying to mask the sadness in her eyes. It felt like this was always the pattern. Every person she held dear eventually drifted away. First it was Elijah, and now it was Theodore. Still, seeing Theodore find happiness with Isabella, someone he truly liked, Victoria could only wish them well. Natalie glanced sideways at the woman beside her, eyes flickering with something sharp. "I once told Soren that if I ever died abroad, I'd want my ashes scattered over the river. Just let the current take me, carry me to all the places I'd never get to see, but now I guess that's not going to happen." Victoria pressed her lips together, choosing not to respond. But Natalie kept going, her voice quieter now. "Victoria, I want to ask you for a favor. Would that be okay? Even if it's just for these few peaceful minutes we've had, would you say yes to one thing? Just this once?" Victoria stayed silent, eyes locked on Natalie. Whatever it was she wanted, Victoria wasn't going to commit without knowing first. "I came back fully ready to never leave again. If I returned without that chip, I'd be as good as dead anyway. So between going back in shame or ending it all here, I'd rather choose the second. At least here I could rest in Soren's hometown, maybe even be buried near him. That idea. Honestly, it doesn't sound half bad. Not long ago she was talking about love, now suddenly she was bringing up funerals. Victoria's brow furrowed slightly, unsure how to react. Don't be so grim. She didn't really get what kind of people were behind Natalie, and frankly, she didn't want to. So in this moment, she didn't have anything comforting to say. "I just want to ask, before I go, could I see the chip one last time? I just want to take a look at Soren, that's all. I'm not going to take it. I've already decided to be with him, so why would I even care if that thing ruins me anymore?" Natalie gave a faint, almost bitter smile, but her eyes didn't move from Victoria's face. She knew Victoria was tough, so pressing harder wouldn't work. Her best shot was tugging at her emotions, trying to reason with her. Maybe that'd open a door. And Victoria did hesitate for a moment. Right now, Natalie looked like someone completely lost in love. But in the end, that sense of right and wrong won over her softer side. "Sorry, the chip's not with me. There's nothing I can do." Natalie almost slapped her right then. Seriously? After all that, and Victoria still didn't take the bait? If they were back overseas, someone like Victoria would have been taken out a long time ago. But here, all Natalie could do was keep up the act. "If it's not with you, where is it? Didn't you work on Soren's body? You didn't find anything at all?" Victoria stared into her light brown eyes, and for a second caught the flash of frustration and desperation behind Natalie's calm front. That was enough. Victoria knew then, Natalie's whole emotional spiel had just been a cover. Quietly, she slid her hand into her pocket, her fingers finding the emergency dial button on her phone. Calling the cops was the fastest way to end this standoff. "I was brought in to fix the body, not go digging for stuff. And when Soren arrived, he didn't even have proper clothes on. If anything was hidden on him, it probably fell off long ago." "That's impossible." At this point, Natalie had no patience left for playing nice. Her eyes locked onto Victoria's with a sharp, threatening glare. With the way Theodore was, there's no chance he'd stash something that important just anywhere. He definitely had it with him. And the only one who had access to his body was you. Victoria gave a chilly smirk. Finally, Natalie dropped the act. That suited her just fine. She wasn't in the mood to waste more words on her. Natalie, I've been more than tolerant. Let me make it simple. I just want what's mine. Hand over the chip, and we'll pretend none of this happened. But if you force my hand, don't blame me for what happens next. Sure, this wasn't Natalie's turf, and she'd originally wanted to avoid making a scene. But if push came to shove, she wasn't backing down. Victoria, however, stood her ground. Then let me be clear, too. I have no clue where that chip is. You want to die or something? Natalie's eyes narrowed dangerously, but before she could act further, the sound of sirens pierced the air. Earlier, when Victoria hit the panic shortcut, she must have accidentally dialed Henry as well. So when he heard Natalie's voice, he rushed right over. Natalie, the chip's with me. Henry stood just a few meters away. This has nothing to do with Victoria. She's not even aware of what's going on. You're barking up the wrong tree. Hearing that, Natalie scoffed. You think I buy that? What you really want is to help Soren finish what he started and throw me under the bus. If I'm already on the edge, why not bring someone down with me? Before anyone could stop her, she whipped out a knife and pressed it against Victoria's throat. Natalie! Henry shouted, panic flaring in his voice as he stepped forward. One wrong move and Victoria could get hurt. Calm down, we can talk this out, he urged. You're surrounded now. Don't do anything stupid. Sure, Natalie had done more than a few shady things before, but just like Henry said, none of it could stick without proof. The cops had nothing concrete. But this would change everything. Natalie let out a bitter laugh, still clutching the knife tightly. Why should I believe a word you say, Henry? I've been running for my life all this time. The man I loved wanted to dig up dirt on me just to destroy me. And the ones who claimed they loved me, all they really wanted was to use me like a pawn. So tell me, what the hell am I supposed to be afraid of now? The blade cut a shallow line on Victoria's pale neck. She winced, brows furrowing, but then as she replayed Natalie's words in her mind, something clicked. Maybe, just maybe, Natalie still had feelings for Theodore. What she couldn't stand wasn't him betraying her, but that in the end, he didn't choose her. What if I told you Theodore wanted to give up everything for you? Henry spoke slowly. I wasn't supposed to tell you this, but yes, he did reach out to me back then. Asked me to get a fake ID for a woman here. I figured it was meant for you. He couldn't abandon his duty, but deep down, he wanted you to have a shot at a new life. When Soren first came to him, Henry had thought the guy had lost it, risking so much for a woman who had crossed so many lines. But what Soren said that day stuck with him. She's been through more hell than I thought. Everyone close to her just used her. No one ever really cared. So I figured, if she could feel just a bit of kindness before getting caught, maybe she'd turn herself in. I wanted to take that chance. But if not, I was still ready to hand everything over to Interpol. There's no way, Natalie scoffed, her smile cold and sharp. She couldn't bring herself to believe any of it. Couldn't accept the idea that she still mattered to Soren. I've got nothing to gain by lying to you, Henry said calmly. I even kept the messages he sent me. If you want to see them, I'll show you. There's a lot you never knew about him. Victoria broke out in a cold sweat, her face ghost pale. Natalie, Henry said, watching her closely, everything you told me at the river, I believed you meant it. But ask yourself, did you really? Natalie froze. Of course she meant it. Her feelings for Soren, they were real. But if there was one thing she couldn't stand, it was betrayal. And from the beginning, that man had only ever approached her with hidden motives. He never came clean, never stopped playing her. She was still in a daze when the cops behind her made their move. No, let me go. Get off me. Natalie was forced to the ground, struggling as Victoria stumbled backward and fell right into Henry's arms. You okay? Henry held her steady, his jaw tightening when he saw the red mark on her neck. This whole mess, Victoria never should have been dragged into it, and now she was hurt because of it. If he'd known it would turn out like this, he would have done anything to keep her out of it. Victoria was still shaken, her face white as paper. She stayed frozen for a few seconds before slowly shaking her head, then turned to look at Natalie, who had been pinned to the ground. Yet Natalie's face was calm, like she'd been expecting this moment all along. She looked like someone who had already given up on everything, unbothered by what came next. Henry took off his jacket and wrapped it around Victoria's shoulders. "Come on, I'll take you home." She didn't protest. Lowering her head, she turned around, but as soon as she took a step, her knees buckled. She would have hit the ground if Henry hadn't caught her just in time. "You all right?" Victoria instinctively grabbed onto his arm, her lips pressed together in a tight line. She gave a small nod. "Thanks, I'm okay." She tried to steady herself, but when she looked up, she saw him. Right in front of her, Theodore had just arrived. He'd followed her all the way from the hospital, only to see her now, collapsed into another man's arms. Even though the divorce had been final, seeing Victoria this way punched a hole straight through his chest. Theodore clenched his fists, a sarcastic smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. What a perfect little damsel in distress setup. He bet Victoria was already head over heels for Henry by now. Theodore. Victoria's heart gave a painful thump. The fear and panic she'd been holding back all came crashing down the second she saw him. She almost ran to him, craving the comfort only he could bring in moments like this. Just seeing him show up, it used to feel like sunshine breaking through a storm. But Theodore just shoved a hand in his pocket, walking toward her with a face that looked like stone. His eyes zeroed in on her hand clasping Henry's arm, and every inch of him was fighting the urge to rip them apart. A cold sneer curved his lips. "Wow, Victoria. Moving on pretty fast, aren't we?" That single line hit her like a freefall into an endless void. To him, she must have been so into Elijah that now, even a stand-in would do, as long as she could keep dragging the fantasy on. The fragile hope she'd clung to was snuffed out like a candle in the rain. She lowered her gaze, biting her lip hard, fighting back the burn behind her eyes. Right then, Natalie was being led to the police car, but as she passed, she just had to open her mouth and stir more chaos. "Victoria, huh? Didn't see that coming. You and Theodore are a thing now? Then why mess around with Henry?" Victoria's eyes snapped up, disbelief written all over her face. But Natalie just shot her a smug smile before climbing into the car. Henry couldn't believe Natalie still had the nerve to sow discord like that, even when she was already caught. He called her out loud and clear. "Natalie, seriously? What the hell are you talking about?" Theodore's eyes locked on Victoria's pale face, his voice cold as ice. "Sounds like someone's guilty because it struck a nerve, huh?" He wasn't even hiding the mockery anymore. The anger in his chest needed an outlet, and right now, she was it. But all he really wanted was for Victoria to say something, anything, to explain herself. She didn't. Henry stood in the middle, watching this silent war unfold. Even though he wasn't fond of Theodore, he could sense there was a tangled, messy history between the two. And it wasn't his place to get in between them. "What about you then?" Victoria finally lifted her head, eyes locking on his. "Shouldn't you be at the hospital with Isabella? What are you doing here?" She was waiting too, waiting for him to say he was worried about her, to explain why he showed up. Just one word of concern would have meant the world. But no, of course not. Theodore didn't budge. His words were sharp, cold enough to freeze the air between them. "I came here to remind you of your place," he said. "Don't forget what your status is now. Grandma's health is still shaky. I don't care who you're sneaking around with out here, but if she finds out, I won't go easy on you." And with that, he didn't even spare her another look. He turned around, walking away without hesitation. Victoria stood frozen, her face drained of all color. Her lips turned pale in an instant, the wind by the river cutting across her face like a sharp blade. The gash on her neck, left untreated, felt like nothing. That pain was nothing compared to what was tearing at her heart. So in the end, the only person Theodore really cared about was his grandma. "Victoria! Victoria!" Henry glanced over and saw her zoning out completely. He called her name a few times, visibly worried. "It's freezing here. Let's go somewhere warm." He didn't know the full story between her and Theodore, but from what he saw just now, That guy had definitely gone too far. Why did he have to say those things right now? Couldn't it wait? Victoria seemed to snap back to reality for a moment, but before she could take a step, everything went black, and she collapsed. Victoria! Right as Theodore was about to get in the car, he heard Henry shouting. His steps froze, and he turned just in time to see Victoria falling. His brows knitted together, but he didn't move, just stood there watching as Henry picked her up and got her into the car. Deep down, he thought maybe Victoria preferred having Henry by her side anyway. Theodore got in his car, rubbed his temples, visibly exhausted. The driver peeked at him through the rearview mirror, not daring to make a single sound. After a while, Theodore calmed down a bit and finally said, "Head to the hospital." Just then, a notification popped up on his phone. It was entertainment news. Isabella's studio announces temporary career hiatus. Theodore didn't feel too surprised. She really did need to rest and focus on getting better. But still, for reasons he couldn't explain, staring at that headline just made Victoria's pale, worn-out face flash through his mind again. In his head, he thought she had only herself to blame. He had already warned her not to stay involved in that restoration project. It was a messy job bound to go wrong, but she hadn't listened. Now things had blown up. What else could she expect? Theodore hesitated at the hospital for a while, but eventually decided to check in on Isabella first. Victoria had only suffered a scare and some minor injury to her neck, but Isabella? Her life had been seriously at risk. However, when Theodore stepped into her room, what greeted him was an empty, neatly cleaned space. He frowned and instinctively double-checked the room number. No mistake there. Still, he looked puzzled. He walked out and asked the nurse at the station, only to find out Isabella had already been discharged. As for why, the nurse wasn't sure either. Standing in the hallway, Theodore's face turned cold as he pulled out his phone and tried calling Isabella. She wasn't in any shape to leave the hospital. What if something went wrong? But the call didn't even go through. Her phone was off. The unease in Theodore's chest only grew. He quickly left the hospital and headed straight to Isabella's place. He needed to know what on earth had happened in just a few short hours. On the way, he managed to get a hold of her agent, but the response only made things feel weirder. Isabella told me lately she's just too burnt out, wanted some time alone to rest. I haven't been able to reach her either. Actually, this wasn't the first time Isabella had pulled something like this. But her agent? She didn't even dare to ask questions. After all, this girl was on a whole different level. From the moment she debuted, it was like everything just worked out perfectly for her. Way too perfectly to be just luck. Honestly, it didn't take a genius to figure out there had to be someone powerful backing her from behind. And her agent? She knew exactly who that someone was without needing to be told. Of course, it was Theodore. Who else could it be? She couldn't help but envy Isabella, so young, yet already clinging onto a powerhouse like Theodore. With support like that, her career path was practically paved with gold. And the most irritating part? Theodore actually doted on her. In her opinion, this sudden disappearing act of Isabella's might just be her way of getting some extra attention from Theodore. Sometimes, playing hard to get worked better than clinging too tightly. Otherwise, guys like Theodore would lose interest fast. Theodore had gone to Isabella's apartment, but there wasn't a trace of her. He'd already checked every place she might have gone. Nothing. It was like she had straight up vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, on Twitter, her fans were freaking out. What's happening? Why did Isabella suddenly say she's taking a break? Something happened. Didn't some paparazzi say she was hospitalized a while ago? Is it her health? Please get better soon, girl. We're always behind you. But Theodore didn't have time to deal with all that. Something about Isabella's sudden disappearance didn't sit right with him. What if something really bad happened? That thought made his brows knit even tighter. He couldn't shake the image. Just hours ago, she was right there, a living, breathing person. How could she just be gone? Over in the hospital room, Victoria came to as night had already fallen. She slowly opened her eyes, still feeling groggy all over. It felt like she'd been asleep forever. Her limbs were so weak she could barely twitch her fingers. At that moment, Henry walked in with some food, and when he saw her lying there with her eyes open, staring blankly out the window, he rushed to her side. "You're awake? How are you feeling? Want me to get the doctor?" His face was written with worry as he lowered the bed for her, letting her sit up a bit better. "How long was I out?" Her voice came out rough and dry, making her frown slightly. Henry was already pouring her a warm glass of water without missing a beat. When he reached out with the cup, her hand paused in midair, something in her expression stiffening. It had been a long time since anyone cared for her like that. She looked up along his arm and gazed at that familiar face, so familiar it tugged at something inside her. Only a small bedside lamp was on, casting a shadowy yellow glow over Henry's shoulder. In that dim light, Victoria was overwhelmed by a strange illusion. For a split second, it felt like he had come back. "What's wrong?" Henry froze, his hand still holding the glass in the air, catching her staring right at him, eyes rimmed red, and something inside him twisted painfully. That need to protect her surged up so fast it caught him off guard. His voice broke the silence, snapping Victoria out of her daze. She lowered her gaze quietly. That crushing sense of loss hit her again, quietly and without warning. Elijah was gone for good. "I'm fine, thanks." Victoria cupped the glass in her hands, her teeth gently pressing against the rim. "By the way, Natalie, what's going on with her now?" After a long silence, she looked up at Henry, like the thought had just hit her out of nowhere. "I've turned over all the evidence that Soren left to the police. They've already contacted Interpol. This time, she's not getting away. And her accomplices? They've already gone ahead and applied for international arrest warrants." While Victoria was still unconscious earlier, Henry had handed over every chat log between him and Soren to the cops. After all, Natalie should have known that Soren didn't sell her out without a second thought. But knowing the truth now doesn't change anything. She's bound to spend the rest of her life in misery. "I see." Victoria nodded. "Want to turn on the TV or something?" She'd slept for hours and now couldn't sleep even if she tried. Plus, the room was so quiet you could hear both their breathing, kinda awkward. Henry walked over and turned on the TV. The host's cheerful voice quickly filled the silence and made things feel a little more lively. Up next, a major entertainment headline. Just 2 hours ago, actress Isabella's agency made a surprise announcement on Twitter stating that she's suspending all current projects. The post has sparked a lot of discussions online this afternoon. Isabella stopping everything? Out of nowhere? Why? Victoria blanked out for a second, wondering, are they getting married or something? Is she quitting early to go play house as a full-time wife? The thought made her feel even more hollow inside. Guess she'd been overthinking again. She had really believed, just a few hours ago, that Theodore had come all the way for her. Looking back, it was generous of him not to say he just happened to swing by. Isabella, isn't that the woman you saw in the hospital before? Henry frowned at the TV, his mind clearly running through something. The last time he saw her, she'd been in a hospital gown and looked pale and weak. Maybe she was sick? Could that be why she was pulling out of showbiz? Victoria didn't answer. She just picked up her phone and checked the trending topics, still all about Isabella's studio statement. Back then, Henry had actually thought Victoria and those people didn't get along. That woman, Isabella, had looked at her like she wanted to rip her apart right then and there, full of hostility and resentment. But now she'd started paying attention to her again? Weird. Still, Henry didn't pry. He knew where to draw the line with stuff like this. I'm really sorry for getting you involved in Natalie's mess. At first, I really just needed help fixing the body. I figured maybe you'd find the chip or someone would break in during the repair. What I didn't see coming was Natalie showing up in person. As the channel cut to commercials, Henry quietly spoke up. Victoria said nothing. Her gaze stayed fixed on a spot on the blanket, completely still. Honestly, Henry wasn't entirely to blame for what happened. He and Mr. Marson had actually asked Victoria if she was okay helping out from the start, and she agreed willingly, not because someone forced her to. Back at the cemetery, if it hadn't been for Henry, she might not even be alive now. She owed him. That was the truth. Right then, there was a soft knock on the hospital door. Both of them instinctively looked toward the sound. To Victoria's surprise, the person standing outside wasn't just anyone. It was William. He stood at the doorway looking kind of uneasy, like he wasn't sure if stepping in was the right move or not. The media had already picked up on the story about Natalie's arrest, and even the news about Victoria's abduction at the riverside earlier that afternoon had made headlines. After seeing all that, William came straight to the hospital. But when he saw Victoria lying pale in bed, and next to her a man he didn't recognize, he froze for a second. Who was this guy? He'd caught a glimpse of the guy's figure and had thought he might be Theodore. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Victoria put down the cup she was holding, using her arms to push herself slightly up in bed. Then it hit her. Ever since Hannah made her kneel in the cemetery for 3 whole days, she hadn't been back to the Ellis house. So much had happened, she just never got around to reaching out to either of them. But during this time, it honestly felt like they'd forgotten she even existed. Not even one message, not one call. Then again, to them, she was just the adopted daughter. No real blood connection. Whether she lived or died didn't matter. William finally stepped in but couldn't seem to take his eyes off Henry. "And this is?" The man looked familiar, but he couldn't place where he'd seen him before. "He's a friend of mine," Victoria said lightly. She noticed William had brought some fruit along, but she didn't feel a thing about it. "I'll give you two some space," Henry said tactfully, grabbing his phone and heading out. William took the seat beside her bed. Up close, he looked even more worn out than the last time she'd seen him. "Victoria, I saw the news about what happened. You're okay, right? You weren't hurt?" His eyes scanned her carefully. She didn't seem to have any major injuries. Hearing that, a faint warmth stirred in her chest. In moments like this, when you're vulnerable, even the smallest concern can hit deep. She pressed her lips together and gave a soft reply. "It was mostly just a scare, nothing serious. You really don't need to worry too much." William nodded. "Good to hear." Then silence settled over the room. Both of them had things on their minds, but neither spoke. Victoria twisted her hands together, palms starting to sweat. She was just about to say something when William opened his mouth too. They'd spoken at the same time and both instantly stopped. Now the air between them got even more awkward. They were supposed to be father and daughter, but right now, they felt like strangers. "Victoria, you know how your mom is. She's always been a little hot-tempered. What happened really hit her hard, so her reaction isn't that surprising. She said some harsh things before and even made you kneel. Just don't take it to heart, okay?" Victoria's eyes welled up. Of course, she wanted to understand her mother, but inside, a deep sense of injustice still lingered. Why did she keep getting blamed for things she didn't do? "I get it. I'm not mad." William looked at her lowered eyes, his emotions a tangled mess. To be honest, his visit wasn't just to check in on her at the hospital. He had something else in mind. But seeing that look on her face now, the words stuck in his throat. What he was about to say, it was too cruel. Victoria glanced at his hesitant expression and instantly figured it out. "You're here for something else too, aren't you?" She knew William had never truly believed her. All the so-called proof pointed at her. Just her word alone wasn't enough to clear her name. Now that things had gone this far, William frowned and looked at her with a pained expression. "The truth is, I wanted to try talking to you again. Victoria, what really happened back then? Wouldn't it be better if you just told us the truth? It'd be a relief, for you, for all of us." Victoria let out a cold little laugh. Wow, this playbook looked awfully similar to the one Natalie pulled. Soft words first, hard push after. Do they really think she's so emotional she'd give in? What they always forget is the situation they're dealing with here. If she didn't do it, how could she admit to it? "Dad," she said, voice uncertain, anxiety creeping into her tone, "I promise you, I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find out what really happened and give the Ellis family an explanation. Can you trust me?" But before William could respond, a figure suddenly stormed into the room. Hannah didn't say a word, just slapped Victoria straight across the face. "What's the point in pretending anymore? Look where we are, and you still won't admit you were wrong?" The sting flared across Victoria's cheek like heat from a flame. Stunned, She raised a hand to touch her burning face, while William hurried to hold Hannah back. "Hannah, calm down." And that's when it all clicked for Victoria. William hadn't come alone. They must have agreed on this strategy. William would come in first to talk, and Hannah would wait outside the door. Guess they didn't even bother hiding how little they cared anymore. Her heart just plummeted. Whatever was left of their so-called family bond, it was gone. Hannah kept ranting, face twisted with rage, lifting her hand to strike again. "Murderer! How do you even have the nerve to keep breathing?" "Enough!" A firm male voice rang out from the entrance. Theodore strode in, stepping right between Hannah and Victoria. "This is a hospital, not your personal drama stage. If you keep screaming and disturbing the patients, I won't hesitate to get security involved." Even Hannah, for all her rage, still had enough awareness to back off when she saw Theodore. She fell silent in an instant. "You'll get what's coming to you, Victoria," she spat. "I'll haunt you even after death, you hear me?" With one last vicious glare, Hannah turned and strode out. William was right behind her, not even glancing back at Victoria. Victoria's left cheek burned red. She lowered her head, completely at a loss on how to face Theodore. Why was he here? And of all times, he had to show up when she looked like a total wreck. The hospital room was dead silent. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of him still standing beside the bed. He hadn't left. She bit her bottom lip and finally asked, "Do you still need something?" Without answering, Theodore took a step closer. What did they mean back there? He'd overheard Hannah calling her a murderer and cursing her to a miserable death. Was this all still about Gina? "This has nothing to do with you." She said it flatly, not wanting him to think she was putting on a pity act. After all, some things were better left unspoken, especially family messes. The truth was, she didn't even know who was out to smear her name. Theodore's brow furrowed deeper. Watching her like this left a strange ache in his chest. For reasons he couldn't explain, he didn't doubt for one second that Victoria wasn't capable of killing someone. No matter the bad blood between her and Gina, Victoria just wasn't that type. Even he believed in her, so why couldn't her own family? "If there's nothing else, I'd like to rest." Victoria glanced again at him, still standing there like a statue, which struck her as odd. Theodore was never one to show up without a reason, and now he wasn't saying much of anything. So what was he really here for? Her mind swirled with questions, mixed with an aching hope. Part of her still longed to hear something, anything, that showed he cared. Why else would he come? But when he finally opened his mouth, his words pulled her right back down. "Has Isabella been to see you?" She froze, stunned. "Isabella?" She remembered the news broadcast from earlier, looking up at him slowly. "You came all this way, just to ask me that?" Her heart ached at how absurd and hurtful it was. She stared at him unbelieving. Of course, whatever had been between them was long over. Right now he was all about Isabella. She let out a laugh, no humor in it, just bitter acceptance. Theodore's right hand clenched inside his pocket, though his face stayed unreadable. He gave her a flat response. It wasn't like he felt much better. She'd pushed him away so hard that he'd ended up biting the bullet and spiting her by bringing up Isabella. "No, I haven't seen her." Her head dropped again, long hair falling like a curtain, muffling whatever emotion was left in her voice. "I see." Theodore turned to leave, but after a step, paused with a glance over his shoulder. The sunlight stretched across his broad frame, outlining his tall silhouette. "Your condition's not great. Get some rest while you're here," he said lightly, then turned to go. Just then, Henry walked back in. He'd only stepped out to take a call, completely unaware of everything that had just happened. But when he saw Theodore standing in the hospital room, Henry froze for a second. "Wait, what?" His eyes instinctively darted to Victoria, but she had her head lowered, her expression hidden under a curtain of silence. Theodore's body stiffened slightly too, so he really had just imagined it, thinking Victoria was all alone in the hospital again. Just a moment ago, seeing her thin figure made his heart soften for a split second. He even considered staying. But now, he let out a cold scoff, unable to hold back the sarcasm. "Wow, not even a cooling off period, huh, Miss Ellis? Guess that's one way to patch up the hole your ex-husband left." With those words, Theodore walked straight out, not sparing a single look back. Henry was left standing there, completely confused. He had just been shocked by how Theodore and Victoria treated each other, definitely not how a married couple should act. And now this? She had an ex-husband? So where is he now? Sorry you had to see that. Victoria tried her best to smile at Henry, but honestly, that smile looked more like she was holding back tears than anything else. Henry sat down beside her. He knew he probably shouldn't pry into her life, but his curiosity got the better of him. I remember the first time we met. You called me by another name. Was that your ex-husband's? Victoria paused, clearly not expecting him to bring that up, but she didn't deny it. Her time with Elijah hadn't lasted long. It was all so surreal, from the moment they got married to when he passed away, and then her return to the country. It still felt like a weird, foggy dream. Sorry, your eyes just reminded me of his. That's why I got it wrong. Henry nodded slowly. Now it all made sense, the whole replacement conversation Theodore had thrown around earlier. So that's what he meant. But surprisingly, Henry didn't feel offended in the least. In fact, he thought it wouldn't be so bad if they could just stay like this. Maybe even more than this someday. Victoria had no idea what he was thinking, arms wrapped around her knees, zoning out from the bed. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, on a sun-drenched island, it was still bright daylight. People laughed and played along the beach. Under a large sun umbrella not far off, a man sat looking completely out of place, dressed immaculately in all black. The silk shirt he wore caught the light with a subtle, expensive sheen. Isabella, in a white camisole dress, walked over and sat down beside him. "Julian, you okay? You've been kinda down lately." The man with gold-rimmed glasses glanced at her coolly without answering. Instead, he held out his arms. The meaning was obvious. He wanted her closer. Isabella got the message and moved in, settling right next to him. She picked up a glass of juice and held it to his lips. "I dropped everything just to come keep you company, you know? Can you at least talk to me a little?" Julian let out a soft chuckle, his long fingers lifting her chin. "You really think I'm that easy to fool? You've been tailing Theodore like his shadow. Let's be real. If I hadn't texted you, every project I lined up for you would have gone straight down the drain." Hearing that, Isabella curled up into the man's arms like a kitten, clinging to him tighter. Exactly. The reason Isabella has been killing it in the entertainment circle, even earning the nickname Lucky Charm, isn't because of some mysterious cosmic force. It's because she's got a powerful backer. But it's not Theodore Chambers. It's Julian Hart. Thing is, Julian hadn't contacted her for a while now. If it weren't for him still throwing resources her way, Isabella would have thought he'd already dumped her. They'd known each other for a long time, even longer than she'd known Theodore. Back then, when Julian somehow found out she had feelings for Theodore, Isabella had been scared out of her mind. She was terrified he'd expose their relationship. But after a few restless days, nothing happened. Julian didn't say a word and even smiled gently as he told her, "As long as you remember you're mine, that's all I care about." All Julian ever wanted was to own her person. Where her heart belonged, he didn't give a damn. So as long as Isabella remained obedient and didn't step on his toes, she could pretty much do whatever she pleased. That day in the hospital, it was Julian's call she answered. When your sugar daddy calls, you don't hang up. Coincidentally, things between her and Theodore were at a deadlock, and she needed a way to nudge things forward. Well, now was her shot. She was curious. If she suddenly vanished, just how worried would Theodore get? But lately, Isabella hadn't even looked at her phone. Julian was good-looking, had a killer body, and wasn't stingy with money. Of course, she was willing to stick around. Right now, Julian was tilting her chin up between his fingers, lazily brushing his thumb across her skin. "So, I heard you're getting married?" That rumor had come from a fake tip she'd fed the paparazzi, a little ploy to push Theodore into reacting. Didn't expect Julian to catch wind of it. She wrapped her hand around his, flashing a charming smile. "Just some made-up gossip. Can't believe you actually bought into it." No way she'd let Julian know the truth. He had dirt on her too. This wasn't someone she could afford to upset. "Oh, really? Well, I don't care if you get married or not, but if you ever think of cutting ties with me." Julian leaned in, his breath warm against her ear. Better luck in your next life." His deep, gravelly voice made Isabella shiver on instinct. She slowly looked up, the fear in her eyes fading just like that. Then she forced a stiff smile as she met his gaze. "Of course not. No one could ever treat me the way you do, not even Theodore." When it came to throwing money and pulling strings, Julian was way more generous than Theodore. Of course, all that came at a price, her own body. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Victoria was trapped in a nightmare. In the dream, Gina had killed her cat, then stared at her with cold, vicious eyes, pushing her toward the pond. "Victoria, you're just a fake. You stole my identity to stay with the Ellis family. Someone like you doesn't deserve love, not from anyone." In a flash, the scene shifted. Theodore stood there with that frosty expression, and right next to him was Isabella, their fingers intertwined like some picture-perfect couple. Meanwhile, in the background, Hannah's voice cut through like a knife. She was yelling, accusing her of killing Gina. "It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me." Victoria gasped and jolted upright in bed. She felt wrecked. Henry, who had been dozing on the couch, immediately scrambled over at the sound. "Hey, what happened? You okay?" Victoria slowly found her breath again, lips trembling just slightly. But she didn't care anymore if Henry was technically an outsider. Without thinking, she threw herself into his arms. Henry had never seen her cry like this before. She was completely broken. He gently rubbed her back, keeping his voice low and comforting. "Hey, it's okay. I'm here." It took a while for Victoria to realize how out of control she'd been. She wiped her face, quietly pulling away from Henry. "Sorry, and thank you, really." Her voice was all over the place. She bit her lip, eyes still red and puffy. The way she looked right now, completely raw, was gut-wrenching. Henry figured she must have been through so much. Whatever had happened had shaped the tough version of her standing here today. "From now on, I'll be here for you. I'll protect you, take care of you." It just came out. Even Henry seemed caught off guard after he said it. Victoria was even more stunned. That kind of statement? It wasn't something you said lightly. This was basically a confession. "I'm sorry." She looked down. Right now, she wasn't in the headspace for this. Dealing with everything involving Theodore and Gina was enough to drag her under. How could she even think about starting something new? Besides, even she wasn't sure how she felt about Henry. Was it because of Elijah or just plain gratitude? The next day, Victoria was discharged from the hospital. She reached out to William to meet in person. William had assumed she'd finally come around and was ready to admit something. But Victoria didn't waste time. "That video you got before, can you send it to me?" She needed to trace it, figure out who was behind all this mess. "What do you want that for?" William looked genuinely surprised. In his eyes, that clip didn't seem like it served any real purpose now. "I promised you I'd find whoever killed Gina. So right now, I need all the related evidence I can get. If you actually want to know the truth too, then work with me." She was calm and focused. But in her gaze, there was a different kind of determination. That look made William pause. For a second, it was like pressure rolled off her body. Because this was the real Victoria. She used to get caught up in emotions, tangled in family drama and Theodore, but not anymore. She was done being stuck. She wanted to move forward. And the first step to that was tracking down Gina's killer and clearing her own name. William finally sent her the clip. "I had someone try to trace the sender and its origin, but it was a dead end. Whoever did it used high-level encryption." "Got it." Victoria nodded. Now that she had what she came for, she didn't stick around. She stood up ready to go, but just as she took a single step forward, William called out to stop her. "This whole mess, no one wanted it to happen. You know how bad Mom's been lately. I think it's best if you don't come back for a while. If anything comes up, just call me." William's words were basically drawing a clear line between him and Victoria. Victoria's lips pressed into a thin line, her face calm like the news didn't faze her at all. It was like she had seen this coming. The Ellis family had finally decided to cut her off for good. "All right." She nodded, voice flat like there wasn't any other choice left to make. After that, she and William split up outside the cafe. She headed back to the hospital. Meanwhile, Theodore still hadn't given up searching for Isabella. He'd even hired several private investigators, but there was nothing. The last footage, showed Isabella leaving the hospital, then walking into a blind spot not covered by traffic cameras. That road was always busy, cars constantly moving. No one could figure out when or how she disappeared after that point. Soon, Davina found out and immediately called Theodore over to the hospital to demand answers. "Tell me what the hell happened. How come Isabella just vanished? Did you say something to upset her?" In Davina's eyes, Isabella was the perfect daughter-in-law material, easygoing, sweet, lovely to look at, with a normal job. Not like Victoria, who worked with dead bodies all day. Creepy stuff. Theodore was already in a foul mood. He pressed his lips together, clearly agitated. His fingers rubbed over his lighter, flipping the cap open and shut, searching for a smoke he didn't have. "I'm telling you now, if anything happens to her, I'm holding you responsible." Old Mrs. Chambers, lying on her hospital bed, spoke up. "All right, enough. Let the young ones handle their own affairs. You're just making things worse." "Mom, if we don't step in, who knows what kind of mess they'll get into." Davina marched back to the bedside with a huff. Theodore's eyes were dark with frustration. His voice was steady, though, edged with a quiet conviction. "Don't worry. I'll find Isabella. I won't let anything happen to her." At the doorway, Victoria froze in place. Her teeth sank into her bottom lip so hard it almost bled. Theodore's words echoed in her chest like a punch, leaving her breathless. She laughed bitterly at herself. So this is what it was. Isabella meant that much to him. More, even, like her safety mattered more than anything else in the world to him. Victoria didn't say a word. She simply turned and walked away from the room. She'd intended to visit old Mrs. Chambers, but had ended up stumbling upon that painful scene. Her heart felt numb. Honestly, she should have let go a long time ago. Right after she left, old Mrs. Chambers seemed to sense something and glanced toward the door. But there was no one there. She changed the subject soon after. "What's Victoria been up to lately? Haven't seen her in a while. Theodore, why didn't you bring her along to visit me?" Old Mrs. Chambers knew Victoria wasn't cold-hearted, but with how long it had been since they last saw each other. Did something happen? Old Mrs. Chambers was still worried and reached for her phone to call Victoria, but Davina crossed her arms and scoffed. "That ungrateful brat, why are you still thinking about her? Who knows what random guy she's messing around with out there right now?" Just saying it made Davina even angrier. Old Mrs. Chambers frowned, her gaze falling on Theodore, who was standing quietly by the window. "What happened? Did you two have a fight?" She pushed herself up a bit with her hands, looking much more serious now. At the mention of it, the image of Henry showing up at Victoria's hospital room last night flashed across Theodore's mind again. Late at night, just the two of them alone, even if it was in a hospital, who knows what could have happened. His expression grew even darker. He kept quiet, but to Davina, his silence was as good as agreement. She stepped closer, voice sharper than ever. "Theodore, what are you waiting for? A woman like Victoria isn't worth the trouble." "Watch your mouth," old Mrs. Chambers snapped, but then started coughing badly as soon as the words left her lips. "Don't talk about Victoria like that." She knew Victoria wasn't that kind of girl. There obviously had to be a misunderstanding somewhere. She waved for Theodore to come over to her bedside. "You two have been through so much already. It's not easy getting back together. I just want you both to be happy again. But remember, don't let stupid things mess with your heart and ruin everything." Whatever those stupid things were, she didn't say. Theodore didn't reply, but he tightened his grip around her hand. Cherish. Saying that now just felt too late. It really seemed like there was no way back anymore. Later in the afternoon, Victoria got a call from old Mrs. Chambers. The moment she heard her soft, warm voice on the other end, Victoria had to bite her lip hard to hold back the tears welling up. "Bertha, I'm so sorry. Work's been a lot lately and I haven't had time to visit you. Once I wrap up some things, I'll definitely come see you, okay?" Old Mrs. Chambers said gently. "I wasn't trying to push you, sweetheart. I just wanted to know if you're doing all right. Don't stress yourself out too much with work. No matter what, you've still got the Chambers family behind you. All I want is to see you and Theodore getting along again. If you two are okay, that's all the peace I need." Victoria covered her mouth, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. "Bertha, please take care of yourself too." When the call ended, Victoria finally made up her mind. Maybe. It was time to end the lie between her and Theodore. New Year was just around the corner. She wandered aimlessly along the street, watching how the city had already put up decorations and lights everywhere. But inside, she felt nothing. Sure, New Year was supposed to be something to look forward to, but if the person you wanted to spend it with wasn't around, what was the point? Before she knew it, she was at the entrance of the restoration center. Maybe this place was the only bit of home she had left now. She walked in, only to notice the strange looks her coworkers were giving her. It threw her off for a second, but she didn't dwell on it. She'd always kept to herself and didn't bother digging into whatever rumors might be floating around behind her back. Anyway, for her, it was just another job. Chloe followed Victoria into the office, and the moment they stepped in, she started venting. People out there are seriously getting on my nerves. I don't even know where they got it from, but they're saying the break-in happened because of that body you worked on a few days ago. They've been talking nonstop, spreading all kinds of crap about you. Just ignore them, okay? That finally clicked something in Victoria's mind. So that's what this was about. She gave a slight nod while tidying up the room, casually glancing over at Chloe, who was still standing nearby. Is there anything else? Chloe looked like she had something to say but was struggling to bring it up. Her face was full of hesitation. She'd seen the news. Someone mentioned Victoria had been kidnapped, and with her taking the last couple days off, Chloe couldn't help but be worried. Victoria, if you ever need help with anything, just let me know, seriously. Don't feel like you have to go through stuff alone. She wasn't exactly someone powerful or influential, but she still wanted to be there for Victoria in whatever small way she could. It just felt like Victoria was carrying too much on her own. Victoria paused for a second, then gave her a small smile. Thanks, I appreciate it. If I ever need a hand, I'll definitely ask. Watching Chloe bounce out of the office with that carefree energy, Victoria suddenly felt maybe the world wasn't all bad. Maybe, just maybe, she'd been too focused on her family and Theodore for too long. She'd let those ties weigh her down, got so caught up in all that stuff that, after everything went wrong, it felt like no one in the world really cared about her. She let out a deep breath and started tossing out a bunch of old things from the office. Since she was planning to start fresh, she might as well go all in. 3 days before New Year, Victoria headed to the hospital. She stood outside for a moment, breathing in like she was preparing herself. The room was quiet when she walked in. Maybe old Mrs. Chambers had sent everyone out knowing she'd come, or maybe it was just coincidence. Victoria, come here, let me get a look at you. I haven't seen you in a while. Have you lost weight? You haven't been eating well, have you? I should really have a word with Theodore. Victoria walked over and sat at the side of the bed, a soft smile still lingering on her face. Even though she thought she was ready for this moment, sitting here in front of old Mrs. Chambers made it hard to get the words out. She lightly bit her lip. Actually, I came today because there's something I need to tell you. As soon as she saw Victoria's downcast face, something inside old Mrs. Chambers tightened. Intuition told her this wasn't going to be good. But she had lived long enough to see all kinds of things. She gently held Victoria's hand and didn't let go. Sweet girl, there's no need to hold back with me. Just say whatever you need to say. After all, no matter what, the Chambers family was still her safety net. Victoria reached into her pocket, pulled out the brooch, and carefully placed it in old Mrs. Chambers' hand, biting her lip again. I'm sorry, but I have to give this back to you. The brooch felt heavy in her palm. It carried all of old Mrs. Chambers' hopes for her. But Victoria just couldn't carry those expectations anymore. She didn't feel like she had any right to accept that brooch now. Seeing her like that, old Mrs. Chambers looked stunned, confusion flickering in her eyes as she asked, "What do you mean by that?" To be honest, Theodore and I actually got divorced about 2 weeks ago, but your health wasn't great back then, and we didn't want to stress you out, so we kept it from you. Victoria had tried to hold it in all this time, but she couldn't do it anymore. Hiding things wouldn't help anyone. It was better to just be honest. I originally promised Theodore we'd wait until March to tell you, once you were feeling better. But I can't keep pretending in front of you. Especially after watching Theodore go off searching for Isabella non-stop these past few days. Each time she saw it, it stung a bit more. She wasn't expecting things to end up like this. Coming back here, maybe getting back with him was a mistake. Still, you've always treated me with such kindness. But Bertha, I'm not sure I deserve it. Victoria glanced to the side, blinking rapidly, eyes turning red. It was only because old Mrs. Chambers seemed to be doing well now that she finally worked up the courage to tell her the truth. She really didn't want to sit at the New Year's dinner table pretending everything was fine, side by side with Theodore. What's the point? They'd both just end up hurting even more. The room went completely silent. Old Mrs. Chambers looked down at the brooch in her hand, the one Victoria had just returned, and her heart tightened. She knew what kind of person Victoria was. She also knew how much Victoria and Theodore had been through together. It hadn't been easy for them to hold on this long. And honestly, she could still see some lingering feelings between them. But clearly, things had finally fallen apart. Victoria, since you've made up your mind, I won't try to change it. Just remember, no matter what happened with Theodore, I'll always be your grandma. So come visit me, okay? When Victoria looked up again, her cheeks were already wet from crying. She choked out a nod and hugged the older woman tightly. I will. I'll come see you whenever I can. She stayed a little longer to keep old Mrs. Chambers company before finally standing up to leave. Please rest well, Bertha. I should get going now. As she left the hospital, Victoria glanced up at the gloomy sky, feeling this strange emptiness in her chest. She couldn't really explain it, but instead of dwelling on it, she rushed to meet with the real estate agent she'd contacted. She was serious about moving on. No way was she going to stay in Elijah's old apartment. After a whole afternoon of running around, she finally found a place she was okay with. When she went back to the villa to pack, Theodore wasn't around. The housekeeper mentioned he'd been on edge lately because of Isabella's disappearance. Victoria didn't say much, just quickly gathered her things and left. When she'd moved in, she brought one suitcase. Now, even that didn't get filled up completely. Looking at the half-empty bag, she felt a wave of complex emotions. On the taxi ride over, she sent Theodore a quick message letting him know she'd officially moved out. Her life was finally starting to be her own again, not orbiting around him anymore. But deep into the night, her phone buzzed, yanking her straight out of sleep. Still groggy, she answered the call. On the other end, Theodore's voice came through low and tight, brimming with barely contained fury. Victoria, what exactly did you say to my grandma? Her mind went blank for a moment, unable to process what was happening. Then the sharp beep of the medical equipment came again through the phone. That piercing sound snapped Victoria wide awake. She shot up from the bed. What? She blurted out. Theodore didn't say anything else. He just hung up. But right before the call ended, Victoria clearly caught the long, flatline beep from the heart monitor. Something happened to Bertha? Her heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare think further. Panic flooded her face as she scrambled out of bed, threw on a coat, and rushed out to call a cab to the hospital. By the time she got there, though, it was too late. She arrived just in time to see the doctors covering old Mrs. Chambers with a white sheet. The hallway was already packed with members of the Chambers family. Judging by their sleepy looks and wrinkled clothes, most of them had been dragged here in the middle of the night. Standing off to the side, Victoria spotted Theodore leaning against the wall. His head was down, his entire body wrapped in shadows. She couldn't even see his expression. But somehow, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. It was like in that moment she could feel what he was feeling, completely broken, utterly alone. Her face turned pale. Her legs felt frozen in place. She didn't even dare to move. Why? Everything had seemed okay earlier that afternoon. Bertha had even looked in decent spirits, and now suddenly she was lying there, cold and lifeless. Just then, Davina noticed Victoria. She stormed over, eyes blazing, and yanked at Victoria's hair. You cursed thing, what did you say to my mother? Did you really talk her to death? Her voice cracked as she shouted, tears wetting the corners of her eyes. Unbelievable. She treated you so well, and this is how you repay her? You ungrateful little bitch." Victoria didn't say a word. She just stood there, silent, letting Davina shove her around, as if her heart wasn't already breaking, like it hadn't been shattered the second she saw Bertha's body. But no matter how hard she thought about it, none of it made any sense. One after another, other members of the Chambers family came over to scold her too. Their words were harsh, downright cruel. But Victoria got it. Not one of them had shown up to help when Bertha was lying in that hospital bed before. Yet now they were putting on a show, crying, yelling, throwing blame. Who were they trying to impress? Truth was, with Bertha gone, the inheritance talk was about to start. That's what they really cared about. So she didn't argue, not once. Head hanging low, she stayed right where she was, not saying a single word. In her simple white dress, she looked small and fragile. Her lips were drained of color, like she could faint at any moment. Just as Davina raised her hand, ready to slap her, an arm suddenly blocked the swing. Theodore's eyes were sharp and cold, his expression dangerous enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. The cluster of relatives around Victoria instantly backed off. For all their ranting, they still feared Theodore. "Damn it, Theodore, you—" Davina started to yell, but she wasn't about to back down. Not tonight. She was determined to get to the bottom of this. Back then, because of old Mrs. Chambers, Davina couldn't do anything to Victoria. But now, things were different. Old Mrs. Chambers was gone. What did she have to be afraid of anymore? But Theodore didn't even acknowledge everyone's accusations. He just grabbed Victoria by the arm and pulled her out of the hospital hallway without a word. The hospital garden in the middle of the night was eerily quiet. Victoria kept her head down, staring blankly at the tips of her shoes. She had no idea how to face Theodore at this point. If old Mrs. Chambers' death really had anything to do with what she said that afternoon, she couldn't forgive herself. The early morning breeze was sharp and cold. It made her shiver uncontrollably. Theodore glanced down at her feet. She was wearing mismatched slippers. Probably rushed out so fast she didn't even realize. His brows furrowed sharply, but the flicker of concern quickly drowned under the weight of his grief. "You saw Grandma this afternoon, didn't you? What exactly did you talk about?" His dark eyes were locked onto Victoria like a spotlight, refusing to miss even the tiniest change in her expression. Truth be told, he probably already had a good idea of what she'd said. Right before Bertha was wheeled into the ER, she had clung to his hand, urging him not to ignore his feelings and insisting he shouldn't let go of someone like Victoria. Her eyes were red, and her words had hit him right in the gut. In that split second, everything just clicked. But amidst all that chaos, he couldn't process it. And now she was gone. So quickly, no final words left. Those last things she said to him? Those turned out to be the last words they'd ever share. Victoria's lashes were wet, her voice shaky. "I'm sorry." Whether or not she was the cause, she couldn't bring herself to explain anything. Biting her lower lip hard, she stood there under his gaze and slowly forced the words out. "I just suddenly realized we shouldn't keep lying to Bertha, so I—" When she decided to tell the truth, she'd hesitated. She had to admit it was selfish. All she could think about in that moment was ending things with Theodore, for good. If she'd known it would lead to this, she never would have said anything. "I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't know." Her voice cracked. Like a dam finally breaking, the emotions surged forward. She crouched down, sobbing uncontrollably. Bertha had treated her like family, maybe even more than her own relatives ever had. Now she was gone, and Victoria felt like she'd lost her last anchor in the world. Theodore just stood there, fists clenched so tight in his pockets that his knuckles turned white. He wanted to lash out, but somehow he held it in. His face was unreadable, but his voice was sharp and cold. "Don't ever let me see you again." He turned and walked off. Victoria was still crouched there, frozen in place, until her legs went numb. Only then did she push herself up from the ground. One last glance at the building behind her, and her face empty of emotion, she walked away. The next morning, the Chambers family held the funeral. After a long, sleepless night, Victoria still chose to go. She just wanted to see old Mrs. Chambers one last time, even if it was from far away, just silently, without anyone noticing. All she wanted was to send her off properly. It rained on the day they buried old Mrs. Chambers. The drizzle was chilly, making people shiver slightly when it landed on their skin. Victoria was dressed thinly, but she didn't feel cold at all. If anything, the breeze brushing through her hair felt like Bertha giving her a soft hug. She didn't step forward. Instead, she stood quietly under a tree not far away, eyes fixed on Theodore standing in the middle of the crowd. He stood tall and composed. Just looking at him made people feel safe. But to her, he hadn't felt like a safe haven for a long time. That thought alone made her lips twitch in a bitter, ironic smile. After all, she was the one who had walked away from him in the first place. Fingers clenching the handle of her umbrella hard, tears ran down her face unnoticed as the cold wind stung her cheeks. Her mind kept replaying what Bertha used to say. She only wanted Victoria to be happy, but now, everything in her life felt like a mess. The people she cared about kept slipping away, one after another. How was she supposed to pull herself together and move forward? Breathing in deeply, Victoria's chest ached with sorrow. That's when someone spotted her. "You've got some nerve showing your face here. Such bad luck you are." A female cousin of Theodore stormed over, her voice sharp and loaded with contempt. Clearly emboldened by Theodore's attitude, she didn't bother hiding her disgust. Victoria hadn't expected to be noticed. Her gaze lowered slightly, and she turned to leave in silence. But the woman didn't let it go. She stepped right in front of her, cutting off her path. "I remember it so clearly. Grandma was recovering just fine. The doctors even said she'd be discharged soon. But the second you visited her, she took a turn for the worse that very night. Honestly, I think you cursed her. And now what? You're back to stir up trouble? What's your game this time?" The woman shouted louder, and in the middle of her outburst, she smacked the umbrella from Victoria's hand. Her yelling drew quite a few eyes from the crowd. Most of the people here were close with the Chambers family. They all recognized Victoria, but their expressions stayed cold, indifferent. At most, they just glanced at Theodore to see how he'd react. After all, everyone knew Victoria used to be with him. What went down between them was none of their business. When Theodore heard the commotion, an annoyed frown crept across his face. All he wanted was to give his grandma a peaceful send-off. Whoever was causing a scene at the funeral, he wasn't going to let it slide. But when he turned and saw that all-too-familiar figure not far away, he froze. Victoria. What the hell was she doing here? His gaze narrowed slightly, and instantly, whispers spread through the crowd. Some even looked a little too intrigued. Back when the two were close, people were quick to cozy up to her. But now? Guess something was off. Just when it looked like he might step in, Theodore simply shot a look at his bodyguards. They got the message loud and clear, immediately hurrying over to break the two apart. And they didn't hold back. Orders were orders. The man himself gave them, so they didn't bother being polite. The guards shoved both of them by the shoulders, trying to make Victoria and the distant relative leave. "Get out now! Hey, you should be kicking her out, not me. I'm Theodore's cousin, okay? Don't touch me." The woman shrieked, trying to push back, but she was no match for the guards. Even though she kept yelling about being related to Theodore, no one stood up for her anymore. The solemn mood of the funeral was completely wrecked by her scene. Honestly, it was already merciful that Theodore hadn't personally thrown her out. Victoria had been frail to begin with, still not fully recovered, and the guard's rough shove nearly sent her crashing to the ground. She staggered back a few steps before stumbling right into someone's arms. Henry stood there holding a black umbrella, looking down at her with calm, steady eyes. His voice held a quiet strength. "Are you all right?" Victoria met his gaze, dazed for a second. That sense of safety she hadn't felt in so long suddenly returned, but she wasn't about to let herself rely on it. She knew all too well. It wasn't something that belonged to her. "I'm fine, thank you." Her voice was quiet, and her face looked ghost pale. The sight made Henry's heart tighten. Then he handed the umbrella directly to her and turned to the guard standing nearby. "So this is how the Chambers family hosts a funeral? The woman who passed deserved respect, and you're pushing around someone who's clearly in no shape to fight back. If word of this gets out, do you think people will be praising you or laughing?" Henry honestly couldn't believe Theodore could be this heartless. But Theodore just watched coolly from the sidelines. Given his typical attitude, the fact that he hadn't lashed out at Victoria after his grandmother passed could almost be considered merciful for him. If it were anyone else, things might have escalated quickly. "Victoria, you really have no shame, do you? Showing up at the funeral with your little side guy?" Davina dropped to her knees, wailing dramatically. "Can you see this, Mom? The so-called daughter-in-law you adored, she brought another man here, to your funeral. That's how much she respected you. All your love, wasted on someone who never deserved it." The crowd around them finally started to connect the dots. Whispers rippled among them, eyes turned from the grave to Victoria, filled with gossip-fueled suspicion. Seriously? Did Victoria actually drag a guy here? Was she really cheating on Theodore that blatantly? Victoria's face lost all its color. She opened her mouth to explain, but everything went dark, and she nearly passed out. "Grandma!" Just then, a woman in a black coat rushed into view. She didn't care that the ground was muddy. She dropped to her knees in front of the grave, sobbing. "Grandma, I'm sorry I'm late. I should have been here. I let you down." Everyone turned to stare in confusion at the woman who appeared out of nowhere. Davina stepped forward too, but when she managed to get a good look at the woman's face through her soaked hair, her whole body froze. You. Right now, the slim figure kneeling in front of the tombstone was none other than Grace Chambers, the daughter the Chambers family had been searching for all these years. They'd turned the world upside down trying to find her, yet never got a single lead. Davina had even mentally prepared herself for the worst, believing deep down that her daughter might never come back. But now, this person she thought she'd lost forever was suddenly here, in front of old Mrs. Chambers's grave. Davina felt like her whole world tilted. She pinched her thigh hard, almost thinking she was dreaming. Plenty of folks around didn't even recognize Grace anymore. They stared curiously, none of them quite sure what was going on. Not just Davina. Theodore also had a stunned look in his eyes. He never expected to see Grace again, ever. Although, maybe this wasn't a bad thing. Back when their grandmother was alive, she adored Grace. Even after Grace disappeared, she stayed heartbroken for a long time. Just a few days ago, still drowsy in her sleep, Bertha had asked him, "Any word about Grace yet? If she comes back, make sure she visits." That moment really got to Theodore, but Grace had disappeared so completely, like she'd vanished off the face of the earth. Theodore knew his big sister best. If she didn't want to be found, no matter how hard they tried, it was useless. And yet now, the same sister they'd searched for without any luck had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Deep down, Theodore had a weird feeling. Something wasn't right. He stepped forward and gently pulled Grace up from the ground, his expression calm. "You're finally back." Bertha wouldn't want them crying over this anymore. Grace buried herself in his arms, crying uncontrollably. "I'm sorry. I should have come back sooner." Davina rushed in and hugged her tightly. "Where the hell have you been all these years? And now you just stroll back in like it's no big deal? You've got some nerve showing your face." But Grace didn't say anything else. She just kept apologizing over and over. She never imagined Bertha was already gone. When Theodore helped her up, Victoria finally got a good look at her face, pale and worn. There was something eerily familiar about it, dragging Victoria sharply back to a few years ago. Back when Elijah was still alive, before the cancer took him. Her mind replayed that moment, Elijah breaking it off with Grace. That was the last time she'd seen her. Even now, no one knew where Grace had been all these years. Not even Theodore, who had thrown everything into searching for her, found a single clue. Victoria's face turned ghostly pale. Her nails dug into her palm as she bit her bottom lip. Grace was back, which meant the past hadn't been buried after all. Henry was the first to pick up on Victoria's strange shift in mood. "You okay?" He shot a glance toward the two figures not far away, curled into each other. It was only after that woman showed up that Victoria had started acting weird. But then again, things between Victoria and the Chambers family were already complicated enough. Add this woman into the mix, and it was just more of the same. Henry took off his jacket and gently draped it over Victoria's shoulders. "It's pouring out. Let's get in the car first. You're definitely catching a cold if we stay out here." He helped her into the passenger seat before circling around and getting in himself. Without asking anything, he handed her a cup of hot water once they were inside. Then came a soft, considerate voice. "What's your address? I'll drop you off at home. When you get back, don't forget to take a hot shower and drink some ginger tea. If there's none at home, I can order a delivery for you right now." Victoria remained quiet. Though she held the warm cup tightly, the heat never seemed to reach past her fingers. She bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes drifting towards the rearview mirror, unfocused. Rain kept hammering down outside, while inside, a chill had settled deep in her bones. "Thanks." After a long pause, she finally turned to Henry and gave him a faint, quiet smile. Who would have thought, out of everyone, it'd be Henry who stayed? He glanced at her with visible concern, words at the tip of his tongue, but in the end, swallowed them. There were things he wanted to ask, really wanted to, but now clearly wasn't the time. The car stayed silent, except for the soft hum of the air conditioner, which suddenly felt louder in the stillness. Strangely, neither of them seemed uncomfortable. A quiet, mutual understanding filled the space between them. Eventually, the car rolled to a stop at the gates of her building. She seemed calmer now. "You must have a ton of questions, right?" she suddenly said, catching Henry a bit off guard. He didn't expect her to be so upfront. He let out a dry chuckle, one side of his mouth twitching. "Yeah, I do. But I also know this isn't the time to push you for answers. Besides, I'm well aware of my place. I'll wait till you're ready to talk, if that day ever comes." The "if" hung heavy between them, full of meaning only they understood. Victoria said nothing more. When the car stopped just downstairs, she murmured a quick thanks and reached for the door. But before she could step out, Henry's voice came from behind again. "Victoria, you don't always have to keep your guard up around everyone. Sometimes, trying to connect with people, it's not such a bad idea." She kept her eyes lowered and didn't respond. It wasn't that she hadn't tried before. She had, and it always ended the same, burnt, broken, left in the dust. That old saying came to mind, "Don't tell people to smile if you don't know what they've been through." Henry didn't know her past, so his words, while kind, felt a bit too easy. "I get it," she replied softly, offering one more thanks before stepping out with her umbrella. She heard him, sure, but she wasn't taking any of that to heart. When she got home, she kicked off her shoes, collapsed onto the bed, and somehow, without meaning to, drifted off to sleep. Back at the Chambers house, the mood was tense. Grace stood in the middle of the living room, facing Theodore and their mother, calm as ever. Still lost in grief over her grandmother's passing, she didn't seem to realize how much her years of absence had affected them. Davina could barely hold back the urge to slap her. This girl, did she really have no attachment to the family at all? The anger burned in her chest, but seeing her daughter right in front of her again, she bit it back with a shaky breath and turned away. This was her child. Despite everything, she was still her daughter. Now that she'd finally come back, could Davina really drive her away again out of anger? The long silence in the living room was getting on Grace's nerves. Sure, Theodore was her little brother, the one she'd grown up with, but when he got pissed, he was seriously scary. Even Grace had to tread lightly. Her usually vibrant face looked pale. Those dark eyes, so much like Theodore's, held a stubborn glint. "If you've got something to ask, then just ask. Why are y'all staring at me like that?" The vibe was seriously creeping her out. After that, she rubbed her arm self-consciously and tossed aside the throw blanket draped over her. Before Theodore said a word, Davina jumped up first, glaring and storming straight over. She smacked Grace hard between the shoulder blades. "You damn girl, where the hell have you been all these years? Was it Victoria's fault?" Hearing that name made Grace's eyes flicker. She turned to Davina instantly. "Victoria? Where is she now?" If she could, she really did want to see Victoria again. No way was her sudden disappearance all unrelated to her. Davina saw that reaction, and if she'd been on the fence before, now she was dead sure. Victoria had everything to do with Grace vanishing back then. She clenched her jaw harder, looking like she wanted to drag Victoria in and give her a piece of her mind that instant. "I knew it. I knew that woman had something to do with it. That walking disaster. Thank God you two are divorced now." At least that woman can't bring our family any more bad luck." "What?" Grace latched right onto that bit of info and whipped her head toward Theodore. "You two were married? When did that happen? And now you're divorced? Why?" She fired off questions like a machine gun and rushed to his side like she was about to grab him by the shirt. Why on earth had Theodore married Victoria? And if that was true, then where did Elijah fit into all this? Her brain was a total mess, but Theodore wasn't in the mood to play 20 questions. This wasn't the time for Grace to come back just to interrogate everyone like she owned the place. He stood up slowly, that icy look in his eyes making her backbone chill. Then he let out a dismissive snort. "You haven't even explained your own crap, and now you're here trying to dig into mine? Grace, do we even matter to you anymore?" If she really wanted to go, no one was stopping her. But the fact she didn't say a single thing before leaving, did she have any clue what kind of hell everyone went through worrying about her? Only Grace was in full tunnel vision mode, locked on the fact that Victoria and Theodore had actually been married. Her whole mind shut down. "No, I need to find Victoria. Either give me her address or her number, now." As she said it, Grace had already started reaching for Theodore's pockets. Seriously, only Grace would be this shameless. Theodore's brow furrowed. He didn't even want to hear Victoria's name right now. Not when every mention of her reminded him of Grandma's death. He was at his breaking point. Suddenly, he grabbed Grace by the arm and dragged her upstairs. "From now on, you're staying here to get your head straight. When you're finally ready to talk like a normal person, then come out and we'll talk." She's been gone for years, and now that she's finally back, she won't say a single word to explain herself, and now she even wants to leave. As much as Davina felt conflicted, she couldn't deny that Theodore wasn't wrong to be tough on Grace. Grace needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, what was to stop her from pulling a stunt like this again? But even after she came downstairs, Davina didn't forget to pressure Theodore. "If you ask me, Grace disappeared all because of that Victoria. And don't forget, even your grandmother's death had to do with that woman. Our Chambers family has never been treated like this before. Theo, are you really okay just letting this go?" Harsh as the words were, Theodore's face was already dark with frustration. But what could he really do? Yes, something Victoria said had worsened Grandma's condition, and yes, in the end, it led to her passing. Still, when he saw Victoria's pale face that night, something in him couldn't go through with it. He let her go, hoping she'd disappear from his life for good. Maybe that was the best ending for both of them. But now, "Miss!" A loud shout came from upstairs just then. The butler's panicked voice made Theodore bolt up the stairs. The second-floor window was wide open, heavy curtains flapping in the wind. Grace had already climbed down the drain pipe and vanished into the pouring rain. She'd survived out there alone for years. Getting down from the second floor? Child's play for her. Davina let out a horrified gasp. "Why are you all just standing around? Go find her now." With this storm, who knew where Grace planned to go? She'd just returned home after so long. If she left again, there was no telling when, or if, she'd ever come back. Leaning both arms against the window frame, Theodore stared toward the gate, eyes sharp and focused. If his instincts were right, there was only one place she'd head to. He took a deep breath, as if bracing himself, then turned and rushed downstairs. The loud knocking combined with the ringtone startled Victoria. Her foggy brain lagged for a second. Should she pick up the call first or answer the door? She glanced at the caller ID, Henry. Answering the phone, she unlocked the front door at the same time. "Open up, I'm outside." Seeing Henry at the door caught her off guard. She blinked. "Wait, what's all this?" Her eyes landed on the shopping bags in his hand, unsure what he was up to. He flashed a smile, lifting the bags. "Figured you probably weren't going to order delivery, so I made an executive decision and hit the store. Mind if I come in?" Only then did Victoria realize he was still standing outside. She stepped aside and nodded. "Sure, come in." Honestly, he didn't have to go to all this trouble, and now he'd even circled back just for this. Yet Henry, grinning like sunshine itself, didn't seem to notice the questions in her eyes. "I picked up some extra stuff too. You can take a look, see if there's anything you like." "You know how to cook?" she asked, a little surprised. She hadn't dug too deep into Henry's background, but she could tell he came from a pretty well-off family. Wasn't expecting someone like him to be kitchen savvy. Henry's eyes lit up, clearly proud. My mom's super into recipe testing and home-cooked meals, so I grew up around that. Naturally picked up her skills along the way. Cooking's actually the one thing I'm really confident about. Victoria leaned against the doorframe, not saying a word. Her gaze quietly followed Henry's hands moving as he washed the vegetables. She had to admit, he had a kind of effortless grace no matter what he did. Even the simple act of rinsing greens looked elegant coming from him. To her, being on the receiving end of someone cooking for her like this, it used to feel like something completely out of reach. Her stare drifted off slightly, as if lost in thought. Then, a loud knock on the door cut through the quiet room, snapping her back. Victoria paused for a moment, confused. Who would show up at this hour? Henry heard it too. He paused what he was doing and glanced toward the door. "I got it," Victoria said as she turned and walked over. But when she opened the door, she was caught off guard by the soaked woman standing outside. It was Grace. Victoria hadn't expected her to show up here. Not now. "You? Why did you betray Elijah, Victoria?" That question had been burning in Grace's mind the entire way over. Victoria had once come between her and Elijah. If she'd run away with him abroad, then why show up back here? Why marry Theodore, only to divorce him later? What happened in between? What Grace really needed to know right now was, where was Elijah? She thought she'd moved on, that she didn't care anymore. But the second she stood here, all her old feelings surged back, and she realized just how wrong she'd been. Elijah had never really left her heart. Grace shoved Victoria aside and marched into the apartment. Her eyes landed on the figure walking out from the kitchen. She froze. That face, no, those eyes, looked just like his. Was that Elijah? She stared at the man, completely thrown. He looked like him, but also not quite. Only those eyes, they struck a deep familiarity. If it weren't for the unfamiliar coldness in them, Grace would have thought he'd had plastic surgery and changed his whole face. Henry, meanwhile, recognized her from old Mrs. Chambers' funeral. The same woman who'd sobbed her heart out, the one whose sudden appearance had clearly shaken Victoria. But to him, this woman was still a stranger, so his expression stayed calm. "Can I help you?" The last time Victoria saw Grace was before she left with Elijah. He had asked her to play a part in his plans. Now, seeing her again like this, Victoria wasn't sure how to respond. "We need to talk," Grace said. It sounded like she wanted a conversation, but really, she just wanted information. Where was Elijah? Back then, those two had looked so in love, like nothing could break them. Now, what a joke. Victoria turned her eyes away, not really in the mood to get into it. If Henry hadn't already headed to the door earlier, she probably wouldn't have opened it at all. "Tell me, Victoria, why'd you walk away from Elijah?" From Grace's point of view, Victoria didn't just leave Elijah, she dumped Theodore too, all for the guy standing here now. Before Victoria could even say a word, Henry had already stepped forward. He positioned himself in front of her, eyes sharp as he stared down Grace. "This isn't the place for you to cause trouble." Being pushed aside like that left Grace stunned. She looked at Henry in disbelief, then completely lost her temper, snorting with disdain. "And who the hell are you supposed to be? What right do you have to tell me what to do?" "Just some stand-in for Elijah, right? This is private property. If you don't leave right now, I won't hesitate to call the cops." Henry's tone was cold and emotionless. Even his face had a chill to it. Right then, he really did look a lot like Elijah. Grace felt a weird pang in her chest and instinctively let go of Victoria, but the frustration in her heart wasn't going anywhere. The standoff in the living room dragged on until the sound of footsteps came from the staircase. Theodore had figured Grace would come looking for Victoria. That was just how she was. But judging by the scene, it seemed most of what needed to be said had already been said. What really surprised Theodore, though, was seeing Henry here in Victoria's home. Spotting the man in a pink apron, his expression instantly darkened. Heh. So the two of them were just openly together now. So this is what Victoria had been desperate to confess to Grandma about, so she could be free to be with Henry. It was almost laughable to Theodore. Just for her own desires, she'd gone so far as to risk Grandma's life. Did she not feel an ounce of guilt? Come home with me. Theodore, you're seriously just going to let Victoria walk away like that? She's clearly been toying with your feelings. Grace was furious. If Henry wasn't blocking the way, she probably would have slapped Victoria right then and there. A woman like that didn't deserve a shred of mercy. But Theodore's expression stayed flat. He even snapped at Grace. Enough, let's go. But things between me and her aren't even close to over. Grace's expression was ice cold, those fox-like eyes filled with spite. Victoria, I don't care what you've been through all these years or what excuse you think you have. Bottom line, you stole my man. Now that I'm back, there's no way I'm letting you get away with it. She shot Henry a meaningful glare, then spun on her heel and marched out of the apartment. Grace had always gotten what she wanted when she set her mind to it. That pride ran deep in her bones. And now, for the first time, she'd laid her heart bare for Henry, only to be blindsided and betrayed. How was she supposed to swallow that? For some reason, Theodore felt a twinge of unease. He knew Grace better than anyone. She'd always been obsessed with winning, even as a child. He'd noticed early on that she sometimes crossed the line to get what she wanted. Back then, he'd chalked it up to her being young, rebellious, maybe just impulsive. But during those years she was away, who knew what she'd been through, or how she'd changed? Theodore gave Victoria one last long look, then left without another word. Grace never backed down once she made up her mind. She directly got in touch with Victoria's landlord and straight up offered a price 10 times the market value to buy the apartment. For most people, that's a sky-high number, but to Grace, just spare change. She didn't care if she ended up burning all that money. Right now, all she wanted was to crush Victoria completely. The living room fell back into silence. Victoria slumped down on the floor, drained of energy, finally catching her breath. She wasn't sure whether Grace had meant every word she said earlier, but truth be told, it didn't really matter anymore. Her life had hit rock bottom already. What was one more blow? Are you okay? Henry sat beside her, his brows furrowed with worry as he looked at her, every bit of him aching for her. But just as he was about to pull her into a hug, she pushed him away firmly. Sorry, I'm not in a good headspace right now. Can I have some time alone? A gentle but clear signal for him to leave. Henry blinked, then nodded and answered softly, All right. He had always respected Victoria's choices, and now was no different. If she needed space, he could give her that. If anything comes up, just call me, okay? I'm always here. The curtain in the room was only half drawn. It had stopped raining outside, but the skies were still gray. Victoria looked up at Henry's face, barely lit in the fading light. After a long pause, she murmured, Okay. To be someone's priority, to be cared for like that, it was something she had longed for, but when it finally came, she didn't dare hope for too much. After Henry left, she wrapped her arms around her knees and buried her face. Her thoughts were an empty void. Suddenly, her phone rang, the sharp tone jolting her body. Seeing it was her landlord, Victoria thought maybe it was about the utilities or something. But when she picked up, the landlord's voice was oddly friendly, even a bit ingratiating. Hi, Victoria. Sorry about this, but the apartment's been sold just now. Could you move out as soon as possible? What? Move out? But we just signed a year-long lease last week. I know, but I found a buyer that I really clicked with. How about this? I'll pay the penalty as stated in the lease and knock off a month's rent too. That's fair, isn't it? The words sounded like a friendly negotiation, but the tone left no room for argument. Every sentence was pushing Victoria out the door. She wasn't clueless. This place wasn't exactly prime real estate, kind of out of the way, really. She only chose it because it was close to the restoration center. But now, with the property suddenly sold, who else could be behind it? Of course it was Grace. She moved fast, that's for sure. There was no point in arguing. The outcome wouldn't change. At the same time, Grace had just hung up with the landlord and sneered, corners of her lips lifting coldly. Victoria, women like you really need to be taught a harsh lesson. Let's see how well you handle the real world. Just then, someone knocked on the car window beside her. Grace turned her head to find Theodore standing just outside. She opened the car door and got out. What's up? What are you doing? He hadn't seen what exactly she'd just done, but knowing her, He could pretty much guess she was definitely making her move. And the target? No doubt Victoria. Grace just shrugged, looking calm as ever. Nothing really. I just got back, figured I'd drop a line to some old friends, let them know I'm around. New Year was right around the corner, but for the Chambers family, this New Year was far from festive. Old Mrs. Chambers had passed away, and hanging over all that grief was the looming issue of the inheritance. All those relatives who'd shown up at the hospital earlier? Yeah, now they were all eager to get their share, each trying to prove just how much they'd done for Grandma. At the end of the day, it was all about money. Theodore, meanwhile, stayed quiet on the couch the whole time. Before she passed, Grandma had handed him the brooch that symbolized the family's power. She hadn't said anything, but that gesture alone had made things clear. He was the only rightful heir. Still, the rest of the family wasn't about to let him take it all. You guys done yet? Seriously, have you no conscience? Grandma was good to every single one of you, wasn't she? But now she's barely been buried, and you're all already fighting over whatever's left. At this rate, give them a few more days and they'd probably be trying to kick Theodore off his spot too. Theodore didn't want to lower himself into an argument with these money-hungry relatives, but Grace didn't care. She said whatever was on her mind and didn't bother sugarcoating it. The relatives didn't take that well. Grace, you've been gone for years. We all thought you didn't even consider yourself part of this family anymore. And now, just as Grandma's buried, you happen to show up? What, you think we don't know what you're really after? Grace's eyes widened. Was everyone just picking fights today? She really hadn't planned her return around this. Total coincidence. She was about to argue. Her temper wasn't exactly the calm Zen type, but the uncle she barely shared blood with cut her off. If I remember right, the last person who saw Grandma alive was Theodore. She was always sharp and her health had been bad for a while. Been to death's door more than once. You telling me she didn't leave a will? Isn't that right, Theo? What's that supposed to mean? Theodore narrowed his eyes and lifted his chin, a flash of warning in his gaze. There was always something commanding about him, and now that presence hit even harder, but the others were too desperate to back off. They jumped in, backing up the uncle. Come on, Theo. What did Grandma really say before she died? Are you absolutely sure she gave you that brooch? Or did you just take it while no one was looking? We're family. You really gonna turn your back on us just for a few bucks? Boiled down, it was about one thing. Bucks. Theodore let out a low chuckle, a smirk tugging at his mouth. And if I am? He wasn't scared of them. Back when Grandma was still here, they barely held back. And now that she was gone, they'd all dropped the act completely. But so what? At the end of the day, it's all just noise. No matter how much fuss they kick up, it's not going to cause any real waves. Theodore swept a cold glance across the room, instant silence. No one wanted to risk pissing him off now. That'd be a lose-lose for everyone. When my mom was still alive, I don't remember any of you caring much about her. Now that she's gone, you suddenly want a piece of everything? Do you people even have a conscience? Davina took a step forward too. Honestly, she'd expected some pushback from the relatives. But this was straight up slander. Who said she didn't leave a will? Right on cue, Theodore spoke again in an unhurried tone. As his words landed, the butler entered with a sharply dressed man behind him. The man pulled a file from his briefcase. This document here contains the will old Mrs. Chambers drafted 2 years ago. Truth be told, even Theodore had only found out about it recently. This man, Mr. Riley, was his grandmother's private attorney back in the day. But since she'd been homebound for the last few years, their contact had practically stopped. Turns out, she'd quietly made her arrangements 2 years ago without telling a soul, giving Mr. Riley explicit instructions not to alert the family. Basically, Grandma had set everything in motion before her passing. Mr. Riley started reading the will. She had divided her company shares between Theodore and Grace, not surprising since they were her direct descendants. What no one saw coming was the next part. She'd left shares to Victoria too. Wait, is this a joke? Since when is Victoria even considered family? Someone scoffed, eyes wide in disbelief. Wasn't this will made 2 years ago? Things aren't the same now, how can that even still count? barked one of the distant women, arms crossed, clearly not buying it. The company shares were by far the most valuable thing on the table. That real estate or cash, pennies in comparison. Now it looked like an outsider was walking away with part of the fortune while the rest of them got zilch. Who wouldn't be pissed? A week before old Mrs. Chambers passed, she personally called to confirm there would be no changes to the will, Mr. Riley added smoothly. And besides, it's legally binding now. So yeah, complain all you want, nothing's changing. It was what it was. Why waste energy fighting a losing battle? The rest of Grandma's assets? A few minor allocations to some relatives, barely enough to scratch their greedy itches. The living room was dead silent. Grace had been quiet the whole time, tucked into the sofa, low-key like she wanted to disappear. Her head was a mess, and deep down, kind of conflicted. She trusted Bertha's judgment, but giving part of the family shares to Victoria, that wasn't something she had seen coming. Now Victoria was basically tied to the Chambers family again. Some relatives still looked like they were itching to protest, but Theodore let out a sharp laugh. Don't let me keep you. If they wanted to make a fuss, he was ready to go rounds. Eventually, they all left, faces tight with resentment. Except for Aunt Catherine Bond. She wasn't about to back down that easily. She'd made a point of visiting old Mrs. Chambers over the years for this very moment. And what did she get? A house. In the suburbs. Nice. Even if they sold it, it'd barely fetch a few million. Gritting her teeth hard, an idea suddenly popped into her head. So what if old Mrs. Chambers really handed over the shares to Theodore and the others? If something happened to the heirs, wouldn't those extra shares just naturally fall to them? With a cold smirk, Catherine shot a deep look back at the villa behind her before finally turning around and walking off. After all the mess, the atmosphere inside the Chambers villa was heavier than ever. As soon as the lawyer left, Theodore felt an urge to light a cigarette, probably out of sheer frustration. He reached into his pocket, but came up empty. That's when Grace, who'd been quiet till now, finally spoke up. "You think they'll just let this go?" Of course not. Theodore didn't respond. He sat back on the couch, eyes dark and unreadable. They couldn't get into the upper levels of the company, so their best shot now was... The two of them exchanged a look. It was obvious they'd arrived at the same conclusion. Meanwhile, Victoria had no idea danger was creeping up on her. She had just moved out of her current place. With the new year coming up, finding a new place was a nightmare. Glancing at the luggage by her feet, she sighed and took a cab straight to the restoration center. Luckily, the place had already closed for the holiday, so it was pretty much empty. A notice was still taped to the office door. The hallway was eerily quiet, enough to give anyone the chills. Victoria dropped her stuff on a chair nearby and finally got a break in the office. Just then, her phone rang. It was her mentor, Mr. Marson. "Victoria, are you busy right now?" Just from his tone, she could tell he needed a favor. "Go ahead. I'm on my way to the center. There might be someone from the police precinct coming too. I just wanted to check. If you've got time, could you swing by?" He knew it wasn't really fair to drop this on her right before the holidays, so this was him testing the waters. Victoria looked around at the pile of bags in the room and cleared her throat. "I'm free." Mr. Marson had always treated her well, like a daughter almost. If he saw her stuff all over the place, who knew what he'd think? She tried to figure out where to stash her bags, but honestly, there wasn't really anywhere to hide them. Soon, footsteps echoed down the hallway. "Mr. Marson, last time's case. If not for your advice, we would have had no clue how to crack it." It was the precinct chief walking in with Mr. Marson. Victoria was a bit taken aback. Mr. Marson hadn't said anything about him coming. The case they were talking about? It was the murder from 2 months ago that Victoria had worked on. The victim's face had been completely destroyed. There was no way to ID them. It was Victoria who'd reconstructed the victim's face from the skull, managing to bring back about 70% of the features. That had been more than enough for the case to move forward, which was why this time the chief had specifically requested her. "Victoria, I really want to thank you for last time. This new case we've got, it's spookily similar. The way the victim was injured, it's almost the same." Victoria's brows lifted ever so slightly. Wasn't the killer from the last case already caught? Now, the director had no choice but to fill Victoria in on all their suspicions. They suspected this wasn't just a random killing, it was a group operation. The person they'd caught before might have just been one of the many involved. As for the rest of them, they probably went quiet for a while after their buddy got caught. Now, they were making moves again. "This guy's just one of the bodies we were lucky enough to find," the director said, clenching his fists tightly. "Who knows how many others those bastards have killed?" Victoria listened quietly, her expression calm, but her emotions stirred. The last body she worked on was a young woman, also 22, basically just a girl. Her life was just beginning, but it was cut short in the worst way. Thinking about it still made her heart ache. At the time, Victoria pushed herself to the limit to try and restore the girl's face. After all, what girl wouldn't want to look beautiful, even at the end? But sadly, even after giving it her all, she could only restore about 70% of the girl's features. This time the victim's male. Based on the bones, the forensic team thinks he was around 40. Problem is, we still can't ID him. There's not a single matching missing person report. "For now, we need you to reconstruct his face," the director continued. "But our forensics guy did mention one detail. The man had a deep old scar right in the center of his forehead. Even after the reconstruction, that area will still look different than normal." Victoria nodded and jotted everything down in her notebook carefully. Then she looked up and asked, "Is there anything else about him that stands out?" She wasn't wrong. If the forehead scar was noticeable, the station could use that as a lead to search within a smaller range. The director seemed to catch on to her thought process. "We already tried that, searched local records, but weirdly enough, this guy doesn't show up in any database here, so now we're guessing he might be from somewhere else. We've already reached out to the other city departments for help." Since multiple law enforcement units were involved, this clearly wasn't just some small-time case. Victoria closed her notebook and stood up. "Got it, I'll do my best." With the new year just around the corner, the director looked a bit apologetic. He hadn't expected to make Victoria work overtime during the holidays. Victoria glanced down, eyes landing on the 2 suitcases barely hidden under her desk. She had nowhere else to go anyway. This new year was bound to be another tough one. At least she could still do something that mattered. The director soon took his leave. Right after, Mr. Marson walked straight up to Victoria. "What's going on? Didn't you already find an apartment? Why'd you move out again?" No matter how composed she looked on the surface, Mr. Marson could see straight through it. He noticed the vulnerability in her eyes and the pride she was trying to tuck away under her desk. But if even he didn't say something, it'd feel too cold. "It's nothing. Something came up with the lease, but I'll sort it out soon," she replied lightly. "And until then, are you seriously planning to just sleep here in the lab?" He frowned. "That case the director mentioned isn't urgent. The body's still with forensics and won't be transferred till tomorrow, and the day after's New Year's Eve. Mr. Marson still remembered. Victoria had a husband. He'd even seen the man once from quite a distance. Even from afar, Mr. Marson's sharp eyes, after years of reading people, had instantly caught on to the guy's remarkable presence. Standing next to Victoria, they actually did look like a perfect match. "I'm just crashing here for a bit. We'll head off soon. You really don't need to worry about me," Victoria said, forcing a faint smile. She genuinely didn't want Mr. Marson to fuss over her. Besides, unlike her, he had a big family waiting for him. It was the holidays, a time for warmth, not for being dragged down by her mess. Mr. Marson could see through her smile in a heartbeat. He opened his mouth to say more, but the words got stuck in his throat. Victoria wasn't the kind to show her vulnerability. Mr. Marson sighed quietly. "All right then, I'll head out now. Just don't try to tough it out alone. If something comes up, promise you'll let me know." She nodded, managing a more natural smile. "Got it, don't worry." After seeing him off, Victoria leaned against the window, eyes drifting blankly outside. A strange emptiness settled over her. Her fingers instinctively touched the necklace around her neck. Suddenly, her mind wandered far, far back to Elijah's final moments when he clutched her hand, eyes already losing focus, and had muttered Grace's name over and over again. He'd thought she was Grace. Staring up at the sky through the window, Victoria's voice came out soft and raspy. "Elijah, I saw Grace again. She hasn't really changed, but I think she still hasn't let go of what happened back then." A bitter smile crept onto her face. There was a time when she and Grace were inseparable, sharing everything. And now, they could barely be considered acquaintances. The new year was just around the corner. Whatever needed to be dealt with, let it wait till after that. She didn't even know how long she had been standing by that window. From the eerily quiet hallway came the sound of approaching footsteps. Victoria blinked in surprise. Who could it be at this hour? The footsteps were steady, definitely not Mr. Marson coming back again. She turned her head, and a familiar figure suddenly appeared in her view. "Henry?" she blurted out, stunned. "Why was he here?" Turns out, Henry had been nearby visiting someone, and after a quick call from Mr. Marson, he was subtly nudged to stop by. In Mr. Marson's eyes, no matter what Victoria's marriage looked like from the outside, something had clearly gone wrong. A husband who really cared wouldn't have left her like this. And considering all the times she'd turned up hurt or shaken, he couldn't help but grow more suspicious of that man. "Why's your stuff all out here? What happened? Didn't you just find a place not long ago?" Henry asked with a concerned look, eyes scanning the suitcase on the floor. He wasn't dumb. He connected the dots almost instantly. "It was that woman from that day, wasn't it? Did she team up with the landlord to get you kicked out?" Even though he'd probably hit the nail on the head, Victoria didn't confirm anything. "This is my issue to deal with. You really don't need to get involved." Henry frowned. "How is this getting involved? Didn't you once say we're friends? Can't a friend care about you?" As he spoke, he bent down to grab her suitcase. "I've got an empty place. You can stay there for now. After the holidays, we'll figure it out. I'm not trying to trouble you. I just want to leave my luggage here for a bit. I'll figure something out soon." "Figure out what? You think someone's going to help you find a place now?" Henry frowned at her, lips pressed into a tight line as he stared at Victoria, clearly unconvinced. If he didn't step in, she'd end up spending the entire New Year stuck here. "I'm telling you, if you don't come with me today, then I'm not going either. I'll just camp out here with you." He casually dragged over a stool and plopped down, clearly ready to wait her out. Victoria looked at him awkwardly, not sure what to say anymore. After a beat, she gave a tiny nod. "All right, I'll go with you." Since they'd met, Henry had always looked out for her, helping her again and again. She didn't take it for granted. It was something she planned to repay someday, just not by forcing herself into his life. She followed Henry to a villa. Standing by the front door, she hesitated, not stepping inside immediately. Henry unloaded her luggage from the car, walked ahead, then realized she wasn't behind. "What's wrong?" She looked uncomfortable. "I would have been fine in a small apartment. You really didn't need to bring me here." Henry glanced back, then at her. "Don't worry about it. The place is just sitting here anyway. This used to be where my adoptive parents lived. They've moved abroad now and won't be coming back anytime soon. It's been empty for a long time. Feels like there's no life in it." Victoria looked around. The rose bushes in the garden were blooming beautifully, and there wasn't a single leaf on the ground. Obviously, someone was still maintaining the place every day. "Just do me a favor and bring a little life back into this place," Henry said, stepping in front of her. With that hopeful look on his face, it almost felt like he was asking her for help instead. She knew full well he just wanted to help her, but found a roundabout way to say it. She didn't call him out, just nodded and agreed. Once inside, Victoria was surprised. The interior looked nothing like the outside. From the front, the house had a European cottage vibe, but inside, a whole different story. A rich, vintage Chinese aesthetic hit her the moment she walked in. She slowly took in the surroundings, her steps pausing in front of a painting on the wall. My adoptive mom's a huge fan of traditional art. Before they moved abroad, they said they might come back and stay for a while someday. So basically, everything's been left just the way it was. "Your adoptive parents?" She'd been curious ever since Henry mentioned them. Other than the time they met at the cemetery when he was visiting his mother's grave, she barely knew anything about his family. Henry didn't mind sharing. I don't think I've told you much about my family, have I? He glanced at her. My mom passed away when I was little. My adoptive parents raised me. To me, they're as real as it gets. Victoria nodded. Then how come you didn't go abroad with them? My adoptive father's Canadian, part French, but I feel like I belong here. This is home. Besides, living alone suits me just fine. Victoria didn't say anything else. The huge villa fell into silence as Henry carried her luggage upstairs. There's usually a housekeeper here, but he asked for a few days off to go back home. Won't be back anytime soon. No need to trouble anyone. Victoria didn't think she was that spoiled. Having a roof over her head was already a blessing. Still, this was just temporary. Sooner or later, she needed to find a place of her own. Henry originally wanted to hang around a little longer, but work suddenly came up, and he had no choice but to head out. It's fine. Go do your thing, Victoria told him. After he left, Victoria took a hot shower, cranking the water up so high her pale skin turned red. Steam filled the bathroom, and her emotions poured out with it. She bit down on her lip hard as tears silently streamed down her face. Life had been way too hard, but she had no choice but to keep going. 2 days later, New Year's Eve, Mr. Marson video called Victoria to wish her a happy new year. Seeing the decor of the room behind her, he finally looked a bit more relieved. By the way, the station called earlier. The body has been transferred. I had the security guard help place it in the freezer room for now. You can go handle it after the holidays. I already spoke with the chief. They'll wait for you. No rush. It wouldn't be right to make people work overtime even on New Year's. But knowing Victoria, Mr. Marson thought it best to give her a quick heads up. Victoria gave a small smile. Got it. The officers probably didn't want to work the holidays either, hence the heads up. After a few more words with Mr. Marson, she ended the call. She walked to the window, staring out at the snowy landscape. Her heart felt oddly calm. If only life could stay this peaceful forever. But she knew that was impossible. There was still so much ahead. Gina's death, Grace's reappearance, and everything she owed Henry. Around noon, Henry called, asking if she wanted to have dinner together later. He figured Victoria was alone anyway, and on a day like New Year's Eve, having someone around might actually help. It's just me here this year too. How about we keep each other company for a bit? Henry had that way with words, kept things light, made it hard for her to say no. She agreed. That afternoon, Victoria was lounging on the balcony, nearly dozing off when she suddenly heard movement downstairs. Figuring Henry had returned, she slid on her slippers and headed down. But the moment she saw the couple walking into the house, she froze. You are. The couple glanced up at her from the hallway and also paused. If not for the unmistakable decor, they might have thought they walked into the wrong home. And who might you be? Victoria collected herself quickly, tightening her robe a little as she approached. Are you Henry's parents? From the tall, mixed-blood-looking man and the elegant, warm-faced woman, she guessed they had to be the adoptive parents Henry had mentioned. After all, very few people had direct access to this villa. Hearing that, the woman nodded slightly, but her eyes were still sizing up Victoria. She hadn't heard a word from Henry about this. When did he suddenly get a girlfriend, and even bring her straight home? Victoria walked into the kitchen to pour hot water for them, then went upstairs to change out of her pajamas before coming back down. I'm really sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Carter. It's just, I ran into some unexpected stuff, so I had no choice but to stay here temporarily. I know it's inconvenient for you, and I'll move out as soon as I can. Now that the owners were back, there was no reason for her to stay. It's fine, really. This place is just sitting empty most of the time anyway. Having someone around actually brings it to life a bit, the woman said casually. That was pretty much what Henry had said too. The woman's eyes lingered on Victoria, and the moment she saw her, she had a feeling. Victoria wasn't just any girl. Some people just carry a certain aura, and you can tell instantly. Take Victoria right now, for example. That kind of presence, it's something you can't fake. Henry had always been surrounded by 0 women, so him suddenly showing up with someone at home really caught them off guard. The woman reached out, holding Victoria's hand as she asked curiously, So, you and our Henry, are you two together? Victoria hadn't seen that coming and quickly clarified. You've got it wrong. We're just friends. He's helped me a lot before, and I owe him big time." "Owe him? Then maybe pay it back with your heart," Catherine joked. Honestly, after seeing Victoria, Catherine didn't find her dislikable at all. She and her husband were based in Canada most of the time, so even if the two of them did get together, it's not like they'd be in each other's space too much. As far as relationships go, as long as Henry liked her, that was enough. Victoria looked genuinely flustered and waved her hands quickly. No, I swear, you've really got the wrong idea. To be honest, I just got divorced. I'm really not looking to get into anything new right now." But Catherine wasn't that old-fashioned about it. Even hearing that Victoria was divorced didn't change her impression. Not everyone picks the right person when they're young. Some mistakes just happen. Divorce isn't exactly scandalous. From how Victoria looked, it was clear she wasn't in the mood for any romance, so Catherine didn't push it further. That was when Henry rushed through the door. "Mom? Dad? What are you doing back here?" He had literally talked to them yesterday. They said they were watching penguins in Antarctica. Obviously, that was a lie. Well, surprise it is. Catherine got up immediately and walked over. "We missed you too much, so we changed the plan last minute. But seriously, how could you just let a girl live here all alone? Where's the housekeeper?" Victoria glanced at the mixed-race man sitting quietly on the other side of the couch. He hadn't said a word this whole time. Did he not understand what they were talking about? Henry didn't bother arguing with his mom. He pulled out his phone to call the restaurant and switched to a bigger private room. But Catherine waved him off. "No need. We're seeing some old friends tonight. You're coming too." Henry shot a conflicted look toward Victoria. Any other day, sure. But tonight? It was New Year's Eve. If he left too, then there'd be no one to stay with Victoria. Henry looked a bit unwilling. "You've been abroad for so long, visiting old friends on New Year's Eve. Does that even make sense? Plus, I don't even know your friends. What's the point of me going?" To put it simply, he didn't want to leave Victoria behind. Catherine, sharp as ever, only needed one glance at Henry to figure out what was on his mind. She turned, walked toward Victoria, and said with a warm smile, "Victoria, why don't you come with us tonight?" Victoria was caught off guard. That was Henry's family's circle. What was she even supposed to be there for? "If you're friends with Henry, that makes you a guest of our family. And after our little chat earlier, I really took a liking to you. It's New Year's Eve, time for reunion and good company." She added, "Come with us, otherwise there's not much to eat at the villa anyway." Henry glanced at Victoria as well, while the quiet foreign man stood up, expressionless, and said calmly, "I'll go get the car." Victoria couldn't outtalk either Catherine or Henry, so she could only nod and agree half-heartedly. Catherine didn't mention who exactly they were going to visit, but arranging this on New Year's Eve must be an old friend they were really close with. Victoria already felt like an outsider, so it wasn't right to ask more. Just before getting in the car, Henry opened the door for her and whispered, "Later, I'll figure out a way to sneak you out." A faint smile curved her lips. For a second, Henry seemed almost boyishly sweet. But that smile barely lingered before another name quietly surfaced in her heart. Elijah. He too once looked after her like a protective big brother, but that warm ray of sunshine was long gone now. As the car smoothly drove out of the villa, Victoria kept zoning out, staring at the passing scenery. Bit by bit, the road they were on began to feel oddly familiar. She frowned slightly, her gaze following the buildings along the route. This road, wasn't this the way to the Chambers place? At first, she thought maybe it was just a shortcut, until the car turned directly down a road that led only to one house, the Chambers estate. Maybe it was for privacy or some rich people quirk, but back then, the Chambers family had bought up the whole block and built this big, secluded mansion. Victoria's face turned pale. Catherine's old friend was someone from the Chambers family. Before she had a chance to say anything, the car already pulled up in front of the estate. Her legs were frozen. She couldn't get out. Henry didn't know this place. He'd never been here before. When she didn't move, he looked over. "What's wrong?" "I'm not feeling well. I think I'd rather head back." She couldn't go in there. It was New Year's Eve. She didn't want her presence ruining the mood for everyone. Henry bent down a little to check on her, his eyebrows furrowed. "You okay? Are you sick?" He was already about to start the car and drive her to the hospital, but just then, Grace walked out the front door. "Aunt Catherine, it's been forever!" She greeted Catherine with a warm hug. "Sorry we're running late, Grace," Catherine responded, laughing. "Got held up on the way here." Then she turned around and waved at Henry. "What are you two whispering about? Come on up already!" Grace quickly spotted Henry and Victoria. The smile on her face froze on the spot. "You? What are you doing here?" No matter how she tried to figure it out, she never expected to see Victoria here of all places. It was supposed to be a cheerful family holiday dinner, yet her mood tanked instantly. Well, now that Victoria was already standing here, it was too late for her to turn around and leave. Apart from Catherine and her husband, the rest of the room fell into an awkward silence. Catherine noticed they clearly knew each other, but the tension was so obvious, even as an elder, she didn't dare pry. Her gaze simply flicked between them a few times. "Mom, Dad, I'll just take Victoria with me," Henry said bluntly. He'd seen how Grace had treated Victoria before. Ugly didn't even begin to describe it. To keep things from going sideways, it was probably best they just leave now. Catherine stepped forward in a slight panic. "Wait, where are you two going on a day like this?" "Sure, on any other day, fine, but it was New Year's Eve." Henry pinched his brows, feeling like no matter how you explain this, it would come out wrong. "It's New Year's. Let's go inside and talk first." Grace looked them both up and down. Even if irritation and resentment were bubbling inside her, she still forced herself to speak evenly. Then she turned and headed inside without another word. Henry didn't move. His eyes settled on Victoria. "You want to go in?" He really didn't care personally. He had nothing to do with the Chambers family anyway. But this whole dynamic between Catherine and Grace, he had no clue when they suddenly got so close. Whatever, not the time to unpack that. Right now, the only thing that mattered was what Victoria wanted. If she wanted to walk out, he'd go with her, holiday or not. Victoria hesitated. Walking into that house meant she'd run into Theodore. Her mind flashed back to that scene at the hospital. Just the thought of facing him again made her want to turn around and leave. But some part of her stirred. Deep down, she still wanted to see him, even just once. She nodded. "It's fine. This wasn't some battlefield. No reason to be afraid." After all, she'd visited the Chambers house plenty of times before, mostly for old Mrs. Chambers. Now that she had passed away, the only person who'd ever truly looked out for her was gone. The moment Victoria stepped through the door, her heart felt entirely different. The second she entered the living room, Grace locked eyes with Theodore, descending from upstairs. "Weren't you saying you had friends coming?" He immediately picked up on Grace's tight-lipped frustration and instinctively glanced toward the door. And just with that glance, he saw a silhouette he recognized instantly. What is she doing here? Victoria had mentally prepared herself for this exact moment. But the instant their eyes met, her heart still jolted. No matter how hard she tried to bury those feelings, they never really went away. Davina came out from the kitchen. It was New Year's Eve, and even though they were still mourning the grandmother, life had to go on. Grace said the day before she was bringing someone important over for dinner. Apparently, this person helped Grace out a lot while she was overseas, so Davina had felt nothing but gratitude. She just didn't expect Victoria to show up too. The tension in the room, you could feel it settle like a thunderstorm waiting to break. Victoria's pretty much like a daughter to me, so I figured I'd bring her along. Hope that's okay? Catherine gently took Victoria's hand, her tone soft and warm. Victoria glanced over, surprised. She honestly didn't expect Catherine to say something like that. A wave of warmth stirred in her chest. No worries. Victoria's not a stranger anyway. Actually, I was thinking of visiting her sometime soon. Grace was the first to speak. Her gaze on Victoria was calm but unreadable. The moment Grace opened her mouth, Theodore had already guessed where this was headed. That will his grandmother left, the part about the shares in the Chambers group. Victoria's name was on it. They were bound to meet sooner or later. Victoria kept her expression neutral, slowly shifting her eyes away from Theodore. Just then, the food was brought to the table. Davina forced a smile, awkwardly inviting everyone to sit. She deliberately acted like Victoria wasn't even there, though her eyes couldn't help flitting to Henry. Who would have thought the other man she once mocked could actually walk into their house like he belonged? And the worst part? She had to pretend she was fine with it. This was not something Davina was used to enduring. No one said a word at the dinner table. Victoria found herself sitting right across from Theodore. He was practically in her peripherals even when she looked down. Her stomach was a mess of nerves, and she wasn't paying any attention to the food in front of her. Henry noticed she kept pushing the mashed potatoes around with her fork. He leaned over and added some steamed broccoli to her plate. "Eat some greens. You're still recovering. You need to take care of yourself." The moment he said that, everyone turned to glance at Victoria. Grace awkwardly averted her eyes. The second she saw Henry, her thoughts went straight to Elijah, and her mood took another nosedive. Since coming back home, Grace had already hired a private investigator to find Elijah, but so far it was like he'd vanished off the face of the earth. She was getting anxious. Where the hell was Elijah? Honestly, the only person who might know anything was probably Victoria. Around the table, everyone was lost in their thoughts, except Henry, who looked completely unfazed. Food was food, after all. And to be fair, the Chambers family did know how to put together a good meal. "That's enough. Eat your own dinner. Stop piling stuff on my plate," Victoria muttered helplessly, realizing her plate now looked like a Thanksgiving mountain. Across from her, Theodore was staring at them, appetite completely gone. Did they seriously not realize he was sitting right there? His grip on the silverware tightened so much it looked like he was about to snap his fork in two. "Didn't expect our two families to have this kind of connection. Looks like we'll be seeing each other more in the future." Davina lifted her glass toward Catherine with a stiff smile, but her eyes flicked toward Victoria with clear hesitation. "Don't say that. Back when I was living in Canada, I happened to run into Grace too. I guess it was meant to be. But looking at you all now, I'm sensing some weird vibes between you and my Victoria." Catherine couldn't help herself. She was nosy by nature. She didn't know how to carry herself in this situation if she didn't at least figure out what exactly the dynamics were. After she said that, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Even Simon Thompson gave her a subtle look to tone it down. This wasn't her house, after all. Catherine chuckled awkwardly and was about to change the subject. But right then, Theodore's voice cut through the silence, slow and flat. "Victoria and I got divorced not long ago." Catherine glanced at Theodore, his face blank, then turned to look at Victoria. She suddenly remembered what Victoria had said back at the villa, something about just getting divorced and not planning on jumping into another relationship anytime soon. Though it was Catherine's first time meeting Theodore today, Grace had already mentioned her younger brother before. Up close, he really was just like the rumors described. He radiated that intimidating air of authority without even trying. No wonder she wasn't looking for romance. She'd already tasted the best fruit out there. After that, who'd want anything less? Still, Catherine wasn't about to let her son get underestimated like that. Henry was far from average in her eyes. The entire dinner was awkward from start to finish. By the time it was finally over, Victoria was already itching to leave. But right then, Theodore suddenly called out to stop her. She turned around, a little caught off guard. He actually had something to say to her? She honestly couldn't imagine what was left between them to talk about. "Come with me to the study. It's important." Without another word, he got up and walked off. Victoria had no choice but to follow. The walk from the dining room to the study wasn't long, but her chest still tightened with unease. She had no clue what Theodore was about to hit her with. Once inside, he slid a document across the desk toward her. "What's this?" She frowned slightly and looked at him, confused, before taking the file. It was a stock confirmation paper. According to it, old Mrs. Chambers had willingly left Victoria 5% of her shares. Victoria skimmed it once before setting it back down. "I'm not taking it." Even now, the guilt still weighed heavy on her. She didn't know if what she'd said was what pushed old Mrs. Chambers over the edge, but back then, she should have just listened to Theodore. No matter what, She should have kept pretending in front of Grandma. At least let her leave this world without that kind of regret. But now, it was too late for any of that. There was no way she could accept those shares. That chapter with the Chambers family closed the moment she divorced Theodore. She wasn't about to cling to anything from that life again. Theodore let out a short, bitter laugh. You know this was her wish. No one dares go against her final word. If you're so hell-bent on rejecting it, maybe go tell her yourself. Victoria paused. How the hell was she supposed to do that? Oh, right, Theodore added, his voice colder. You've cozied up to the Carters now. Bet our measly shares don't even register on your radar. And really, if you took this money, would you even feel okay about it? She stared at him, stunned. Excuse me? Did he even hear what he was saying right now? There was a flicker of irritation in Theodore's eyes. Just picturing Henry reaching over to serve Victoria food tonight made his chest tighten. They hadn't seen each other in that long, but somehow those two had already gotten that close. He sucked in a breath, walked to the window, and tried to calm himself. After about 2 minutes, he finally turned back to face her. There are plenty of people in the Chambers family eyeing those shares like hawks, he said flatly. Who knows what games they'll play to snatch them away from you? If Henry cares about you so much, then let him be the one to keep you safe. I'm not about to let my grandma's shares fall into some scheming hands. Victoria stared into Theodore's deep black eyes, and just like that, whatever sliver of hope she had vanished into thin air. So this was it. So he hadn't been worried about her safety at all, just about that 5% of the family shares ending up in the wrong hands. Her lips twitched into a bitter smile. Got it. And then silence. Neither of them said another word. At that moment, Victoria couldn't help but wonder, when did everything between them fall apart so completely? They used to talk about everything, used to walk hand in hand on their college campus like they didn't have a care in the world. Now, everything had changed. Downstairs in the villa, Grace walked out of the kitchen holding a plate of cherries, only to spot Henry sitting on the sofa. His side profile hit her with a wave of familiarity, so strong it made her chest tighten. All those memories she'd shoved into the deepest corners of her heart came crashing back like a broken dam. Her brows furrowed tightly as she stood there, rooted to the spot. It was Catherine who noticed first. Grace, what are you doing just standing there? What are you looking at? Her eyes followed Grace's line of sight and landed squarely on her son. And with all her years of experience, she couldn't shake the feeling. Grace seemed to have feelings for Henry. Was this turning into a messy love triangle? Catherine started to panic just thinking about it, but Grace blinked herself back to reality, swiping at the corner of her eye quickly. Nothing. Try the cherries. I just washed them. They're super sweet. Catherine took the plate, eyeing her carefully, and already getting ready to ask more, when Grace casually changed the subject. I've got something to handle upstairs. As Catherine watched Grace's figure disappear up the stairs, something twisted in her chest. She still remembered finding Grace, completely wasted, on the streets of Canada. It had felt like one of those weird fated moments. Catherine had acted on impulse and brought the girl home. Even Simon told her to just turn Grace over to the police. Drunk people passed out on the sidewalk could be anyone, even addicts. He only said it because he worried about Catherine. But that night, looking at Grace's pale face and hearing her cry out for someone over and over again, Catherine just couldn't leave her. Grace slowly recovered and ended up staying in Canada under their care. With the bond's support, she picked herself up and learned a lot. She finally climbed out of the hole that Elijah's breakup had left her in. But even now, Elijah remained a scar she didn't dare touch. As Grace reached the study door and went to push it open, she suddenly heard Theodore's voice from inside. So what? You feel nothing when you see Grace now? Not even a flicker of guilt? He shouldn't have said that. The words cut deep, like a knife right through both of them, raw and bloody for all to see. Victoria swallowed hard, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Why would I feel guilty? Love's a two-way street. Things had already ended up like this. There was no need to explain anything to him. And even if she did, would he believe her? Probably not. So what was the point? Just as her voice faded, the study door was suddenly flung open. If you two were so into each other, then why didn't you end up with Elijah? Victoria turned sharply, caught off guard that Grace had overheard. Victoria, if you were so determined back then to be with him, why break up at all? Where is Elijah now? Whatever calmness Grace had been faking cracked completely. She grabbed Victoria by the collar, tension thick in the air. Theodore immediately stepped forward and pulled them apart. Okay, that's enough. Chill. Even hearing Elijah's name made Theodore uneasy. It had been Elijah before, and now it was him again. As Victoria was shoved aside, she lost her balance. Her lower back slammed against the sharp edge of the table, and she let out a harsh, pained gasp. The lamp on the desk crashed to the floor with a loud bang. Henry, already keyed up, shot to his feet the second he heard it and bolted upstairs. "Wait!" Catherine called after him, trying to keep him in check. It was someone else's house, after all. But she set the fruit bowl down and headed up too. Inside the room, the tension had died down a bit. Grace was no longer lashing out, and Victoria, steadying herself, reached up to touch the pendant at her neck. She hesitated. Should she tell Grace the truth? Before she could decide, Henry pushed through the door. The thought vanished just as fast as it surfaced. Right now, it was best if as few people as possible knew about Elijah's death. What's going on in here? Catherine followed Henry in, her eyes narrowing as she checked over Victoria, not spotting any obvious injuries. It's nothing, Grace said, putting on a calm front. Just got a little too excited catching up. Knocked over the lamp. Let's hope crashing things brings good luck, Catherine murmured, shooting a concerned glance at Victoria before stepping closer. She noticed the contract in Victoria's hand, but didn't ask. With the five of them gathered there in silence, Victoria grew more withdrawn. Then suddenly, a firework exploded in the night sky just outside. Seconds later, more bursts of color lit up the darkness, painting the windows in warm hues. The dazzling lights filled half the sky. Everyone turned toward the floor-to-ceiling window to watch. For a brief moment, the heavy mood scattered, replaced by awe. Victoria thought back to the last time she saw fireworks this stunning. It had been abroad. Elijah's health was still okay back then. They'd stood in a crowd on the street for the New Year countdown, surrounded by strangers, joy and excitement humming in the air. But life after that had been a mess, struggling every step. She hadn't had the heart to enjoy anything beautiful since. Each person caught up in their own memories, emotions stirred silently. When one firework burst into a pink heart, Grace's gaze dropped, a hint of sadness flashing across her face. From the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the man beside her. Her chest tightened. When Henry had heard the commotion, he hadn't hesitated. He ran straight up, worry in his voice when he called out to Victoria. That moment, it had felt so much like Elijah, so much that Grace had been shaken, a little envious even. Elijah used to be hers, and now even Henry was by Victoria's side. Why did everything always seem to fall into Victoria's lap? But why doesn't he care about me at all? The fireworks had been going off for about half an hour, and Victoria could feel a dull ache creeping up her neck. She blinked a few times, then turned her head, only to meet Theodore's gaze. Time felt like it paused at that exact moment. Victoria froze for a beat, the emotions she'd tried so hard to hide flooding out through her eyes. That mix of lingering attachment and buried affection for him, it was all there. And strangely enough, she caught a flicker of emotion in his eyes too. A complicated look that made her doubt herself. Was she reading too much into it? Then suddenly, a loud ringtone cut through the silence and beauty. Theodore snapped out of it slightly, reaching into his pocket for his phone. His expression shifted. He glanced at the screen, then walked away while answering. His voice was low and filled with worry. "Where are you right now?" Victoria lowered her eyes again. She'd seen the caller ID clearly. It was Isabella. She'd been missing for nearly 2 weeks, and now she was finally calling. Theodore's reaction told her everything. He still cared about Isabella. Now that they were divorced, he didn't even have to hide it. He could give her an official place in his life. The fireworks wrapped up, and Grace took a deep breath, ready to head downstairs. But as she turned, her foot caught the edge of the carpet, and she stumbled. She started to fall backward when a firm hand caught her. Henry. To him, It was nothing, just instinct. He didn't think much of it. But for Grace, the second their eyes met, she froze. That familiar feeling surged up in a rush. Her eyes reddened, and she nearly broke down. "Thanks," she murmured, eyes dropping quickly. And then she turned and bolted before she lost control in front of him. Henry, meanwhile, was left standing there, completely baffled. What just happened? Catherine elbowed him softly and muttered, "What did you say to her? How'd you manage to make a girl cry?" In her mind, Grace had always been a strong one. Since they'd known each other, she'd held it together through everything, strong, composed, no matter how bad things got. Aside from the day they first met, when she'd fainted from crying, she hadn't shed a single tear since. But now, Henry frowned slightly. He honestly didn't think he'd done anything. "Don't just stand there. Go apologize," Catherine said while giving him a shove, fully expecting him to fix things. She had long treated Grace like her own daughter, so second-guessing wasn't really on her radar right now. Henry glanced at Victoria, a bit unsure, but she had already turned back to the window. Outside, even with the fireworks over, a soft mist lingered in the dark sky, leaving the night oddly beautiful. With a quiet sigh, he straightened up. His upbringing wouldn't let him do nothing, so he stepped out of the study and followed after Grace. On the rooftop, Grace leaned on the railing, head tilted back as she stared into the sky. Surprisingly, the winter night was clear enough to spot a few stars. One particular star stood out, lonely and bright against the dark. Somehow, it calmed her. She just stood there in silence, eyes fixed on that one star, lost in thought. They said when people passed away, they turned into stars, watching over the ones they loved. So maybe, that one could be Grandma? It was New Year's Eve, after all. She hoped Grandma was doing okay up there. The moment Grace remembered how Bertha, who had loved her unconditionally since she was little, was now gone, forever, her chest tightened with guilt. The worst part, she hadn't even made it back in time to say goodbye. If only she hadn't left back then. Maybe she could have stayed by her side these past years. Maybe, just maybe, Bertha would have been in better spirits. Maybe she'd still be alive. That thought alone sent tears streaming down her face again. She never expected Henry of all people to show up just then. Seeing Grace wiping her eyes with the back of her hand and completely breaking down, Henry looked genuinely at a loss. He didn't think he'd said anything harsh before, had he? After standing awkwardly at her side for a bit, he finally sighed in resignation, pulled a folded handkerchief from his pocket, and offered it to her. "Wipe your tears," he said, his voice low and calm, its cool tone oddly soothing on such a chilly night. Grace froze, staring at the white handkerchief with a soft blue embroidery at the corner, hovering in front of her misty eyes. She bit her lip, hesitant, silently refusing to reach for it right away. But Henry didn't pull it back either. He just kept holding it there patiently until, eventually, she took it from him with a sigh. "What are you doing up here anyway?" She turned away, letting her hair fall to shield her tear-streaked face. She didn't want him to see her like this. Henry clearly noticed but didn't comment. Instead, he glanced at the flickering street lamp in the distance, its orange glow dim against the sharp winter wind that cut across their faces like cold blades. Grace wiped her cheeks dry, sucked in a deep breath, ready to say something, and then out of nowhere, sneezed 3 times. Without missing a beat, Henry shrugged off his jacket and handed it to her. "It's freezing out. You're not dressed for this, and you'll catch a cold." A handkerchief and now a jacket? Grace scoffed, voice laced with sarcasm. "What, you're not worried Victoria might get upset?" Last she checked, Henry had moved in with Victoria, hadn't he? She still remembered walking into their shared apartment and spotting Henry in the kitchen, cooking for her. So what's he doing here now? Coming all the way up to the rooftop for what? Pity? Grace's pride wouldn't let anyone throw her scraps, not even him. But Henry didn't back off. He shoved the jacket into her hands. "What's this got to do with Victoria? Look, if you want to freeze here, be my guest." Honestly, he was just looking out for her, nothing more than basic decency. But clearly, Grace had taken it the wrong way, and now Henry was left exasperated. "If you're that set on staying up here in the wind, be my guest." He turned around, ready to head back down. Truth be told, ever since the funeral when he first saw Grace again, his impression of her hadn't exactly been great. If it weren't for his foster mom urging him, he wouldn't have come after her in the first place. Wait. Just as he took a single step, Grace's voice rang out behind him. The next thing he knew, she had thrown her arms around him, pulling him close. Henry stiffened, completely caught off guard. What was going on? Grace closed her eyes tight as she leaned into him, soaking in the warmth from his body. For the first time in what felt like forever, the cold, hollow ache in her chest finally started to thaw. Henry held up his hands like he was afraid to even touch Grace. Don't say anything, okay? Just let me stay like this for a bit. Just a minute. It was because to her, in that quiet moment, he really did feel a little too much like Elijah. Grace shut her eyes tight, tears slipping down the corners again. For some reason, Henry felt like someone punched him right in the chest. Still, he didn't step away. They stayed wrapped in that silent hug for minutes. Henry's arms had already gone numb, but Grace didn't move an inch. Just as he was about to say something, Grace suddenly pushed him away. Even though there'd been a flicker of emotion, she knew exactly what she felt deep down. The man in front of her, he wasn't Elijah. Thanks for your jacket. She handed the coat back to him and turned around without another word. That was cold. Henry stared after her, more puzzled than anything. Seriously? So it really is just use you and drop you, huh? Inside the study, Victoria hadn't dared to leave the room. She didn't want to overhear Theodore asking about Isabella again. As long as she didn't hear it, she wouldn't start hoping again, which was easier, really. It's getting late. Should we head back? Catherine noticed how awkward the atmosphere was from the start. She kept her tone soft, thoughtful, trying not to stir anything up. But just as the two of them stepped out, they bumped into Grace coming down the stairs. Her eyes were even redder now, and she didn't say a word when she saw Catherine, just went straight to her room. Catherine was confused. Wasn't Henry supposed to go and properly apologize or something? What just happened? Victoria, on the other hand, had a guess. After all that drama, Henry came downstairs rubbing at his temples. Right then, Victoria's phone buzzed. It was the police chief. Hey, Victoria, you busy right now? Not really. What's going on? She could hear how awkward he sounded even through the phone. It was New Year's Eve, after all, not exactly the best time to be making work calls, but clearly he wouldn't be calling unless it was urgent. Sorry about the timing, but we just got another report, a murder, and it's almost identical to that previous case. Everyone's working overtime here. I wanted to ask if maybe you had time in the next couple of days to help us out. We need to reconstruct the victim's face as soon as possible. He wouldn't have called except they were running out of options. The killer was still out there, and there weren't any solid leads. Even the forensic reports were drawing blanks. Worse, the victim's identity was still unknown. The whole thing was just bizarre. Now their best shot was Victoria, and she knew that. Got it. I'll come over now. Huh? Now? I mean, it's pretty late. Maybe spend time with your family tonight. Come tomorrow instead. He glanced back into the brightly lit station, obviously wanting her there, but still hesitant to push. After all, technically this was a favor. Victoria checked the time, 10:30. Not all that late yet. It's fine. I'm coming now. All right. Just tell me where you are. I'll have someone pick you up. After all, he was asking Victoria for a favor. It didn't sit right to let a woman head to the station all alone in the middle of the night. And especially not tonight. Tons of people out, and cabs were going to be a nightmare. Honestly, the police chief hadn't expected her to pick up at all. Victoria was about to give her location, but then she remembered where the Chambers' old estate was. It was not only remote, but also tightly guarded, so instead, she gave an address nearby. Just wait for me at the intersection. I'll be there soon. With that, she turned to head downstairs, right as Theodore was stepping out with his car keys in hand. They locked eyes. His steps faltered for a beat. He had overheard her mentioning she was heading out. Now he frowned. Where could she possibly need to go at this hour? Victoria didn't have many close friends, apart from Henry. And now even he was out of the picture? She froze for a second. Theodore stood there at the stairwell. She hesitated too. Where are you going? She didn't expect him to speak up. After a slight pause, she replied, "The intersection of Garden Avenue and Elm Road. Someone from the station would pick her up there." Theodore didn't respond, just started walking downstairs. After a few steps, he turned back briefly. "I don't have all night to wait." So basically, he was offering her a ride. Victoria followed him quickly and got into the passenger seat without a word. She didn't ask where he was headed, just silently joined him. The heater in the car was on full blast, hot air brushing across her cheeks. Still, she felt a little off inside. "Where to?" he asked once they were on the road. His tone was completely neutral, like asking a stranger for directions. Victoria repeated the address. The streets were deserted. Theodore drove fast, then he rolled the window down a bit. Cold air whooshed in immediately, wiping away the warmth inside. Victoria shivered, quietly biting her bottom lip. "Can you close the window?" she asked after a pause. "Where?" he asked again. His voice mixed with the freezing air felt like it sliced right through her. That was it. He was making it clear. He wouldn't stop until he personally dropped her off. Victoria stopped holding back and gave him the exact location of the station. Then she looked down and sent a message to the station chief, telling him not to bother sending a car. When Theodore heard, he froze, surprised. He had thought she was racing off to meet someone. Elijah even crossed his mind. But turns out, she was going to the same place he was. Neither of them said another word the rest of the way. Maybe because the streets were so empty, what usually took over an hour barely took 20 minutes tonight. He pulled up right outside the station. Victoria unfastened her seatbelt and softly said, "Thanks." She honestly didn't expect Theodore to actually take her. "I'm sorry about tonight. I didn't mean to show up like that." She hesitated, then figured she should say something to Theodore. If she'd known earlier that the old friend Catherine mentioned was actually Grace, Victoria would have never agreed to go. The man's right hand rested casually on the steering wheel, tapping it lightly a couple of times, not in a rush to speak. To be honest, ever since that intense argument at the hospital, Theodore hadn't felt great either. Lately, Victoria's tear-filled eyes from that day kept popping into his head, but he had no clue how to start the conversation. The company's holding a shareholders meeting after the new year. We'll announce the new share distribution officially. I'll have my assistant reach out to you. After thinking it through, he figured the only connection left between them was the shares. The document transferring the shares was still sitting in Victoria's bag. She nodded. "Then I'll keep the papers with me for now. Let me know any time if you need them back." After all, the shares belonged to the Chambers family, and she'd have to return them sooner or later. But to Theodore, that sounded like something else entirely. His fingers on the wheel curled slightly, eyes locking onto her with a deeper look. His lips pressed together tightly. So, she still wanted to draw the line. Once those shares were back in his hands, that'd be their clean break. Nothing left between them. An awkward chill filled the car, and Victoria sat there, unsure if she should get out or not. Then she spotted Chief Warren walking out of the station, and just as she was about to say something, "Aye." "The past few days haven't been too peaceful," Theodore suddenly cut in, swallowing her words before she could speak. His voice was calm, but that kind of calm only stretched the tension more. Victoria froze for a second, then it hit her, as if they were on the same wavelength. She instantly understood what he meant. Those shares weren't a big amount, just 5%, but they could still cause real trouble. It wasn't about her personally. It was about the fact she held that much influence. That tough mask she had on cracked, just a little. She stared at his face, unsure how to feel. Was he actually worried about her? But before she could really think it through, Chief Warren had reached the car. He seemed surprised, probably because he'd just called her, and now she was already here. When he heard the sound of a car outside, he'd rushed out to greet her, but didn't expect Theodore to step out too. Well, that was unexpected. Victoria hadn't thought he'd come out either. She paused briefly, caught off guard, but before she could say anything, Chief Warren chimed in. "Victoria, really appreciate you making the trip at this hour. It's so late, and we still had to call you over." His tone was warm and polite, but his eyes flicked repeatedly to Theodore beside her. "And Mr. Chambers, you're here too?" Chief Warren had no idea what exactly was going on between these two, but the situation definitely raised some eyebrows. Theodore didn't respond to the question, just strode past Victoria like she wasn't even there. His voice cut through the night, cool and distant. "Someone named Isabella. Did she file a report here recently?" Boom. Just like that, Victoria's heart sank again. So that was it. She really thought he'd come because it was late and the road was long, maybe worried about her safety or something. Thought even that vague comment earlier had been him showing concern. Turns out, it all had a purpose behind it. Theodore was just giving her a lift, that's all. Victoria stood frozen, legs stiff, eyes locked on the tall figure not far off. So familiar, yet he felt like a stranger now. Just then, Isabella came out of the station. She looked pale, wearing a long white puffer coat that stood out starkly in the night. "Theodore." Looking pitiful as ever, Isabella ran straight into his arms the moment she saw him. "I finally found you." Her voice was shaky, with a sob hiding underneath, like she'd been through hell. She just leaned on Theodore's chest and let out a low sigh of grief. No one knew where exactly Isabella had disappeared to, or what had really happened. Theodore didn't ask. He just held her tight and started walking her toward the car. When they were passing by Victoria, Theodore suddenly stopped again. Isabella had already spotted her earlier through a window inside the station, and honestly, she couldn't figure out what Victoria was doing here. It was New Year's Eve. Weren't they supposed to be spending it together? A wave of unease hit Isabella. Did that brief time apart give Victoria and Theodore the perfect excuse to reconnect? They never completely moved on from each other. One chance, and they'd probably slide right back to where they were. If that happened, everything Isabella had done would mean nothing. Clenching her fists tightly, that fear gnawed at her. "Ah!" she gasped and suddenly crouched down on the ground, clutching her side. Seeing it, Theodore quickly knelt down beside her, voice full of concern. "What's wrong? You okay?" "I'm not sure. Just felt this sharp cramp in my stomach out of nowhere. Don't worry about me, really." "Is that so?" Victoria looked over. There wasn't even a flicker of pain in Isabella's eyes. She was clearly faking. Victoria didn't call her out, though. She also didn't waste another second watching this act. In her eyes, someone as sharp as Theodore could definitely see through this kind of stunt. He just chose not to say anything. "Chief Warren, could you brief me on the situation?" Victoria turned to walk inside with Chief Warren, like the two behind her didn't even exist. Isabella couldn't help feeling a little confused. So Victoria wasn't with Theodore, she was here for work? Right. She did remember seeing them all working overtime earlier when she came to the station. And to make herself look like a caring public figure, she'd even done her little routine of checking in and expressing concern. But she was brushed off. The case was classified. They didn't even bother replying. So in the end, she could only sit alone in the waiting room till Theodore showed up to pick her up. Now that Victoria and Chief Warren had disappeared inside, Isabella turned her gaze back, only to find Theodore still staring silently at the station's entrance. "Theodore?" She reached out and gently tugged his sleeve. From what Isabella knew about him, something big must have happened while she was gone. Big enough to pull him and Victoria back together. But what the hell was it? The man beside her snapped out of his thoughts, glanced at Isabella's delicate face, and said flatly, "Let's get in the car." Inside, Theodore buckled his seatbelt, but his eyes couldn't help drifting toward the police station entrance. He knew Victoria's job sometimes meant working with the legal departments, but calling her out to work on New Year's Eve, that was seriously pushing it. "Theo, what's wrong? You seem kinda off," Isabella said softly. Instead of answering her question, he asked, "Where have you been all this time?" He didn't start the engine right away. The heater was still on, and the faint scent of Victoria's body wash lingered in the air. Hearing that, Isabella lowered her eyes, face shifting into a pitiful expression. "I'm sorry. I know I scared you, but I was in such a dark place. I just didn't want you to see me like that, losing my hair from chemo. I figured it'd be better to disappear than to let you watch me waste away." She even brushed her fingers at the corner of her eye, pretending to wipe away tears. She was well aware that illness card was what always got to Theodore. Truth was, Isabella had been living it up on the island with Julian. If it weren't for some issues popping up in his company, she probably wouldn't have shown up until after the holidays. From Julian's team, she'd found out that Theodore had been searching for her non-stop. That knowledge gave her a twisted sense of satisfaction. She needed to see that he still cared. And the first thing she did upon returning, report herself missing to the cops just so they'd get in touch with him. Because she knew he would definitely come. "I'll take you to the hospital," Theodore said. No matter what, health came first. Maybe it was losing his grandma that made him more sensitive to the well-being of people around him now. "Wait." Isabella gently grabbed his hand. "I'm fine now." She lied, saying she'd seen a doctor while away and that the previous diagnosis had been a mistake. "Thank God it was just a mix-up. I'm actually doing great." Seeing his furrowed brows and stormy expression, her heart skipped a beat. She was worried he might seriously go after the last hospital for malpractice. If he found out the truth, she'd be screwed. She took his hand with both of hers, her voice soft and coaxing. "Theo, can we just forget everything that happened? Let it stay in the past? I don't want to think about any of that anymore. Let's start over. I'm here now, and I want to be with you. Just the two of us." She slid her fingers between his, trying to comfort herself with the warmth of his touch. Theodore looked down at her, but strangely there was no spark, just a quiet calm inside him. Maybe it was the time apart, but he just didn't feel anything for her anymore. His brows knit slightly before he pulled his hand away. "I'll take you home." "I've got no home now." She stared at his profile, stubborn as ever. "It's New Year's Eve, should have been a night for family, but the only one I've got here is you." She wasn't letting him go. She wanted him to stay, just for tonight. Inside the police station, Victoria stared at the body in front of her. It was in such a horrific state she could barely make out a face. Honestly, this one was way worse than the last case. "The coroner's done a preliminary exam. Here's the report," the station chief said, handing over the file. "We really didn't want to bother you again so soon, but we've run out of options." Polite words, sure, but Victoria knew the drill. She already had her white gloves on, carefully checking different parts of the body. "So, can you fix it this time?" Chief Warren sounded anxious, hands clasped tightly, clearly under pressure. If Victoria weren't the best there was, with skills nobody else could compete with, he wouldn't be this desperate. "I can give it a try," Victoria nodded. But she knew this wouldn't be easy. It was going to take time and a ridiculous amount of effort. Her last case had at least some facial structure to work with, making the reconstruction doable. This time, it'd be close to building a face out of thin air. "Thank you, no matter what comes out of it." Because the station lacked proper equipment, they had to move the body to the restoration lab. Given it was freaking New Year and Victoria was a young woman, Chief Warren insisted on sending 2 officers along with her. She didn't have the heart to say no, so she said nothing and went with it. It was already 3 a.m. by the time they got to the lab. One of the officers had brought in some takeout, fresh barbecue, and the aroma filled every corner of the room in seconds. "Miss Ellis, want to try some? My girlfriend just dropped this off from home." "You guys go ahead," Victoria replied without even glancing over. Late-night snacking had never been her thing. Plus, even though she hadn't eaten much at the Chambers place earlier, she just wasn't feeling hungry. Time was ticking. She quickly changed into her lab coat and stepped into the restoration room. She hated distractions when working, and judging by the corpse, she knew it was going to be an all-nighter. Without hesitation, she turned off her phone and focused. Meanwhile, Theodore had just dropped Isabella off at her place. "Theo," Isabella's voice was soft as she stopped him, right when he was about to leave. She gently grabbed his hand, eyes glistening, her expression helpless and trembling, pure damsel vibe. "Could you stay with me for a bit? I'm really scared. I've been through so much lately, and there were moments I thought I'd never see you again. Now that I'm back, I don't want to be alone." On the drive back, Theo had barely spoken, hadn't even asked where she'd been all this time. He looked at her, lips pressed into a thin line, until something on her neck caught his eye, a faint red mark. He reached out, but before touching her, she flinched like she'd been shocked and pulled away instantly. What's going on here? She quickly covered her neck with a hand, panic flashing briefly through her eyes. That was definitely from Julian. They had spent nearly 2 weeks together at the beach. It wasn't just innocent hand-holding or sweet little kisses. That was for sure. Biting her lip, Isabella managed to squeeze out a pitiful look, like she was about to cry. Something almost happened on my way back. Thank God someone stepped in to help me. After saying that, she opened her arms and threw herself straight into Theodore's embrace. With her soft body pressed against him, Isabella couldn't believe he'd stay indifferent. But the next second, he pushed her away without hesitation. She was stunned. "You've had a rough time lately. Now that you're back, just rest and don't overthink," he said flatly. "What about you?" "I'll be in the living room." He didn't leave. That had to mean something, right? She clenched her fists slightly and glanced at Theodore with a glimmer of hope in her eyes before saying, "All right, I'm gonna wash up then." With the running water sound coming from the bathroom, Theodore walked over to the full-length window. He stood still, eyes fixed on some random spot outside, lost in thought. In the quiet of the night, Victoria's face popped into his head again, like a flashback. She had seen him and Isabella get into the car earlier. How would she have felt? Just as he was zoning out, a sudden scream came from the bathroom. "Ah!" Snapping back right away, he turned and rushed in. Fog from the hot water clouded the room. In the haze, he saw Isabella sitting on the floor, naked and flustered. Yep, she'd done it on purpose. If Theodore wasn't going to make a move, she had her own ways of getting closer to him. But before she could say anything, a large white towel was thrown over her. Theodore picked her up in his arms without a word and set her gently on the counter. Isabella couldn't believe what just happened. Was he just waiting to make it official with her, or was he never planning to at all? Her frustration only deepened. She lifted her pale arms from under the towel and loosely draped them around his neck. Looking straight at him, her voice low, she asked, "Theo, did something happen while I was gone?" His reaction didn't make sense unless something had changed. Too bad she had no clue what it was. Theodore sighed deeply, then pried her arms off firmly. "Watch your step. I'll head out now." "Theo." Her voice was soft, unwilling, but the only reply was the sound of the door closing. Still clutching the towel, Isabella sat back down on the wet floor, not caring anymore. By the time she came out, Theodore was gone. The empty room was deafening. She bit hard on her lower lip, the taste of blood slowly spreading through her mouth. And just like that, Julian's words echoed in her mind again. Before landing, he'd told her that maybe the only reason Theodore had cared about her before was because she reminded him of someone else, that person being Victoria. But Isabella didn't buy that. She refused to be some stand-in. She wasn't about to live in Victoria's shadow. So, she walked into the bedroom and took out her phone, dialing a number she knew by heart. Soon, a familiar male voice came through. "Looks like you finally made up your mind." "I'll help you," the man said lazily, "but you have to stick to your end of the deal." Then he chuckled. "What? Don't trust me yet?" After the call, Isabella sat on the edge of the bed in silence. The sky was just starting to lighten when Victoria finally managed to sketch out the basic outline of the victim's face. But something about it just didn't sit right with her. She couldn't quite put her finger on what exactly was bothering her. With a faint frown, Victoria stared at the body in front of her for a few seconds, then shook her head. Maybe she was just worn out. Her brain was probably foggy from the lack of sleep. Brushing off the discomfort, she got back to work. Meanwhile, the two young officers outside weren't slacking either. Even though they were at the mortuary, each of them had brought a laptop and was busy wrapping up their own tasks. They'd ended up pulling an all-nighter with Victoria. "You think Miss Ellis is married?" one of them asked out of nowhere. "I mean, dragging someone out here on New Year's and keeping her overnight like this, her husband might not be too happy about that." "Nah, I think she has a boyfriend," the other replied, gulping down a big swig of coffee he just made. "I saw a guy drop her off last night. Hard to see clearly, though. He was kind of far away." "Wait, wasn't that the guy who came to pick up Isabella? You know, the actress?" "Was it?" Now they were wide awake, chatting and gossiping like nothing else mattered. A few more hours ticked by before Victoria finally brought the victim's facial features mostly back to shape. Now, identifying the body should be a lot easier, but Victoria's heart sank the moment she saw the reconstructed face. This person, they looked eerily similar to the previous corpse she had restored. Sure, both times she'd only managed partial reconstruction, but still, the general look was shockingly alike. That had to be the reason behind the weird feeling she'd had earlier. Her expression grew serious. Sure, people sometimes look a bit alike, but this was too much of a coincidence. Two mysterious deaths back to back, and both victims bearing such similar faces. A storm of questions churned in her mind, but right then she had no answers. Close to noon, the two young officers glanced toward the restoration room. "She's been in there forever. You think she passed out or something?" "Probably not, but maybe go check just in case." They tiptoed closer, figuring the sound insulation was too good. They couldn't hear a peep from inside. Right as they were hesitating about knocking, the door opened suddenly. Victoria stood there, slightly surprised to see them. "Something you guys needed?" Don't take this the wrong way, Miss Ellis," one of them spoke up quickly. "We just noticed you'd been in there a long time and wanted to see if you needed a hand. Really, if there's anything we can do, just let us know." Hearing that, Victoria gave a polite nod. "I'm pretty much done. Just sent the photos to the director. If they need anything else, he'll probably get in touch with you guys." "Wait, she finished already?" The two officers exchanged a stunned look, craning their necks to peek into the room behind her. Victoria had been laser-focused all night long, and now she was completely wiped out. All she could think of was getting home and knocking out for a few hours. The two officers were pretty perceptive this time. They dropped Victoria off and headed back to the station without lingering. Originally, she didn't want Henry worrying too much. But since the cops were giving her a ride, Victoria couldn't exactly ask them to take her to a hotel either. So in the end, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and return to the villa. She had just stepped inside when she heard Catherine on the phone with Grace. "Grace, no matter what, I should apologize to you first. Henry didn't mean any harm. If he said anything out of line last night or did something that upset you, just tell me straight." Whatever Grace said in response made Catherine burst into laughter, loud and carefree like she didn't have a single worry in the world. Victoria stood quietly in the garden, watching Catherine not far off, her face full of warmth and affection. That moment made Victoria think back to college. Because of her friendship with Theodore, she and Grace had grown really close too. It used to be like they told each other everything. Grace even promised to be her maid of honor when she got married. But now, everything was different. Subconsciously, Victoria's hand reached for the necklace resting just below her collarbone, like she'd just made a firm choice. Grace deserved to know the truth about what happened. As she stood zoning out, Catherine turned around and finally noticed her, waving her over. "Grace, something came up here. I'll catch you later, okay?" She hung up and strode toward Victoria. "You? What were you thinking? Just disappearing like that without a call? We were so worried about you. Especially Henry." Victoria had left with Theodore last night. Not that he was a bad guy, but they both didn't come back until morning. A guy and a girl, middle of the night. Anyone would jump to conclusions. Seeing the worry in Catherine's eyes, Victoria felt a dull ache in her chest. It'd been such a long time since someone cared like this. That's partly why last night, she turned off her phone and spent the night holed up in the restoration room. There was something urgent at work, and once it got busy, I just kind of forgot. Catherine noticed the redness in her eyes and felt even more distressed. She'd always hoped to have a daughter to fuss over, but she couldn't have kids, which was how Henry ended up being adopted in the first place. "Go get some rest upstairs. You have no idea. Henry kept calling you all night. I finally talked him into going and getting some sleep." If Catherine hadn't mentioned the calls, Victoria might have honestly forgotten. From last night up until now, she hadn't checked her phone once. Heading upstairs, she glanced at her phone screen. 56 missed calls, all from Henry. Her lips pressed into a straight line, something tight squeezing in her chest. That weird hollow feeling? Yeah, it showed up real quick. and then just as quickly it morphed into bitter self-mockery. What was she even hoping for? Did she really think that while Theodore was getting cozy with Isabella again, he'd still be thinking about her? As she reached her bedroom door, she caught sight of Henry stepping out of the study across the hall. He looked tired, older somehow. But the second he saw Victoria, something lit up in his eyes. "Where have you been?" He closed the distance in a few strides, his hands grabbing onto her shoulders, voice filled with worry. "I get that it's your job to help people, but seriously, working through the night on New Year's? Isn't that a bit much?" Victoria didn't have the energy to explain much right now. She just gave a slight nod, her face impassive. "My job's not exactly your typical 9 to 5. Sometimes it could be chill, but when it got hectic, it really meant no breaks, day or night. Especially for someone as capable as Victoria, she was always the first to be called for urgent stuff." Henry looked at the quiet wariness in her eyes and felt a pang in his chest. But he knew this was her job, and she was doing it for public safety after all. He wasn't the type to make a fuss. "Get some good rest first," he said softly, then turned and headed downstairs. A call had just come in from an old college friend asking to catch up. They hadn't seen each other in a while, and Henry, who'd initially planned to stay home for Victoria's sake, figured it'd be fine to head out now that she was back. He grabbed his car keys and got ready to leave. Catherine was tending to her rose bushes in the garden. She turned her head and noticed Henry about to walk out. "Where are you off to?" She'd even told the kitchen to make extra for lunch, thinking the whole family would eat together. Victoria had just come home, and now Henry was heading out again? "Meeting a buddy. I'll be back before dark," he replied as he climbed into the car. Following the location Lucas had sent him, Henry drove straight into the restaurant's underground garage. While he was pulling into a spot, a sudden jolt hit from behind. The car lurched forward slightly, giving Henry quite a scare. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and checked the rearview mirror, spotting a white Porsche behind him. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he stepped out and saw the driver's door of the other car open as well. Grace got out, a frown creasing her face as her eyes stayed glued to the rear bumper. It had been forever since she last drove, and she was juggling a phone call, so the minor crash wasn't a complete surprise. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. Wait, it's you?" Her brows knit even tighter when she recognized him. Seriously, of all the people to rear end. "Henry?" Henry glanced at the scrape on his car. He didn't bother with small talk. "Let's just go through insurance." Honestly, he never thought much of Grace before, but after what had happened the night before, she struck him as weird. If she weren't the well-known Chambers heiress, he might have thought she'd escaped a psychiatric ward. So yeah, he wasn't eager to waste time on her. Coincidentally, that was exactly what Grace wanted too. "Okay," she said with a nod. Then the Chambers heiress turned and walked off. She'd said sorry, and the situation was under control. No point in sticking around. Truth be told, she wanted zero interaction with Henry. It was all because of that face of his. Every time she saw him, all those pitch-dark memories of Elijah came flooding back. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the elevator. Right as the doors were about to shut, a hand shot in. Grace's expression flickered for a moment. As the doors opened again, Henry's face appeared before her. She immediately looked away. Even though Henry wasn't exactly thrilled about ending up in the same elevator as her, what could he do? Pure dumb luck. He was already cutting it close anyway, and those old buddies of his were definitely going to use his tardiness as an excuse to pour drinks down his throat. So sharing an elevator with Grace wasn't really worth fussing over. It's not like she was going to bite him. Even weirder, turns out they were both headed to the 6th floor. Just a minute ago, on the way here, Henry was still thinking to himself how ridiculous it was to have a dinner party on New Year's Day. Only his group of friends could come up with that idea. But seeing her now, was Grace going to dinner too? Was he just out of the loop, or were these people just really bored? The elevator climbed steadily to the 4th floor, then suddenly the lights overhead flickered. Next second, total blackout. "Ah!" Grace let out a startled scream. She shrank back into the corner, wide-eyed, scanning the pitch black around them. Even Henry flinched a little. Who wouldn't? but he quickly collected himself and stepped forward, reaching out to hit the emergency button. Just as he moved, the elevator lurched and started plummeting. Grace's scream pierced again. This time, she wasn't pretending. She was genuinely freaking out. Back when she was stuck alone in Singapore with nowhere to stay but the streets, Grace hadn't been this scared. But now, faced with what felt like a real brush with death, she was terrified. And the first face that popped into her head? Elijah. She hadn't even found him yet. Hadn't even asked him whether he regretted breaking up with her. The sudden jolt of the elevator knocked Henry off balance for a second too. Then, without warning, Grace threw herself into his arms. Henry froze, his hands instinctively lifted, unsure whether to push her back or hold on. She clung to him so tightly, it actually made it hard for him to breathe. Luckily, the elevator stopped after dropping just a bit. A voice crackled through the speaker. "Hello, can we help you?" Henry took a deep breath, steadied himself, and quickly filled the staff in on what had just happened. "Please come quickly. There are 2 of us trapped in here. Seems like the elevator's stuck around the 2nd floor." Grace wasn't listening to any of that anymore. All she could do was hold on to Henry like he was her last lifeline. For a split second, she even felt safe. It was strange, like as long as she stayed next to Henry, everything would somehow be okay. "Hey, you mind letting go now? The maintenance guys are on their way. So long as we stay still, the elevator shouldn't drop any further." Even after he said that, Grace didn't loosen her grip. She was just too scared. No time to worry about looking weak. To her right now, Henry was like the only beam of light in all this darkness. She honestly felt like if she let go of him, that light might vanish completely. She slowly looked up and in the dim emergency light caught a glimpse of his sharp, focused eyes. Her chest tightened at the sight, her breath caught. Henry stood stiffly. In that brief moment, he actually saw her as just a scared girl who needed help. No matter how strong she pretended to be on the outside, deep down she was still fragile. Always had been. The air felt oddly still, and they just stared at each other in silence. Right then, the elevator doors were pried open. As the bright light spilled in, Henry instinctively squinted. Standing outside, the maintenance guys froze when they saw the 2 of them huddled together. Were they interrupting a couple in a steamy moment or something? But come on, this was a life-threatening situation. Henry helped Grace out first, then followed her out. She looked pale and still a little shaken. Her hands were freezing, and as she bit her lip and peeked at Henry, she saw he was looking at her too. Their eyes met, and both of them paused for a beat. It felt like something weird was in the air, hard to explain. After what they'd just been through together, it wasn't like you could just pretend nothing happened. Grace cleared her throat awkwardly and took a couple of steps toward him. "Sorry about earlier. I kind of panicked in the elevator, and, thanks." She looked super uncomfortable, not even daring to meet his gaze. Henry seemed a little out of it too. He just gave a slight nod, his expression unreadable. "No problem." After that, Grace decided to take the stairs. Honestly, if not for the fact that her bestie was the one who invited her, she wouldn't even bother going. And now this chaos had happened. Could have cost her life. She took a few shaky steps in her heels before she noticed. Henry was walking in too. That's when it hit her. In the elevator, he'd mentioned they were headed to the same floor. What a coincidence. Neither said a word. Grace walked slowly in her heels, and Henry kept pace behind her. The atmosphere was downright weird. You'd never guess these 2 were practically glued together minutes ago. Finally, they reached the 6th floor. Grace was slightly out of breath. She followed the room number her friend texted her, heading to the far end of the hallway. The man behind her stayed quiet, still trailing at a steady distance. She turned a corner, and only one private room remained ahead. Grace stopped and glanced over her shoulder. Is there something else? Wait, could it be he expected her to take responsibility just because she clung to him earlier? Her tone came off a bit awkward. Henry looked at the room number behind her, then checked the message on his phone. Seriously, they really were going to the exact same place. Before he could say a word, the door swung open from the inside. Lucas Taylor had just come out to call Henry, but seeing the 2 of them at the door nearly made him jump. "Dude, what's the holdup?" If you're here, just come in already. What are you being shy about? He grabbed Henry's arm, then his eyes landed on Grace. Wait, is this your... No one mentioned Henry was dating someone, but Lucas wasn't dense. One look between them and he could tell something was off. Nah, something didn't add up. Didn't feel like a couple vibe at all. Miss, are you sure you're in the right place? Whenever he was around a pretty girl, Lucas would speak extra gently. Grace glanced at her phone again, just to make sure she hadn't gotten the address wrong. Is Sophie in there? That's when Lucas finally remembered. His sister had mentioned bringing a friend along. He didn't think much of it at the time, but looking at Grace now, it clicked. He waved the two of them into the private room. Since they arrived late, the two naturally ended up sitting together. If you'd taken any longer, Grace, I'd have thought you completely forgot how to find your way around after staying abroad so long, Sophie teased, sliding a glass of wine over. Same rule as always. You do remember, don't you? It had been a while since Grace and Sophie last caught up, and that same rule meant 3 drinks as penalty for being late. Grace let out a helpless smile. No complaints. She picked up the glass without hesitation. But before the rim even touched her lips, Henry suddenly reached out and stopped her. Hold up. We were late for a reason, okay? The elevator broke down. We practically stared death in the face a few minutes ago. Still shaking a little here. Ooh, knight in shining armor moment, someone joked. Everyone around the table started chiming in playfully. After all, Henry was known for minding his own business at these gatherings. Even when others ended up doing rounds in the ER thanks to over-drinking, he stayed distant and uninvolved. But today, well, this was definitely a scene. Grace paused mid-movement, turning to look at Henry, letting him take the glass from her hand. For a second, her mind drifted way back to college. Back then, during club dinners, she was always the one getting pressured into drinking. And every single time, Elijah would step in, shielding her without a word. He was like a little sun, warm, steady, always around. But the light disappeared the moment he broke things off. Until Henry. Grace dropped her gaze. She knew she couldn't treat Henry like he was a stand-in for Elijah, especially when Henry was supposedly with Victoria now. That thought stirred up something in her. She picked up another glass from the table and downed it in one go. The icy, sharp taste hit her throat hard, making her cough as she frowned. Still, her expression was stubborn. I was late. That's on me. No excuses needed. And with that, she tipped back a second glass, finishing it in one gulp. Just as she reached for the third, Henry stopped her again. Grace's hand froze midair, only to see Henry lift the glass and finish it himself. I'll take this one for her. Grace really wanted to snap back with, "What's it to you?" But the words just wouldn't come out. She bit her lip, her eyes locked on Henry's, deep and unreadable. Well, what's going on here? Is it time for a couple's toast next? Lucas teased, strolling over with a bottle, aiming to top up Henry's glass. But the moment he caught the sharp warning in Henry's dark eyes, he froze. Being friends with Henry for years, Lucas knew the guy well, looked easygoing, but his lines weren't meant to be crossed. He might joke around, but when he got serious, yeah, better not push it. What was meant to be a light-hearted moment turned strangely awkward. The whole room went quiet in an instant. Grace frowned a little and blurted out without thinking, "Why are you drinking my wine?" Lucas's eyes darted between the two of them, clearly picking up on the awkward vibe. Yup, classic case of one-sided feelings here. Their dynamic sure sparked some curiosity. Everyone around cast nosy glances, full of gossip, but no one dared to actually ask anything. Meanwhile, Victoria was out cold in the bedroom, sleeping like a rock. She even slipped into a dream. Back in her college days, those were some good times. Carefree days, surrounded by close friends and a boyfriend who adored her. To Victoria, that chapter was like a perfect little bubble of happiness. But the dream suddenly twisted. Now she was holding Elijah's hand, standing in front of Grace. Grace's face was twisted in disbelief, her words sharp and hurtful. It felt like someone had ripped Victoria's heart in half. They used to be the kind of best friends who talked about everything. Now, this whole nightmare had rooted itself so deep in Victoria's heart she couldn't shake it. She jolted awake, clutching her chest, gasping for breath. Sweat was dripping from her forehead. She hadn't even noticed until now. Peeking at the bright sky outside, she told herself everything in the dream was just that, a dream. With a deep exhale, Victoria pushed herself out of bed, still feeling drained, and gulped down some ice water. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, she suddenly spotted a police car rolling into the driveway. Instantly, something in her gut told her they were here for her. She glanced at her phone on the nightstand, silenced at some point, showing 3 missed calls from Chief Warren. Something must have gone wrong with that body. Dialing him back, she headed down the stairs, her nerves alert. This had to be big. She'd done everything she could in this case. Even before returning to the villa this morning, she double-checked with the forensics team. The call connected fast. "Victoria, finally, you picked up. I've been going crazy here." Hearing the urgency in his voice, Victoria frowned slightly. "What's going on? Did officers already show up at your place?" "Listen, here's the deal. We found another piece of evidence at the scene, and after fingerprint analysis, it's yours." She froze on the stairs. Even with limited legal knowledge, she understood what this meant. Up to now, Chief Warren hadn't said much about how serious this case was, but she could tell from his tone, it was huge. They'd hit a wall. No clear suspect, victim still unidentified. Key leads? 0. Now finally, a breakthrough. But the lead pointed to her. When he first heard the results, Chief Warren was stunned. His first impulse was to brush it off. He couldn't believe Victoria had anything to do with the crime. But gut feelings don't hold up in court, and right now, the only clue they had was a big red arrow pointing straight at her. He'd seen tricky cases before, but this was something else. From the outside, he looked like your regular quiet guy, but turns out he was a freaking serial killer or something. And now the first thing the cops had to do was show up at Victoria's place for questioning. Catherine was still completely lost. "Wait, seriously? It's the holidays and you're showing up to take someone away? Isn't that a bit much? What even happened? Can you at least give us a hint? As her family, we should know what's going on, right?" The officers who came today were the same 2 that had stayed late working with Victoria just hours ago. No one expected things to flip so fast. The 2 young officers obviously didn't believe this had anything to do with Victoria either, but all they could do was keep it official. "Sorry, Miss Ellis, we're just following protocol." Victoria nodded. "It's okay. Let's go." Since they'd come for her, she was ready to cooperate fully. She even turned to calm Catherine down. "Don't worry, really. I'm just going with them to help out with the investigation, nothing serious. Once they figure things out, I'll be back in no time." But Catherine still looked uneasy, her face full of worry. What is even going on here? Weren't they just saying last night that Victoria was helping with something? How did that somehow flip into her being treated like a suspect? Watching Victoria being led to the police car, Catherine quickly pulled out her phone to call Henry. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Henry sat there quietly, watching Grace knock back drinks like she was on a mission to get hammered. What started as casual sips had turned into straight-up chugging from the bottle. He didn't even bat an eye. Honestly, he couldn't be bothered. If she didn't care about her own health, what was the point of anyone else stepping in? His phone was still on silent, so he hadn't noticed Catherine calling. Lucas looked back and forth between Grace and the completely unbothered Henry and felt even more confused. What kind of drama was going on here? Lucas finally walked over and leaned down behind Henry. "Not trying to be nosy, but maybe go say something. She's treating this place like it's an all-night bar or something." It wasn't like they met up often. It had taken ages to even organize this little reunion. Henry's face didn't change one bit. Truth be told, he and Grace barely knew each other. They'd only run into each other a couple times, and yeah, they'd just gone through a life-or-death situation together earlier. But that didn't mean anything. Lucas clicked his tongue, clearly not buying Henry's calm act. "She looks like someone just dumped her. Be honest, did you screw something up, Henry?" That brought a sigh out of Henry. He was beyond done with this. Ever since last night, when Grace ran off to cry on the rooftop for no apparent reason, and then Catherine came back around to grill him with the same question. Thinking about it now just gave him a headache. He took a long breath, stood up, and went over to grab Grace's arm. "You've had enough. I'm taking you home." Her eyes were still a little red. She stopped moving for a second, then turned to look at him. Her vision blurred, and for a second, she thought she saw the face she'd been dreaming about all this time. Elijah. The booth was still buzzing with noise, a few friends already tipsy and joking around noisily. No one seemed to notice what was happening on their side, but Henry had just clearly heard the name Grace mumbled. Elijah. That name definitely rang a bell. He'd heard it come from Victoria's mouth before. No wonder there was always something unspoken between Grace and Victoria. Looked like this Elijah guy had ties to both of them. Henry didn't say a word. With a stony face, he grabbed her arm. "Come on, I'll take you home." No point arguing with someone that drunk. Surprisingly, Grace didn't resist. She let him pull her up quietly. But before she could take a single step, she leaned right into his arms. Ignoring the curious glances around them, Grace wrapped both arms around Henry's neck. "Elijah, you finally came back. All these years. Where have you even been? Do you even realize I never stopped looking for you? Why did you break up with me back then?" Clearly, the alcohol had gone straight to her head, stripping away the usual cool edge of her appearance. Now she just clung to Henry, pouring out the emotions she had kept buried deep inside. Henry stood there, completely stunned. He never saw that coming. None of his friends had caught the name Grace had just yelled, so now all of them assumed she was saying those words to Henry. Welp, that really nailed the rumors about them being a thing. To stop people from reading too much into it, Henry just picked her up and carried her out. Grace was still crying. Her face was buried against his chest, soaking his shirt with tears. "So, you regret it now? Even though you chose Victoria back then, the two of you didn't work out, did you?" She murmured softly while they waited for the elevator. Henry paused slightly at her words. He had wondered before about the connection between Victoria and Elijah, but since Victoria had made it clear she didn't want to talk, he never pushed. Now hearing all this from Grace, it finally clicked. So that's what happened. The elevator was stuck on the 3rd floor, probably still under maintenance. The hallway was dead quiet, not a soul around. Henry helped Grace steady herself. "Look closely. Do you even know who I am?" Grace slowly opened her eyes, staring at him with a dazed, searching look. Meanwhile, back at the Carter family villa, Catherine had spent so much time overseas she barely had any local connections left, and right now, she had no idea what kind of mess Victoria was caught up in. Henry wasn't answering his phone, and even Grace's line went straight to voicemail. Catherine was out of options. After thinking it over, she decided to try calling Theodore. After all, when you're on someone else's turf, it pays to talk to the right person. From what she'd seen yesterday, despite the divorce, Theodore and Victoria didn't seem completely done with each other. In fact, back in the study, Catherine had even witnessed Theodore hand over 5% of the company's shares to Victoria. Whether it was part of the divorce settlement or something else, at the very least it showed he wasn't about to just let her drown. Right as Catherine's call came through, Isabella had just arrived at Theodore's villa. "Theodore, today's New Year's Day. It's supposed to be a time for family, but you know, I haven't had one in a long time." Hearing that, Theodore stepped aside, letting Isabella into the house. A flicker of satisfaction flashed in Isabella's eyes. She knew he wouldn't turn her away, but still, she cautiously asked, "Last night, I noticed Victoria was at the police station too. Something happened? New Year's Eve, and she ends up there?" She pretended to be concerned, but her gaze was locked onto his face, studying every change in expression. Theodore handed her a cup of warm water and then sat down across from her. "No idea," he said flatly. Truth was, he really didn't know. She had gotten a call from Chief Warren, something work-related by the sound of it. Beyond that, he hadn't asked. Isabella stared at him for a moment and could tell he wasn't lying. "Theodore, nothing major's happened recently, right? How's your grandma holding up?" It was only last night she'd heard from Julian that old Mrs. Chambers had passed. Said Victoria came by, then that night she was gone. As for what happened, no one really knows for sure. When Julian told her that, Isabella had been completely shocked. But quickly, things started clicking into place. Victoria must have gone straight to his grandma and dropped the bomb about their divorce. That kind of news could have easily upset the old woman enough to make things worse. Not that Isabella minded. This would just push the wedge between Theodore and Victoria even deeper. And the only one in the Chambers family who still favored Victoria was gone now. Victoria had no place here anymore. Theodore didn't say anything more. He just gave Isabella a glance and stayed quiet. Then his phone buzzed out loud in the silent living room, its ringing sharp and out of place. The moment he pulled it out, Isabella caught a glimpse at the screen. A number she didn't recognize. But for some reason, it made her feel unsettled. The voice on the other end was unfamiliar, but somehow also familiar. Theodore's brow furrowed. Before he could say anything, one name came through clearly. Victoria. He didn't even wait to hear the rest. Just hung up, grabbed his keys, and headed for the door. Theodore, Isabella called out, clearly flustered, and chased after him. She saw him slip into the driver's seat, only turning his eyes briefly toward her just before he shut the door. "I've got something to deal with. I'll have the driver take you home later." And just like that, he drove off, not waiting for a reply. What on earth could be this urgent? Isabella clenched her fists tight, frustration surging through her. Could it really be related to Victoria? If this were any normal day, she would have tailed him without a second thought. But today was different. It suddenly hit her. This might actually be a golden opportunity. Her gaze lingered on the gate for a beat, then she spun around and headed upstairs to the study. Theodore was always guarded, especially with work stuff. No way would he just leave anything sensitive lying around. Still, she wasn't expecting to get much when she started searching. But then she found something. Not just about Victoria, but about Gina's death. Inside the police station, Chief Warren had taken over the interrogation himself. Just from that, you could tell how seriously they were treating this case. In the cold and tense interim, Victoria sat calmly in her chair, totally composed. That was until Chief Warren placed a clear evidence bag in front of her. Inside was a wristwatch. That was when the calm on her face finally cracked. "We only found your fingerprints on this watch." It was the only piece of evidence from the crime scene, and currently their only real lead. After detectives pulled multiple all-nighters on the case, all signs suddenly pointed to one person, Victoria. Suddenly, the entire station was shaken. Was it possible that the serial killer they'd been chasing all along was her? Chief Warren didn't miss the flicker in her expression. "If the watch is yours, care to explain why it turned up at the crime scene?" Victoria's hand moved subconsciously to her other wrist, as if trying to feel for the missing watch. She wanted to know too. That watch had been gone for years. Why had it suddenly reappeared here? She knew denial wouldn't help, and the smartest thing she could do right now was be honest. Taking a deep breath, she admitted, "You're right. That watch is mine. It had been a birthday gift from William for her 18th birthday, but she had lost it a long time ago. Back then, she'd been really upset about it, but in the end, it was just a watch." She didn't dwell on it too much. Until now. This missing item showing up at the crime scene out of nowhere. It was just too strange. Her claim that the watch was lost years ago wasn't nearly enough to convince Chief Warren. "Victoria, believe me, the police won't wrongfully accuse anyone, but we don't let real criminals go either. That watch showed up at a murder scene, and your fingerprints are the only ones on it. That makes you our top suspect. If you want us to find the truth faster, you're going to have to work with us." But even after hearing that, Victoria's heart remained oddly calm. She did want to cooperate with them. Problem was, even she had no idea what was going on. She took a deep breath, and out of nowhere a face came to mind. She didn't plant that watch at the scene, but there was one person who could have. Victoria remembered it clearly. After Gina had been taken in by the Ellis family, she'd always seemed to hate Victoria. Not only did she trash her things, she tried to take everything from her. Family, belongings, you name it. She left nothing untouched. Victoria remembered some of the cruel things Gina had said back then. "Victoria, you should be grateful just being allowed to live in this house. Still dreaming of some rich girl fantasy? The gifts from my parents? Just crumbs. You don't deserve any of it." It was right after she lost the watch that Gina had said those words to her with a mocking smile. Now that she thought about it, Victoria was starting to suspect it had been Gina who stole the watch. As for why her fingerprints were still the only ones on it now, or why it happened to show up at such a crucial time, Victoria had no idea. Because Gina's death had always been suspicious in itself. The room was dead silent. Victoria stared at the floor, at a total loss for how she could explain all this. What was she supposed to say? Blame everything on someone already dead? Just then, a cop walked in and whispered something to Chief Warren. His expression shifted slightly before he stood up. Wait, where is he right now? Victoria lowered her gaze. Whatever was going on out there had nothing to do with her. Chief Warren returned shortly after, and this time walking in behind him was Theodore. Victoria's eyes widened a little. Why on earth is he here? She really didn't want him to see her like this, disheveled, helpless. Even more, she didn't want him digging into the past, especially anything that had to do with Gina. Though Chief Warren didn't think Theodore would cross the line at the station, the man's status still made him cautious. His tone was noticeably softer now. Mr. Chambers, may I ask what brings you here? Theodore didn't reply. His sharp gaze was trained on Victoria, and his eyes narrowed just a bit. The air in the interrogation room instantly dropped a few degrees. He walked straight toward her. Mr. Chambers, this goes against procedure, Chief Warren said, stepping in front of him with an uneasy look. This case had already caught attention from higher-ups, and there were talks of a special investigation unit coming in. Finally getting a lead, this wristwatch was the break they needed. If it were anything else, Chief Warren might have cut him some slack, but not this time. Letting Theodore in had already been a favor. Chief Warren, you made an arrest based on what? Just this watch? Theodore's voice, though calm, carried an unmistakable pressure that immediately filled the room. This is the evidence. It's the only thing we found at the scene, and just earlier, Victoria admitted the watch was hers. Did she? Theodore reached out and took the clear evidence bag. There was a glint in his eyes as he looked closer. The watch, it seemed familiar. He was sure this was Victoria's all right, but if memory served, she'd lost it ages ago. Now it magically resurfaced at a crime scene? That was suspicious enough in itself. So what, just cause of some random wristwatch showing up, you're going to label her a murderer? His voice came out steady but firm. Victoria shot him a surprised glance. She hadn't expected this, not from him. Wasn't he supposed to be the one most thrilled at the thought of her being thrown behind bars? She kept quiet, her eyes moving toward Chief Warren. Suddenly, every ounce of pressure shifted onto the chief. Chief Warren rubbed at his forehead, sweat visible along his hairline. Yes, well, we don't exactly have solid proof that proves she did it, but this case still needs proper investigation. After all, who just pins a serial murder charge on someone based on a lone watch? Theodore wasn't backing down. He'd come here today to take Victoria out of that room. Right then, Chief Warren's phone rang. It was from the Special Division. Just seeing the caller ID told him this wasn't something he could handle on his own anymore. More and more heavyweights were stepping in now. Once the call ended, Chief Warren walked back into the room looking pale. Theodore raised his brows at him. So can I take her now? Chief Warren hesitated for a second. Yeah, you can. From the moment Victoria stepped into the police station to the moment she walked out, it all felt a bit unreal, like a weird dream she hadn't quite woken up from. She had no clue what method Theodore pulled, but he actually managed to get her out. She had fully braced herself to spend the night in that cold, suffocating interrogation room. Once they got in the car, Theodore didn't start the engine right away. He just stared straight ahead, clearly waiting for her to say something. But Victoria stayed quiet. She rolled down the window. The cold wind rushed in and hit her face, waking her up a bit. Why was that watch at the crime scene? She paused, caught off guard, but didn't rush to answer. It wasn't the first time she'd heard the question. Chief Warren had asked her the same thing. But what could she even say? Theodore wasn't someone she could brush off with vague answers. Chief Warren didn't know much about her past. Theodore did. That watch was supposedly lost, what, a few years ago? And now it shows up at a crime scene? Don't tell me you planted it there yourself. He leaned over from the driver's seat, his dark eyes fixed on her pale face with intensity. If Catherine hadn't called him, if he hadn't shown up to the station in time, was she really planning to spend the night there like it was no big deal? Didn't expect it from you, Victoria. Turns out you kinda enjoy being the primary suspect, huh? Victoria's brows twitched slightly. Even now, hearing Theodore's cold sarcasm, she didn't show much of a reaction. So, what'd you bother coming here for? Theodore hadn't expected her to still be this combative. Yeah, why did he come? Whether she got locked up or not, what did it matter to him? Yet somehow, he'd still panicked. Still showed up. He moved closer, one hand braced against the back of her seat, his shadow casting over her. You think I showed up because I care? What? Victoria blinked, clearly confused. I told you already. You holding that 5% stake? That's a liability, a threat loose out in the wild. You didn't seriously think I showed up out of concern, did you? Yep. That said it all. Victoria felt something inside her just freeze. She'd been foolish to think it meant something. If something happened to her and those shares ended up in the wrong hands, someone else in the Chambers family who knew how to use it, then yes, that would spell trouble for Theodore. A man like him couldn't and wouldn't allow that kind of risk. She gave a cold little laugh. Fine. Take the damn shares. One less thing for you to stress about. Not like she felt any safer holding on to them anyway. Honestly, she'd rather just steer clear of all this mess. Meanwhile, in a nearby restaurant, Grace was completely plastered, like full-on clinging to Henry drunk. With no other choice, Henry ended up booking a nearby hotel room. He finally managed to get her onto the bed, sighing as he stood up to leave. But just then, Grace tugged his arm. Elijah, do you regret it? Henry froze, glancing back. Her eyes were red-rimmed, glossy with unshed tears. Absolutely heartbreaking. Something inside him cracked. He couldn't bring himself to pull free. He just crouched down by the bed. Regret what? To Grace, the guy in front of her, was Elijah. So you dumped me back then because you fell for someone else? I don't buy it. There's no way you're into Victoria. Right after saying that, Grace grabbed onto Henry's collar and leaned in, kissing him straight on the lips. Henry froze, his brain completely short-circuited. For a few seconds, he literally forgot to push her away. Grace was clearly drunk, and the kiss was more like random bites than anything else. Just as Henry snapped out of it and was about to move, Grace closed her eyes and slumped back onto the bed. Henry. He didn't leave right away, though. Instead, he just stood there quietly, staring at her. And in that moment, something shifted in his mind. Maybe Grace wasn't as fierce and difficult as he thought. Watching her like this, letting down all her guards, actually made him feel sympathetic. When Grace finally woke up, the room was quiet. She was alone. She sat up, rubbing her throbbing head, suddenly gasping softly. Her eyes shut tight, but broken flashes of last night's scene still came crashing in. She was momentarily stunned, then slowly moved a hand to her lips. Her steps were a little unsteady as she walked to the mirror, and the smudged lipstick at the corner of her mouth made her freeze completely. Wait, so that wasn't just a dream? Right then, her phone rang on the nightstand. Grace walked over slowly. Seeing Henry's name on the screen, her hand hesitated. Just before the call was about to end, she clenched her jaw and picked up. The voice on the other end was familiar, instantly dragging her back to that messy kiss. Don't overthink. I just wanted to make sure you're all right, Henry said, his voice kind of hesitant. He wasn't sure at first whether to stay or leave. They weren't particularly close, and given how she had mistaken him for someone else while drunk, facing each other sober would just be painfully awkward. Still, once he left, worry creeped in. Grace was still a woman at the end of the day. Leaving her passed out alone in a hotel didn't sit right. But now, the awkwardness was real. Grace honestly had no idea what to say to him, or if she should say anything at all. Eventually, she responded in a flat tone. Thanks for helping me get back to my room. And that was it. After those few words, she hung up. As she was about to leave the hotel, her assistant called. Back in school, Grace had been one of the top graduates, and some of her designs had even blown up overseas. She had already made a name for herself as a world-class designer. Then she suddenly disappeared. Industry veterans had all sighed, saying it was such a shame. But now she was back, and her first move was to get her own studio running again. With the Chambers family backing her, things progressed quickly. Of course, Grace wasn't the kind who worked with just anyone. Carrying her coat still on the phone, she walked out. Seriously? It's the first day of the new year, and they want to talk business? That's definitely a company that works their people to death. You think I'd work with someone like that? I don't care how much money they're offering. You think design's something I price by the hour? Or are you under the impression the Chambers family needs that little bit of cash to survive? Grace's string of questions had Brianna completely stumped. Sure, working during the holidays wasn't ideal, but the offer they got was just too tempting to ignore. Brianna was just a regular employee, grinding day in and day out. After working with Grace for a while, she'd mostly figured her out. Grace, that artsy rich girl, didn't care about money one bit. With her background, she could lounge around her whole life and still live better than most. Brianna had initially planned to reject the offer on Grace's behalf, but the price was just too good. So she had tried bringing it up, hoping Grace might reconsider. But nope. Still a hard no. Got it. I'll let them know, Brianna said before ending the call. Then she immediately reached out to the company to explain their decision. She was already feeling bummed, assuming the deal was off the table. But not long after, the company replied, "Let's reconnect after the holidays. We'd still love the chance to work with you." Relieved, Brianna gladly agreed. Meanwhile, Theodore was giving Victoria a ride home, but when she casually mentioned heading back to Henry's villa, he abruptly hit the brakes. Seriously? You actually enjoy shacking up with him, don't you? His voice was low, but tight with something sharp, hurt maybe. Victoria turned to look at him, startled. What's that supposed to mean? He let out a bitter breath, rolling down the window. He reached for a cigarette instinctively, but his pockets were empty. Of course, just his luck. The irritation in his chest twisted into something else, something he didn't want to name. You've known him for what, a few months, and now you're playing house? He scoffed, shaking his head. God, Victoria, do you even stop to think, or are you just running from one man to the next? He was completely pissed off. To him, it was clearly all about Henry's face. Honestly, even if it wasn't Henry, if it were any other guy, she'd probably still be clinging to him like this. Did she really want to cut ties with him that badly? Victoria felt a sting in her heart. She wouldn't have made this choice if she had any other option. You think I wanted this? Grace was the real reason behind it all. Still, Victoria didn't blame her. She knew Grace was acting out of resentment. But what could she even do? The only thing left was to endure. Theodore noticed something off in her tone. He frowned and stared at her profile for a moment. Was there more to this than he thought? At first, he'd just been mad about her relationship with Henry. But now, thinking it through, Victoria wasn't the type to just jump into something like that. If she really wanted to be with Henry, he probably wouldn't even be the one investigating this whole mess. Which reminded him, Grace had shown up at Victoria's place the other day, tossing out threats like confetti. Things were starting to click. He didn't say another word and drove her back to the Carter family villa. Thanks, Victoria murmured, not daring to meet his eyes. Maybe to the world she looked put together and strong, but in front of Theodore she just felt small. Maybe it was because of everything that had happened between them in the past. That heavy mix of guilt and something she couldn't even put into words had her completely unable to face Theodore. He didn't drive off right away, just stayed there, quietly watching her figure disappear into the villa. After a long silence in the car, he finally dialed his assistant, Liam Thompson. Looking for an apartment? Liam was caught off guard, totally confused by this sudden request. Wait, what? Why does Mr. Chambers want an apartment out of nowhere? He's got that huge mansion sitting empty and now wants to rent a small apartment? Is this some rich people's weird habit or something? But the next thing Theodore said cleared everything up. Oh, so it's for Victoria. Liam couldn't help but wonder, who exactly does the boss have feelings for, Victoria or Isabella? As soon as Victoria stepped inside, Catherine rushed up to her. Oh, thank God you're back. I was so worried about you. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Her face was full of panic as she looked Victoria up and down, eyes quickly flicking toward the door. Sure, she knew calling Theodore wasn't the smartest choice, but in that moment, she honestly didn't know who else to turn to. Victoria, I'm really sorry. I truly was just worried about you. Victoria was completely drained, too exhausted to even muster a fake smile. She nodded faintly. It's all right. I know you meant well. But this case isn't over yet. Things are still messy. I'll probably need to assist the investigation again, but don't worry, I'll be fine. She got it. Even if Theodore had managed to pull some strings to get her out for now, Chief Warren wasn't giving up. Until this case was closed, she was still one of the suspects. Her own damn watch had been found at the crime scene. What else could she say? And deep down, Victoria couldn't shake the feeling that this whole string of murders had something to do with Gina's death. There were too many connections, twisted and unclear, but she hadn't figured out how it all fit together yet. Just as she was heading upstairs to rest, Henry walked through the door. He had seen all the missed calls from his mom when he was almost home and figured it'd be faster to just come back instead of calling. You're only getting back now? I called you so many times. What were you even doing? What's going on? Catherine walked up with a frown, giving him a light smack on the shoulder, clearly annoyed. In her head, she was cursing her son for being so useless. This was practically served on a silver platter, a perfect shot at playing the hero. And here he was, totally unreachable, letting Theodore snatch the moment. Then she caught a whiff of the alcohol on him. Forget it, it's all over now anyway. No point talking about it. Go upstairs and take a shower. Henry's gaze landed on Victoria, who was halfway up the stairs. The things Grace had rambled while drunk echoed in his mind. He pressed his lips into a thin line and followed her upstairs. Can we talk? Victoria looked surprised but didn't say no. Sure. Inside the study, Victoria sat quietly, looking up at him. She had no clue what he wanted to say, but he didn't speak, and she didn't feel like rushing him either. You and Elijah, did you used to be together? Henry got straight to the point. He'd been overthinking the whole way back, had all kinds of questions piling up, but hadn't planned on asking like this. Still, the second he laid eyes on her again, he just couldn't hold it in anymore. He had to know. Victoria looked up at him, caught off guard by the question. She hadn't expected Henry to ask that. Did Grace tell you? She couldn't think of anyone else who'd spill the beans. Grace was the only one who made sense. Not that she cared much about what Grace had said. Their current relationship was icy at best. Not like Grace would say anything decent about her anyway. Henry watched Victoria's expression dim slightly, and for a second he hesitated, almost feeling sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to dig into your past, he said, voice low. But I think it's something I should know. Victoria nodded slowly. You're right. Elijah and I did have a thing. To be specific, he broke up with Grace because of me. Henry's face twitched, and Victoria could tell she'd mistaken him for Elijah before. So of course Grace would have confused them too. His brows pulled together, and he stared at her with a complicated look, like he wasn't sure what to believe. What she said lined up with what Grace had told him. So that's probably why there was so much tension between her and Victoria, all because of a guy. Anything else you want to know? Victoria was the one to speak this time, looking him straight in the eyes, calm and straightforward. Where's Elijah now? Maybe if he could find this guy, some things would make more sense. And honestly, part of him just wanted to see how much this Elijah really looked like him. Victoria didn't answer right away. Instead, she walked over the big window in the study, staring at the bare branches outside. He's gone. Maybe time really did numb some things. When she thought about Elijah now, she didn't break apart like she used to. In fact, she could even talk about him with a steady voice. Gone? Where? Henry clearly didn't catch her meaning. He stepped closer, still trying to understand. He remembered hearing Grace say they'd been searching for Elijah for ages and hadn't found a trace of him. After a pause, Victoria finally turned back around, locked eyes with him, and said, He's dead. Shock flickered across Henry's face. He didn't even try to hide it. Grace had no clue Elijah was long gone and was still running around in circles looking for someone who didn't exist anymore. Just then, Victoria's phone rang. It was the real estate agent she'd spoken to earlier. Honestly, she hadn't expected much. Who rents out places over New Year's? But the voice on the other end was full of excitement. Miss Ellis, I just found a place that fits your requirements, and it's really close to your work. I'm in the area now. Do you have time to check it out? We could lock it down today if it works for you. I'm free. Send me the address, she replied. Catherine had been a great host, no doubt. But Victoria still felt awkward staying in someone else's place for too long. Not long after, she met up with the agent. Henry tagged along too, worried she might end up in another sketchy situation like last time. The apartment was in a pretty good spot, barely 5 minutes from the restoration center. It was fully furnished, everything looked brand new, like nobody had lived there before. The landlord's a foreigner, super picky about the living environment and all that, the agent explained, but he's barely around. Just messaged me a couple days ago saying he wants to sell. But you know the market right now, not exactly buzzing. So I told him, might as well rent it out first. Then I thought of you, Miss Ellis. Honestly, kind of a weird coincidence. Victoria walked around the apartment and couldn't help being impressed. The place really checked all the boxes. If it weren't for her tight budget, she'd probably have jumped straight to buying. She hadn't had a place truly her own in this city yet. The agent's story flowed seamlessly, but Henry couldn't shake a weird gut feeling. Something just didn't sit right, even if he couldn't put his finger on what. No issue on my side, Victoria said. I'm good to sign whenever. Right as those words left her mouth, Henry pulled her aside. Hey, don't rush this kind of decision, okay? Renting's not something you do on impulse. Seriously, a place this nice should have been off the market already. But the agent just now, he looked like he was scared Victoria might back out. Some apartments, everything seems great on the surface, but you only notice the problems once you're actually living there. Henry had this nagging suspicion that something was up with this place. The agent, ears sharp as ever, clearly caught what Henry said and jumped in, flustered. I swear on everything. This is a legit place. I just know Miss Ellis has been scrambling for a place, even with the holidays. Must be super stressed. I really just wanted to help. I promise it's a good place, nothing shady. The place was bright and clean, not a dusty corner in sight. Victoria had looked around earlier and couldn't spot a single issue. At this point, she was already running on empty, emotionally and financially. Honestly, all she needed was somewhere to stay. She wasn't in a position to be picky, so she signed the contract right then and there. Once they left and Henry's car turned the corner, the agent pulled out his phone and called Liam. Miss Ellis signed. It's all done. She didn't suspect a thing. Liam passed that along to Theodore verbatim. All set. She's moving in the day after tomorrow. Theodore hung up slowly, expression unreadable as he stared into the rearview mirror. He hadn't done it for any complex reason. He just didn't want Victoria living in Henry's house, plain and simple. This apartment belonged to one of his buddies overseas anyway. That guy barely even shows up anymore. Might as well put the place to good use. Just then, a notification beep jolted the silence. Theodore frowned, eyes darting to his phone. His expression instantly tightened. Meanwhile, at the villa's study, Isabella was completely unaware she'd just crossed the line. She had checked every inch of the study, but there was nothing, just random papers, stuff that didn't matter. Not even a single valuable item. Weird. Knowing Theodore, cunning as he always was, he definitely stashed the real stuff somewhere safer. But where? As she quietly slid a drawer shut, a thought struck her. What if it was the master bedroom, hiding in plain sight? Bold move, just the kind of thing Theodore might actually pull. That idea settled in her mind. She started tiptoeing toward the hall. But the second she cracked open the study door, she froze. A tall figure was suddenly blocking the way. Ah!